A very good morning, everyone. And I'm watching the chat, and someone says, Rahul says that he's so excited. And believe me, Rahul, we are as excited as you are, right? Right, exactly 29, 30 days remaining for CAT. And we are here with the MBA Bootcamp. In fact, the funny part is this is the last leg of the MBA Bootcamp. We've done MBA Bootcamp across centers, and now we are doing it on YouTube. So anyone who's missed it can benefit from it. So this is what we are doing right now. So MBA Bootcamp, as you all know, before you came here, you've checked this, but it's a very intensive program. It's about 18 to 19 hours, might go up to 20, we don't know, right? But it's an 18, 19-hour program where we'll be spreading it over 3 days just to make it easier for you guys. Well, it's a funny thing because bootcamp is not supposed to be easy, but then कोई शायद 9 hours ना बैठ पाए, 10 hours ना बैठ पाए, and that's the idea. So we spread over 3 days. One day we are going to touch upon Quant, another day we are going to touch upon DILR, and the third day we are going to touch upon VARC. Okay, so this is the agenda, my friends. Okay, Saturday morning, and we are all ready, right? I think Gaurav has already joined for the next session that he is going to conduct. So let's quickly begin with the introduction to MBA Bootcamp, because there is some information that you know, but we would still want you to go through right quickly before we start the bootcamp. I just hope that you have checked the papers that are available to you, which you will be requiring, the sheets that will be required, you will be required to solve for the bootcamp sessions, right? I will come to that where you can find them in case you've not found them already. Okay, so the agenda is this. We'll start talking about MBA exams ka timeline and where we are in that timeline and what's supposed to happen to us in the coming few days. In fact, we also have a session coming up, by the way, and it is just right to mention this at this juncture. 30 days to CAT. Technically, this being 30 days to CAT today, but we are conducting the boot camp, so we decided to do the 30 days to CAT session after the boot camp is over, or at least this weekend of boot camp is over. So on Tuesday, we are coming up with a session which is 4 weeks to CAT or 30 days to CAT, whatever works for you. And please make sure you attend this, right? So that's what we are going to do. Now, we'll start with MBA exam timeline. We'll go on to CAT 24 important dates. We'll talk about the previous year ka recap of CAT, what happened last year. MBA Bootcamp, we are going to discuss about the nitty-gritties of MBA Bootcamp and the date and the schedule and such. And finally, something about CL resources that will help you to make sure that you do this bootcamp right. So that is what it is about. So let's begin with MBA exams timeline right away. And this is the timeline. Now, let me explain this. Can you see the arrow which says you are here? You are at the end of October, right? We are almost in November, right? November 24th is the CAT. But it's not November 4th, which is important, because it's not just the CAT we are talking about, right? The idea, and let me reinforce this, the idea is to get into a top B school, whether we get it through a CAT, through a ZAT, through a GMAT, or whatever. So CAT से मुझे IIMs या FMS नहीं मिलता है top, I can still get an XLRI through ZAT and an ISB Hyderabad through GMAT. Even though ISB Hyderabad does take CAT, but if the CAT doesn't go right, I still have options. So that is what I am talking about, right? So technically, the season of exams start with NMAT on 5th of November 2024. Please remember this. It's not 24th November. The exams are beginning on 5th of November, right? And hopefully, if you've left 1 week or 5 days of the beginning, you will start somewhere around 8th, 9th, 10th November is when your NMAT first attempt could be. So that is how it's going to be. Immediately after CAT, in December, mid-December, you have SNAP. In the beginning of January, you have ZAT. Then you have MyCAT, Maharashtra CET, CMAT, and so on. In between that, if you want to hit the round 3 of either the global colleges or ISB Hyderabad through GMAT, then GMAT must be appeared. You must appear for GMAT anywhere between November, December end, right? So maybe after CAT and before ZAT is the right time to take GMAT. So if not taken already, right? So that is the exam timeline. Now for this exam timeline, what you must do right now, what are we talking about? We just completed the entire series of RT99, right? Race to 99 percentile was a mega event that we conducted over so many months, right? I'm sure you would have attended either the offline version or the online version, or multiple online versions maybe. You would have attended those things. What did we do there? We solved the CAT 24 slots, all three slots of paper in RT99. We talked about strategy to apply, right? The tactics, the jugards, or the way of solving is what we discussed using the CAT paper, right? That's what we did in RT99. So what is bootcamp going to be now? What we are doing is taking more CAT level questions, maybe a little above, little below. So a CAT ka pura jo range hota hai questions ka, we'll cover that range and we will solve the questions together. These are not CAT questions, but absolute CAT-like questions, right? So that will be a great revision for you, and we'll come to the reasons why we are doing this. So currently is a time to revise. I hope you guys have started your revision already. Some of you might also be covering up some topics that you have left out. That's all right. Do that. Also revise. So that is a prep part of it. Then there's a testing part of it which is going on, right? So yesterday I was having a physical session in one of the centers, which was also about 30 days to CAT. And I discussed that there are 4 things which are important to get into a top B school, which is what we are here for. 4 things. Remember these 4 things, right? The first part is the test prep, the prep. Okay, so studying maths, solving DILR questions, practicing reading comprehension, all of these things is a part of your preparation. That's one part. The second part is the testing and analysis part. So testing, analysis, strategy. So you appear for a test, you analyze the test, you refine your strategy, you go back and test. And you keep doing this cycle again and again, all the way till CAT, and maybe after CAT for an NMAT or a ZAT or a SNAP or whatever. So this is a cycle which will continue, testing and so first thing was the preparation. Second thing, preparation includes the revision. The second part was testing, analysis, and strategy. Fourth part, I'll come to the third part later. The fourth part is a GDPI VAT prep. In fact, that's the main thing. That's the selection. Okay, CAT, ZAT, and SNAP and other exams are just a screening process to reduce a 3 lakh audience to a 3,000 or 4,000 audience, so that we can conduct interviews and select students out of them. So interview process or a PDP process as we call it, the PDP process is the selection process. Rest of it is a rejection process. Okay, so a screening process. So having understood this, the fourth part is GDPI prep. What is the third part, which is most important to get into the top B schools? The third part is about the form filling, right? Form filling. And we've had 3 sessions on this. I'm not going to repeat it, but please remember, these are the 4 important parts. If you're missing out on any of these 4 parts, the top B school dream is far away. So the first one, I'm just repeating: test prep, testing and analysis, preparation, testing and analysis, form filling, and GDPI VAT. Okay, so ये होगी बात timeline की, right? And so please remember that your GDPI prep will start immediately after CAT. Okay, please remember this. It will be immediately after CAT, right? So and your interviews might start somewhere around January end for the IIMs and couple of other colleges start in January end. Some of them start in February first week, and that is how it's going to go. So that's the time you have, guys, and hopefully by July, August next year, you will be a part of one of the top B schools. So let's move on from here. Let's get into the important dates of CAT. Okay, CAT admit card is expected around 5th of November, which is immediately after Diwali. Diwali is on 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd is a weekend, and 5th is a Tuesday. 5th ko ya uske aaspaas is when the admit cards could come out. So be prepared for it. What does this mean for you? When the admit cards come out, you note down where your test center is, what your slot is, right? And start taking the mocks in that slot. Even on the days you're not taking mocks, make sure that you use that slot and sit down and study for 2-3 hours. Okay, so that will prepare you. There are other parts of the preparation that we'll tell you in the 30 days to CAT session. For example, how to manage your schedule in terms of your food and sleep and other things, right? So all of those things need to be taken care of. But basically, 5th is when your admit card comes out, and then 20 days from then is when you have the actual D day, which is CAT 2024. That is 24th of November 2024. So that is what it is. Now let's quickly recap the CAT of the previous year, because bootcamp is based on this. Okay, so quickly, we know this VARC 24 questions, 3 theta, 40 minutes. 20 questions in DILR, 6 theta, and 40 minutes. QA is 22 questions, 8 theta questions, 40 minutes. A total of 66 questions, 17 theta questions in 2 hours, 120 minutes. 3 marks for a right answer, -1 for a negative incorrect answer, right? No negative marking for theta, which means theta must be attempted, whether you know it or not. And you might as well guess, but if you are going to guess, you might as well do some little solving and try to make an educated guesstimate, so that the probability of answer getting correct is slightly higher. So that is how you are supposed to manage theta. Okay, this is a generic answer to that. Now, this was CAT 2023. What is expected in CAT 2024? Right now, that's the question. So, is CAT 2024 going to be difficult or easy, or how is it going to be? So, let us quickly look at this particular slide and look at the table on your right. Okay, before I go to this, CAT 2023. The cutoff was around 76 marks for 99 percentile. Okay, so 76 marks was required for 99 percentile. For CAT 2022, it was in the mid 80s. For CAT 2023, the cutoff was even higher. It was in the 90s. I think it was around 100. Now, what does this mean? If the cutoff was higher, that means the test was slightly easier. And hence, it was easier to get that score. And hence, the 99 percentile was available at a higher score. If the test gets difficult, like it was in 2023 slightly, right, the cutoff will go down, and 99 percentile would be available at 76 percentile, say 76 marks instead of 80 something. Okay, so this is what it means. Now, going by the last 3 years trend, and this is a joke, please don't take it literally. Okay, going by the last 3 years data, the cutoff has been going down, which means the test has been getting more and more difficult. If you take data points and put a trend graph, right? In that sense, it just makes sense that the question paper will get more difficult, and the cutoff will go lower than 76, which is maybe below 70 as per the trend. That cannot be possible. That is not possible, because if you keep going that way, someday your cutoff will go to 0, which means you don't attempt anything and you get 99 percentile. That is not possible. Okay, the question paper cannot become increasingly difficult every time. In fact, last year's paper, in my opinion, was one of the most difficult in terms of how difficult CAT can be. This year, it could be the same level. It could be easier. Maybe they could just play around with you, just for an example's sake. What if they make quant easier and verbal difficult? The overall cutoff remains the same. That is possible. So they could play around with you in that sense. Okay, and we are prepared for it because we have taken so many mocks. We've seen all kinds of papers. We don't need to worry about this. Okay, so expected pattern for now, please take it as CAT 23 was, right? And be ready to expect something surprising. Okay, don't worry about that. So having said that, let me see if there are any questions regarding what I just said. Okay. Okay. Will the recording session be available? Yeah, it is available on YouTube. So yeah, Manas, it will be. But it makes more sense if you go through this entire bootcamp in the way it is scheduled, okay? Because that is how it's been designed. It will help you if you do that. Priyanshu says, when will Jijo sir be live? When Jijo sir is live, you join. Priyanshu, that's what you do. Okay. Mayank का एक important point है, who else is scared now, right now? By me. I am scared. I'm always scared at this time because my students, I don't know, how my students will behave in this time, and what will happen. Like you are worried about yourself, I'm worried for all of you. So yeah, I'm worried. Sir, can those who do not reside in Maharashtra write MyCat? MyCat has nothing to do with Maharashtra. MyCat is Mica. Mica is in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad is not in Maharashtra. Ahmedabad is in Gujarat. So MyCat has nothing to do with Maharashtra. Anyone can write MyCat. It's a national level exam. It's a national level college. There's no regional aspect to it. Okay, Rahul. I think you must be asking about Maharashtra CET. If you are asking about Maharashtra CET, then also it can be taken by anyone, right? About 85%, 85%, not 80. Seats are reserved for Maharashtra candidates, but the 15% seats are available and people do get in. So you should try. You have the best colleges like JBIM, Zemnar Al Bajaj, and all in Maharashtra, which are through my MHCET. Okay. Saloni says, sir, but GMAT applications are closing on 8th December. GMAT applications don't close. GMAT happens year round, Saloni, right? So GMAT can be applied anytime. I think you mean ISB applications maybe. I'm not sure about the dates when they are closing, but GMAT can be applied before. You can apply you can take a date, apply right now and take a date for after 8 December also. Na? You can do that. Okay. All right. What else? VARC 4 theta, right? Yes. Aryan 4 theta. कुछ लोगों ने रिपोर्ट किया था 3 theta, so we've kept it 3 to 4. But you are right. The 4 theta, 2 parajumbles, 2 out of context questions. That's correct. Okay. Akanksha says, let's not talk about marks, sir. Already anxiety is kicking. Okay, good point. Anxiety is not going to help us. So let's not let anxiety seep in. Okay. So let me quickly move on. I have a lot to cover, and 1 o'clock we start with the first quant session. Okay. So we know that there are RC questions, right? 16 RC questions have been there for the past 3 years. 4 RCs, 4 passages with 4 questions each. Well, the other 4 types of questions have differed over the last 3 years. For example, 2021, you had parajumbles, parasummary, and out of context questions. In the next year, you did not have out of context questions. You had parajumbles, parasummary, and paracompletion. In the third year, which is 2023, last year, you had all 4 types of question types. For example, parajumbles, parasummary, paracompletion, and out of context questions, which is out of context is odd one out. Okay, so you have these 4 types of question types and RC. So that is what the VARC was comprised of. And if you see, it is the most scoring section because a 99 percentile in quant, you would get a 27 marks, around 27 marks. Same for DILR would be also around 27, 28 marks, right? But verbal, a 99 percentile would be around 41 marks, right? So that is how scoring this section is. And you must not, at this stage, you must not ignore VARC. Of course, the specifics of VARC we'll discuss when the VARC sessions happen. Okay? ठीक है. DILR. I'm sorry. DILR. So DILR, we all know that there are some areas that we can focus in more, but the idea is to work out as many diverse questions as you can. So I hope on a daily basis, you guys are solving at least 3 to 4 sets on a daily basis in a sitting with a time limit, right? And selecting and solving the sets. That would simulate your test environment for DILR, and that would help you a lot. So basically, this is what you should be doing at this time, right? If you look at this again, as I said, 27 marks would get you 99 percentile. Only 15 marks would get you a 90 percentile. So 15 marks translates to 5 net correct questions, 5 or 6 net correct questions. So that is more or less 2 sets with a 80%, 90%, 80-90% attempts and 80-90% accuracy. That kind of a thing will get you to a 90 percentile. Okay, a 99 percentile would come at maybe तुम 3 सेट ट्राई करोगे जिसमें 2 तुमने ढंग से किए हैं, थर्ड वन you have done 1 or 2 or 3 questions that you are sure of. That is what would get you here, right? If you look at the past data, also past 3 years has been more or less the same. Maybe one or two questions more or less depending on the difficulty level. QA is also the same. You had 25 marks per 99 percentile. 25 marks translates to 8 to 9 questions. 8 to 9 questions last year. If you go a year before, it would be 10, 11 questions. Okay, so anywhere between 8, 9 questions and 10, 11 net correct questions is what you are supposed to get, depending on the difficulty of the exam. So that is what we are targeting for a 99 percentile. If you look at a 90 percentile mark, right, it is 13.5 marks, which is close to 4.5 questions, right? So 4.5 net correct questions, if you can get, that would get you a 90 percentile. So start working on and go do your reverse engineering of your papers, last 3 or 5 papers, right? And find out where in attempts or accuracy can you make a change in terms of your strategy, so that you can increase your percentile right away. So this is a time to do a deep dive, deep analysis into this. Okay, going forward, right, we already know that arithmetic and algebra is absolutely non-negotiable for everyone who wants to get anywhere above 70 percentile. Okay, so if you want to get 70 percentile, 80 percentile, 90 percentile, you have to do arithmetic, you have to do algebra. That's a non-negotiable. Those of you who want to cross the 85, 90 percentile mark should attempt geometry also. Try to do those 1 or 2 questions out of the 3 questions of geometry like we had last year, right? And that would definitely take you above a 95, 97 percentile, right? There was, for example, in the RT99 session, we had discussed one question of numbers, which was very easy. The numbers below 1,000 with non-repeating digits, how many of them are there? So that kind of a question, which was very easy. Agar usko number system ya modern math मान के छोड़ दोगे, that will be an absolute error. It was an easy question. So such easy questions you should be able to do, whether they are from arithmetic, algebra, geometry, or anywhere else. Okay, so that is my point. And do a good selection and rejection of questions. Don't waste time on questions that you cannot do. That is the judgment that you need to build, and that's a strategy. Okay, so let's move on from quant and go to the last part of the agenda, right? Okay, A is asking how many hours of class today. I'll just come to that, buddy. You'll know in 5 minutes. Okay, so let's go through what the bootcamp is supposed to do with you. What is a bootcamp? Bootcamp is doing revisions through questions. Which questions? CAT level of difficulty. LOD is level of difficulty. So CAT ke level of difficulty ke questions. That's what you're going to practice and revise the topics through these questions. Okay, it is going to be a topic-wise approach. So we'll take arithmetic, algebra, and geometry, for example. We'll take up topics of DILR separately. We'll do reading comprehension, parajumble separately. So we'll take topic-wise discussions with sheets. There are pre-assignments. So it will help if you have solved those questions before, and then you attend the lectures, the sessions. And if you do that, you will benefit more because you will have solved them. You will not use your head how to solve. You will be listening to your faculty and learning the better way of doing it, or maybe a faster way of doing it, right? So that is how this is to be approached. So I hope you guys have done the pre-assignments. If not, don't worry. For tomorrow's sessions, at least do them, right? So why do we attend a bootcamp? What is it going to give us? It will give us an understanding of CAT inside out, right? What we started in 1999, we are completing in bootcamp in a way, right? We will be revising or refining your test-taking strategy. We will also discuss in the process an effective selection of questions. ये करना ही चाहिए था, ये छोड़ना चाहिए था, ये बाद में करना चाहिए था, is what we should be discussing in the test, right? Who should attend this? Anyone who is serious. Serious does not mean 90 percentile. Serious means if you are at 70 percentile, but you are serious about CAT and you want to get into a good B school this year, you should be attending it. So serious candidates ke liye bootcamp is there, right? It is expected of you to attend the whole thing, right? All the 3 days of it. Refine your preparation, and anyone who needs improvement, everyone can attend this bootcamp, right? There are pre-assignments in MBA Bootcamp. When I say pre-assignments, what do I mean? I mean that you go to my zone, right? This is Even if you're not a student, there is a free version of this, right? So go to myzone.careerlauncher.com. You can take a screenshot of this picture, or maybe Neha ma'am can help us with a link here, right? So go to the MyZone, sign in, right? If you're a new user, if you're an existing user, sign up, right? And you will get there. And once you get into the MyZone, the student portal, right, you see a folder called MBA Bootcamp that's circled for you. When you click into this folder of MBA Bootcamp, you will find this QA, VARC, and DILR sheets. So you can go ahead and solve those sheets. That is what is expected. That's what you should do. So this is what it is. Even while you are attending this session, you can open the sheets and solve along. Okay. Now, what is the schedule for MBA Bootcamp? We've already started at 12:30 with the introduction of Bootcamp. It's an 18-hour intensive marathon. Add my half an hour. It's going to be about 19 hours or more, right? There are 3 days to this. I'm giving you a 2-day plan right now. Tomorrow you will get the 3rd day plan as well, which is going to be in the next weekend, okay, on 2nd or 3rd of November, just after Diwali, right after Diwali. Okay, so that's about it. So the first session is 1 o'clock, which is arithmetic. If I'm not wrong, Gaurav is taking it. Gaurav is already here. Gaurav Gupta. So hi, Gaurav. Second session, 3:30. So exactly 3:30, the first session gets over. The second one starts. ये plus or minus 15 minutes हो सकता है. It could stop, the previous session could finish earlier 15 minutes or later 15 minutes. That could happen, right? And we'll start algebra. And after algebra, we'll start with number logic and miscellaneous. Okay, this is the plan for your quant. Tomorrow, we'll start at 1 o'clock again. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, you will have number systems and geometry. 3 to 5, you have set theory and DI. And you have 5 to 7, you have arrangements in games. So that's a DILR day for you in a way, right? A quant and DILR. So quant ke 4 sessions are done, DILR ke 3 sessions are done. Now what is remaining with verbal and 1 DILR session will cover in the next weekend. Okay, that is the huge plan. Now you could have seen that the first session today is 2.5 hours, not years, I'm sorry, 2.5 hours long. That's because it's arithmetic. The arithmetic is a huge topic, so it's difficult to cover in 2.5 hours. But we will try. Okay, we will try. So that's the plan. Now let's quickly come to useful resources for you. I already talked about the MBA Bootcamp folder in MyZone, right? And apart from that, there's one more thing that is useful to everyone, be it a CL student or if you're not a CL student yet, right? Please check out this free resource, which is OpenCat, which has everything free for you, curated for you at no cost, right? No selling, no marketing, no cost. It's absolutely a free resource. It's like a free chat GPT for AI, Gen AI. So that's something of that type in CAT, right? So that's what this is about. Yes, Gaurav has joined us, but Gaurav, I'll take a couple of questions before I hand it over to you.
Sure, sir. Sure, Saji, sir. You can go ahead, please.
Yes, boss. So, coming to the additional resources, of course, there'll be a lot of doubt solving. You can ask questions on Telegram groups also, and we'll try to try to answer that. And of course, you have support@careerlauncher.com where you can reach out to us. In case you want to join the Telegram group that is there for CAT, all students, right? You can do that. YT channel you are already on, right? And you can just take a screenshot of this page and use it. And with this, I have come to a sort of an end of the session, but I will take a few questions. Okay, so Gunjan Dhiman is asking, sir, VRC is also mentioned in the schedule. It is mentioned in the schedule. I have not put it up, right? So that's what it is. Sayam, it is already started, buddy. Important topics to be covered in QA in these last 30 days. I think Gaurav will give you an idea about this. Sir, will this live be available later also? Yes, buddy, it will be available. But however, I suggest that you please make sure that you attend this as a boot camp. All right. Without timer able to solve DILR set, ठीक है, ये हम बाद में question ले सकते हैं. Let me see if there are any specific questions that I'm missing out on. Where are the pre-assignments? I already shared this. I will share it again for your benefit, right? Sorry. Where is it? Yeah. So it's called amazon.careerlauncher.com. Please make sure you are there, and that is where it is, right? That is where the pre-assignments are. Okay. Okay. I think we've taken more or less all the important questions, so we can bring Gaurav on stage. Hi, Gaurav. Gaurav, please join me on the video.
Hi, Sazid sir. How are you?
I am good. Thank you so much. So
Good to
over
see
to
you
you.
here.
This is a long day for you.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. So I'm all set, and I hope, with me, all the students must also be ready because it's going to be a long day for them as well.
So
They will
Mazar,
have to do all
this
the brainstorming in this session.
this will definitely help them improve their scores. So over to you, sir. I will leave the stage. It's exactly 1 o'clock. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. All the
Thank
best,
you.
students. Bye.
So, hello everyone. Are you able to hear me clearly? Am I audible, visible to all of you? All right, great. Good to see all of you in such a big numbers. Uh, it's gonna be a long day, as Sazil sir has just mentioned, and we understand that it's going to be a long day for all the students, and that's why, if I believe some of you might be complaining, why is such a lengthy hours? Why you are conducting the boot camp for 9 hours? We will get tired. So I was getting the same thing, the same feedback from a lot of students. Yes, Arab Zaidi, you will not be tired. I understand, but there are some students who will get tired. So my response to all of those will be, I will be staying along with you for these 8 hours. So today, whatever schedule Sazeer sir has shared with you, I will be taking all the sessions which are planned for the day. So I'll quickly reiterate what all things we'll be doing today. So we'll start with, in a few minutes, we will be starting with the arithmetic. So as you can see, QA number one, the number one session will be for arithmetic, and this is going to be a 2.5 hour session. Now we'll try to follow these timelines, but these might not be strictly followed. So we might cover up arithmetic in 15 minutes lesser, like we can finish it up in 2 hour 15 minutes, or we may take 10 to 15 minutes extra, right? So we'll not be following these timelines strictly, but yes, roughly it will be a 2.5 hour session. Now, once arithmetic is over, we'll be beginning with algebra. That is the session number 2 for the day. All right. And it will be a session for 3 hours. So starting from 3:30 up till 6:30, for 3 hours, we all will be studying, we all will be solving different questions from the different areas of algebra. Right. And then finally at 6:30, starting from 6:30 till 9 p.m., we'll be taking on the first session of LRDI, in which we'll be talking about the questions which are based on numbers, right? Okay. Rakshana, I'll be covering up the concepts through questions only, because this session is planned for the students who are preparing for CAT 2024, and we have exactly like a little less than 1 month left for CAT. So I'll not be discussing all the questions in depth, all the concepts in depth, but I'll be giving you probably conventional method as well as non-conventional methods to solve these questions, right? So obviously I cannot be I'll not be able to cover each and every concept of arithmetic and algebra in these 2 or 3 hour sessions, right? So my expectation from all of you will be that you have a clarity of all the basic concepts that are required for today's session, especially arithmetic and algebra, right? And we'll be discussing mostly the shortcuts, the shorter way of solving these questions, right? Now, since I will be there with you starting from 1 o'clock up till 9 p.m. tonight, so I can say that all of us will be taking our lunch, evening snacks, and dinner together, right? Okay. Okay. So the only suggestion to all of you is, the only request to all of you is, do not get tired. Do not lose your morale. We'll have to solve these questions till 9 p.m. And then obviously you will have to do a lot of revision, a lot of preparation on the basis of whatever you have learned new in these sessions, right? So I'll tell you what needs to be done once these sessions of boot camp will be over, right? So I'll be taking 2 to 3 minutes to explain that, and then we'll be starting with the questions. Will there be break in between? Shubham, I believe there will not be any kind of break. I may give you a break of 5 to 10 minutes. Right now, you all are not online here. You all are not visible here, but I'll be visible across. So I might be taking, you understand, I might be taking a break of 5 minutes in between, 5 to 10 minutes. So that will be for me, but no break for all of you. I'll be giving you questions. Meanwhile, you'll have to solve those questions. Okay. So now post these sessions, once these sessions are over. So today we'll have algebra, we'll have arithmetic, and we'll have one session of LRDI. Now, on the basis of whatever will be covered today, you will have to revise everything that you have learned today. Now, it might be possible that some of you might be coming across, or some of you might get to know some new methods of solving the questions, right? I will be using some shortcuts a lot of times, right? So you will have to go back and revise all these things. How you can do the revision? Number one, all these sheets are available in my zone. Sazid sir has already explained that. So you all can download these questions from there. All of them will be available. And the video recording. So this session is gonna stay on YouTube, right? So you can come back to these sessions and you can have a look at the solutions that I'll be discussing, right? Okay. Mehul, we have not covered PNC in these 2 days, but I'll try to cover PNC definitely. Also, once this boot camp is over, then across the month we'll be covering up, we'll be conducting sessions, which will be last lap to cat. So some of the important things we'll be discussing in those sessions as well. So you will see me regularly on the YouTube channel of Career Launcher till 24th of November. Yes. So I'll be coming almost on daily basis on the YouTube channel with different topics of quantitative ability and different topics of logical reasoning, data interpretation. And I'll be solving a lot of questions for all of you till CAT examination. In the last 4 or 5 months, you can also watch plenty of sessions that I have taken and the other members of my team have taken, which are still available on YouTube. All right. Perfect. Now let's begin solving these questions. Let's not waste a lot of time. All right. So I hope all of you are ready with your rough sheets. Okay. And try to give me the answers of all of these questions as soon as possible. I want 100% response. Right now, approximately 675 students are watching live. So I want 675 answers in the chat box, right? So all the very best to all of you. Let's begin solving the questions. Okay. Now, before I'll take up the questions, another 1 minute I'll quickly spend on some of the important resources that are available for all of you. So number one, test series for CAT 2024. The students who have not yet joined any test series, go ahead and join this test series. All right, fine. Next is DILR 1000, which is prepared by Gautam Puri sir and Gautam Bava sir, a stepwise approach towards 99 percentile in CAT 2024 DILR. All right, this is one of the resources that is available for all of you. You can register for this. Next is Quantitative Ability 1000. Improve your CAT quant score by up to at least 15 marks. You can enroll for this program as well. And VARC 1000 by Jijo, your favorite, right? Some of you were asking about Jijo as well. So your favorite, so you can join this one as well. All right. So let's begin this session with the first question appear on your screen in a few moments. Yes, Michael, ab shuru kar hi rahe hai. So the first question on your screen now. Okay. Now, for every question, I'll be giving you 3 to 4 minutes because we have all the kinds of students who are sitting here. Now, some of you might have solved these questions before. Okay. The students who are already enrolled with CL, they already have an access to these questions, right? So, still, I'll be giving you 3 to 4 minutes for every question, and then we'll be discussing upon that. All right. Wonderful. So we have received a lot of answers. Nice, nice. Like I said that we have all types of students, most of the students do not have access to these questions. So good that a lot of you have already solved these questions. I'll be starting with the discussion for every question in 3 to 4 minutes. Okay. All right. So the question is the average marks of girls in a class are equal to the number of boys, and the average marks of boys is equal to the number of girls. So we can start by assuming the number of girls as G, right? So number of girls is G and the number of boys as small b. Okay. Now the average marks of girls is equal to the number of boys. Okay. So here the average is equal to b for girls, and for boys the average is equal to g, which is equal to the number of girls. Okay. Now the next thing they are saying that if the class average, so we'll have to first of all we'll have to find out the class average. Okay. Now class average, we can use the method of weighted average. So the sum of the girls, the marks of girls will be G into B, and for boys it will be B into G divided by the total number of students. It is G plus B. Okay. Now the average marks of class is 4 less than the average of boys average marks and the girls average marks. Now boys average marks is G and girls average marks is B, and average of these two numbers is the sum divided by 2. Okay. So the average, the class average is 4 less than the average of boys average marks and girls average marks. So this is equal to G plus B upon 2 minus 4, right? So we have this equation done. So on the left hand side, I can write it as 2GB upon G plus B, that is equal to G plus B minus 8 whole divided by 2. Now doing cross multiplication, we'll have 4GB, that is equal to G plus B whole square minus 8 times g plus b. Okay, now 8 times g plus b को left hand side पे ले जाओ. So 8 times g plus b is equal to g plus b whole square, which can be written as g square plus b square plus 2gb, and then minus 4gb. I've just done a little rearrangement. Okay, and I've obtained that 8 times g plus b is equal to, this will become minus 2gb. So on the right hand side, I will have g square plus b square minus 2gb. Okay, which can be written as the square of g minus b. So g minus b whole square is equal to 8 times g plus b. Right? So this is the relation that we have in our hand. Now using this relation, we'll check what can be the total number of students in the class. Total number of students कितने हो सकते हैं? So we have the relation g minus b whole square is equal to 8 times g plus b. I'll not solve anything further. Okay. Now, which of the following could be the number of students in the class? Now, number of students in the class is the sum of g and b. G or b ka sum hai. Okay. So these numbers are g plus b. These numbers will correspond to g plus b. Okay. Now 8 times g plus b, the value of g plus b should be such that 8 times g plus b should be equal to a perfect square. Now g minus b whole square. On the left hand side, we have a perfect square. So we require 8 times g plus b to be a perfect square. Okay. Now I'll check among the options which of the following options will suit. So g plus b का value अगर मैं 24 लेता हूँ, 8 multiplied by 24. 24 can be written as 8 multiplied by 3, right? So 8 into 8 is a perfect square, but multiply 3 is not a perfect square. So 24 cannot be the answer. 24 cannot be the value of g plus b. Okay. Now next is 48. 8 multiplied by g plus b, which is 48. 48 can be written as 8 multiplied by 6. Again, 8 multiply 8 is a perfect square, but 6 will not make it a perfect square. So again, second option is eliminated. Now next is 8 multiplied by g plus b is 50. Now 50 can be written as 2 multiplied by 25. Now 8 into 2 will give me 16, which is a perfect square. 25 is also a perfect square. So yes, this number will come out to be a perfect square. I'm not bothered with the square root of this number. I just know that this is a perfect square. So 50 can be the possible value. I'll check last option as well. 64 can be written as 8 multiply 8. So yes, 8 multiply 8 is a perfect square, but the remaining 8 is not a perfect square. So 64 also cannot be the answer of this question. All right. So yes, the correct answer is option 3. All of you are absolutely correct. All right, fine. So that was question number 1. I would say that this question is not very easy, but we can say that it is of a moderate level of difficulty, right? So I'll also be telling you the level of difficulty for every question. So I can say that this can be rated as 6 on 10, right? Level of difficulty wise, 6 on 10, not very easy, not very difficult. Even this is moderate, even not above moderate. So this is easy, right? Okay. Now, Rahul, understand that which of the following could be. So there is no unique value of the total number of students, right? There is no unique value of the total number of students. So any number which will make 8 times g plus b a perfect square will be your answer, right? So there can be multiple answers. So there is no method that will fetch you a unique answer for this question. All right, fine. So 6 on 10, time to be taken, you can take 2.5 minutes, ideally 2.5 minutes, not more than that. Some of you will be able to do it in less than 2.5 minutes, but 2.5 minutes, more than enough time to solve this question. Let's quickly move on to the second question, question number 2. On your screen, all of you be ready. Now this one is a very easy question. So not just students who have an excess of these questions prior to this session, not just those students, but I want an answer from other students as well. I'll give you 3 minutes. So you can write your option number 1, 2, 3, 4 as your answer. Option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Mohammed Sohail, yes, we can say that the product of two perfect squares will always be a perfect square. Yes, it can be said. Okay. Now, meanwhile, you are solving this one. Vijay, you are asking why we do g plus b divided by 2. Now, we never do g plus b divided by 2. It was the question. Okay. So, it was given that. So, if you look at this statement, the average of the average marks of girls and boys. So average marks of girls is G, average marks of boys is B. So the average of these two numbers will be G plus B divided by 2. That's it. This is what we did in the last question. So Rohan has already given the answer to your question. Okay, so there is a very mixed response. Option 1, option 3, and option 4. Okay. All right, Eklavya, Aryan, Utkarsh. Nice, all of you, good. So for the first question, I was getting a same answer from all of you, but here we are getting all 4 options among the answers. That's a bit strange. Chaliye, check karte hain. Let's talk about this one. Let's read the statements. There are 3 vessels A, B, and C having mixtures of milk and water. So we have vessel A, we have vessel B, and we have vessel C. The concentration of milk in the vessels is C1, C2, C3 respectively. So no confusion up till now. C1 is the concentration in the first vessel A, C2 in B, and C3 in C. Okay. Now all of you focus. Just stop whatever you are doing and listen to me. This is very important. Okay. Now when a part of vessel A is replaced with a mixture in vessel B. Now understand what is happening. When a part of vessel A is replaced with a mixture in vessel B. So basically, can I say that we are mixing a solution whose concentration is C1 with another mixture whose concentration is C2, right? Okay, so I am removing something from A. So whatever concentration is there in vessel A, if I'll remove something from that, the concentration of the leftover mixture will have to be same. I'm not adding anything to it. Okay, we are not adding any other solution with a different concentration. Okay, so agar main removal karta hu, if I'm removing something, the concentration will not change, right? So in the first process, what we are doing is we are mixing C1 with C2. Okay, I'm removing something from A and I'm adding something from B. Okay, that means I am mixing 2 solutions whose concentration is C1 and C2. Correct? Now what will happen here? The resulting solution will have concentration which is somewhere between C1 and C2. This is the law of averages. So law of averages says that the average of some numbers, the average, if you are calculating the average of a few numbers, right? So the average will always be greater than the smallest number and lesser than the largest number. Similarly, if you are mixing 2 solutions, the concentration of resulting solution will always be somewhere between the concentration of the original solutions. Okay. So here, whatever concentration will be there of the mixture will be between C1 and C2. I'm not sure about which one is greater, C1 or C2, but the resulting solution will have concentration which is between C1 and C2. Okay, clear? Okay, now what is happening here? When a part of vessel A is replaced with mixture in vessel B, then the concentration of milk in the final mixture is less than C1. So since it has to lie between C1 and C2 and it is less than C1, so that means it will be greater than C2. Okay, so it is between C1, C2, but less than C1 and greater than C2. So this gives me that C1, the value of C1 will be greater than the value of C2. So this is one deduction that I have got. The value of C1 will be greater than C2. Now, which of the vessels has the mixture of maximum concentration? Obviously, it cannot be C2. Obviously, it cannot be second option. It cannot be vessel B, right? So from the first mixing, we have got to a conclusion that C1 will be greater than C2. Now, let's look at the second step. What is happening here? However, when vessels B and C are mixed in the ratio 1:1, now what happens when these are mixed in the ratio 1:1? So C2 and C3 are mixed in the ratio 1:1, then the resulting solution will be C2 plus C3 divided by 2. Okay, it will be exactly in the middle of C2 and C3. Once again, depending upon which one is more, which one is less, we can find out the value of C2, we can find out the value of the resulting mixture. Okay. Now what they are saying, then the concentration of milk in the final mixture is double that of the concentration of B. So the resulting thing that we got is double that of C2. So this is equal to twice of C2. Twice of C2, that means it is more than C2. So that means it will be less than C3. And the deduction here and the conclusion here will be C2 is less than C3, right? So from the first experiment, we got to know that C1 is greater than C2. From the second experiment, we got to know that C3 is greater than C2. Now, both C1 and C3 are greater than C2, but we don't have any comparison between C1 and C3, right? We don't have any comparison between C1 and C3. So that's why we cannot determine the answer of this question. We cannot determine the vessel which has the mixture of maximum concentration of milk. All right. So the correct answer here will be option 4, cannot be determined. We have the relation between C1 and C2. We have the relation between C2 and C3. Both C1 and C3 are greater than C2, but there is no comparison between C1 and C3. Hence, the answer is cannot be determined. Okay. All right. C2 equal to C3, then only concentration of C2 will be double. No, C2 is equal to C3. No. So I can give you XYZ, I can give you some numbers. Let's say I have 10 and 30 and mixing them in the ratio 1:1. So the resultant will be 20, which is double this value. Okay, am I clear? The resulting mixture is double in concentration as compared to vessel B. So C2 and C3 equal नहीं हो सकते. अगर C2 and C3 equal होंगे, if C2 and C3 are equal, then the resulting mixture will have the same concentration. Okay, am I clear? Yes or no? So yes, you can say that C3 is equal to thrice of C2. Does not matter at all. We just need to find out which one is greater, which one is lesser. Okay, am I clear? Yes or no? Okay, now that was question number 2. Let's move on to the next one, question number 3. All of you focus here now. Yes, Divyansh, the main catch of the question was application of the law of averages, right? So you don't have to find the exact value of anything. You just have to find out the range of the values. Okay, Eklavya. So Eklavya, I'll also do that. So I'll go back to the first question. The first question can be solved in round number 1. The second question is an easy question. I'll rate it 4 on 10 to be done in less than 2 minutes. Okay. Again, in round number 1, you must solve it. Okay. Now, question number 3. Question number 3, again, the level of difficulty is 4 on 10. A question of not more than 2 minutes to be done in round number 1. Akash, please read the question carefully. C2 was not twice. The resulting mixture was twice in concentration as compared to C2. Now, 2 minutes for this question. All right, nice. So up till now, I have got only one answer among the options given by students. Now, totally up to you if you want to draw a Venn diagram for this one. But yes, you can do it without the Venn diagram also. If you draw the Venn diagram, yes, Rohan. So Venn diagram का question है, but ऐसा नहीं है ना कि हम जबरदस्ती Venn diagram बनाए, right? It's like if you need to draw a Venn diagram, then only you should draw a Venn diagram. But if you can do the question without drawing the Venn diagram, why not do that? Okay. All right. Now let's begin this one. Easy question once again. 4 on 10, 2 minutes. Round 1 में कर लेना चाहिए, right? Now 300 persons are participating in a meeting in India, out of which 120 are foreigners. So 120 are foreigners. So I can say that there will be 180 which are Indians. Okay, correct? And the rest are Indians. Fine. Out of Indians, there are 110 men who are not judges, 160 men or judges, and 35 are women judges, right? Now, there are no foreign judges. How many Indian women attend the meeting? Even if we have foreign judges, fine, theek hai. So they are talking about out of Indians, out of 180 participating members, 110 men are not judges, 160 are men or judges, and 35 are women judges. Now I'll talk about this number 160. Now 160 are men or judges. So 160 are men or judges. So can I say that it will be the sum of men plus women judges, right? Clear? So it will not include the women who are not judges. I'll repeat, 160 are men or judges, right? So all men will be included and only the women who are judges will be included in this 160, correct? Okay, so it will be the sum of number of men, the total number of men, and the women who are judges. Now, how many women are judges? There are 35 women who are judges. So this number is 35. So the number of men will be 160 minus 35, right? So 160 minus 35 will be 125. So total 125 men are there out of 180 Indians. So out of 180 Indians, if we have 125 men, so number of women among these 180 Indians will be 180 minus 125, that is 55. All right. Now the question is, how many Indian women are attending the meeting? So the number is 55. The correct answer is option 3. So I have done it without using Venn diagrams. Basic method, basic understanding. So let's quickly repeat what I have done. 300 persons in total, 120 are foreigners. Okay, 120 are foreigners. Okay, so that means 180 are Indians. This is the number, the first number that I have obtained. After this, I have taken this statement: out of the Indians, whatever Indians are, out of these Indians, 160 are men or judges. So 160 are men or judges. That means it will be the sum of all the men plus the women judges, right? Okay. Now number of women judges is given as 35. So number of men will be 160 minus 35. That is 125. Okay, so 125 total men are there out of 180 Indians. So 180 minus 125, it will be 55. Okay, right? Palak, read it completely. There are 110 men who are not judges, right? So out of men, there are 110 which are not judges. Okay. So out of 125, 110 are not judges. So there are 15 which are judges, right? So 110 is not the total number of men. It is the number of men who are not judges. Okay. Now 160, it include men who are judges, who are not judges, and the women who are judges. Okay. All right. All right. Now I'll quickly tell you the schedule. So this session will go up till 9 p.m. tonight. So I'll be staying with all of you across these 8 hours. We started at 1 o'clock. We'll first of all we'll be solving questions of arithmetic, then algebra, and then data interpretation and logical reasoning. All right. So these are the things that will be going ahead. All right. Wonderful. Let's move on and look at next question, question number 4, all of you. Okay. Now, Subhayu, they have clearly given that out of the Indians, this will happen. So we don't have any foreigner in these numbers. Okay. It was given. So I would suggest all of you, the time that I am giving to all of you, spend that time in reading the question carefully. Okay. So a lot of times it happens that we don't read the question and we tend to miss some important information, and because of which we get confused. Okay. So please read each and every statement carefully. A train 100-meter long is approaching an unmanned railway crossing. The train is traveling at a uniform speed of 90 km per hour and is 1 kilometer away from the crossing. At the same time, a bus is also approaching the crossing and is 70 or 700 meters away from it. Okay. Now, RN, the bus is approaching from the opposite side. RN, it does not matter. First of all, it's a railway track and a road. So they will not be on the same path, right? The train and the bus, they will not be in the same path. So if the railway track is this, if this is the railway track, the train is coming from this direction, you can assume that the bus will be approaching the railway crossing. So let's say this is the railway crossing. So train is approaching and the bus is also approaching the railway crossing. Both are going towards the railway crossing. All right. Okay, so two answers, option 1 and option 2. I'm giving you 1 more minute. Yes, because it can be in any direction. Actually, whatever you are assuming, parallel, perpendicular, or at any angle, it actually does not matter. ये चीज understand करो. It does not matter for this question. Now, when I'll explain the question, you will understand why it will not matter. Okay? All right, so all of you, let's start with the discussion. A train 100 meters long approaching an unmanned railway crossing. Speed of train is 90 km per hour, and right now it is 1 kilometer away from the crossing. The bus is coming and is also approaching the crossing. Right now the bus is 700 meters away. Okay, so I am considering that the bus is coming at some angle. Now both of them are coming towards the crossing. So it's the distance of the bus that will matter from the crossing. It does not matter if the bus is moving parallel to the railway track, if the bus is moving perpendicular to the railway track, or the bus is basically coming at some angle from the railway track. It does not matter. Okay? Now, assuming the bus is also traveling at a uniform speed, at what range of B? The speed of bus is B, so it's not X, it is given in the question. So let's say the speed of bus is B kilometer per hour. All right. At what range of B will the bus collide with the train? Okay, the bus. So we want the bus to collide with the train. Okay. Now the bus will collide with the train under a situation that the bus will reach the railway crossing as soon as the front end of the train will reach. So the front end of the train and the bus will reach this point simultaneously. If the bus will reach before this time, then they will not coincide. Okay, right? So that means the front end of the train and the bus should reach the railway crossing at the same time. Now, to do this, the train has to travel a distance of 1 kilometer, right? The train has to travel a distance of 1 kilometer, and the speed of the train is 90 kilometer per hour. All right. So I can say that the time taken by the train will be equal to the distance divided by the speed of the train. Now the bus reaches the railway crossing exactly at the same time. Okay, so I can say that the time taken by bus will be the distance traveled by bus, that is 0.7 kilometers, divided by the speed of the bus. All right, fine. So the speed of the bus will be equal to 90 multiplied by 0.7. That is 63 kilometers per hour. Right? Are you all clear with this? Now, if the speed of bus is 63 km per hour, then the front end of the train and the bus, both of them will reach at this crossing simultaneously, and both of them will collide. But if the bus is traveling at a higher speed, अगर बस की स्पीड इससे ज्यादा होगी, so बस पहले ही क्रॉस कर जाएगी. If the speed of bus is more than this value, the bus will cross the crossing before the front end of the train will reach. So I can say that the speed of the bus cannot be greater than 63, right? So the speed of bus cannot be greater than 63, otherwise the bus will cross the crossing before the train will reach, before the train will arrive. Now the next part, the train will take some time to cross because of the length of the train. The train's length is 100 meters, right? So the train will take some time to cross the bus. Now they are not asking about the head-on collision, right? So they are asking the train and the bus will collide. So it may be possible that the train is already crossing the crossing. Okay, the train is on its way and the bus will collide somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the body of the train. Okay, right? So now we'll have to find out the range of the speed. So if the bus is slower than 63 km per hour, then again there will be a chance that the bus will collide with the train. All right, fine. So the maximum value or the maximum speed at which the bus can travel will be 63 km per hour, right? So if the speed of bus is less than or equal to 63 km per hour, they will collide. If it is more than that, they will not collide. Okay, so I will remove all the options in which the speed of the bus is more than 63 km per hour. I can remove option 1, I can remove option 2, I can remove option 3. So just by solving this part, I'm able to eliminate 3 options and I've approached to option 2. But let's also find out the minimum speed of the bus. Okay, so I've calculated the maximum speed of the bus, the minimum speed of the bus. Okay, let's do that. Sir, but this itself we can define the range, right? Yes, Rakshana. So I'm defining the range. Okay, so I have calculated the upper value, the highest value of the speed of the bus. Now, if the bus will collide with the rear end of the train, पीछे वाले जो है, right? So the train has just crossed. Okay, the train has just crossed, and the bus will reach this crossing now, right? So now the distance traveled by the train will be equal to the length of the train plus the distance. Okay, so 1 kilometer plus 0.1 meters, which is the length of the train. So now the distance traveled by the train will be 1.1 divided by 90 is the time taken, is equal to the distance traveled by bus is 0.7 upon the speed of the bus. So now in this case, the speed of the bus will be equal to 90 into 0.7 divided by 1.1, or you can say that 63 divided by 1.1. Okay, right? Yes, Pranav. So we have calculated the minimum speed of the bus as well, which is 63 divided by 1.1. Now you can simplify this, and using this, you will be able to get the minimum range. All right. So 63 divided by 1.1 can be simplified, and it will approximately be equal to 57.3 kilometer per hour. Right. So the maximum speed and the minimum speed of the bus have been defined. And if the speed of the bus is within this range, then both the bus and the train will collide. Otherwise, they will not collide. Right? All right. Thank you, Pranav. Thank you. I hope I hope other students are also liking the way I'm explaining these questions. Please do understand that these sessions are not only made for the students who know everything. Now, if you know everything, these sessions are actually not made for you, right? So if you are lacking somewhere, if you don't know some concepts or your speed is low, then these sessions are meant for you, right? So guys and girls, if you are liking these sessions, please do press the like button. I have only 200 likes and there are more than 500 students who are watching this session live. So please go ahead and press the like button. Okay, now speak up. How did 1.1 came? 1 kilometer is the distance of the train from the crossing, and 100 meters, that means 0.1 kilometer is the length of the train itself. So the train has to cover 1 kilometer plus it has to cross the length of the train as well, right? So the train completely crosses the crossing. So it will be 1 kilometer plus 0.1 kilometer, 0.1 kilometer being the length of the train. All right. Wonderful. Great. So let's quickly move on to our next question, question number 5 on your screen now. Now, this one is a difficult question. I would say that probably you can leave this question to be done in round number 2. Also in round number 3, this can be taken, right? So if you know the method completely, so this is a different type of question of time and work. ठीक है, थोड़ा सा हटके क्वेश्चन है, थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन है. ओके, सो द टाइम ideally we should not be taking this question in the first round, but if you have already started this question, then and you know the direction in which you'll have to move, this can be finished in 3 minutes. The level of difficulty, I'll say that it is 8 on 10, not a regular type of question. Okay. 0.7 upon b is not the speed of b, it's the total time taken by b. 0.7 is the distance divided by b. B is the speed. So 0.7 divided by b is the total time taken by b or bus to reach the crossing. And it should be done in either second or third round. Thank you, Ishita, for clarifying, for answering to the questions, some of the students who are asking this. Thank you, Ishita. All right, so go ahead. This one, option D is given by majority of you, and option 2. So option 4 and option 2. Option 2 just by one student, and majority of you are saying option D. No, Danesh, these are not the previous year paper questions of CAT. These are freshly made questions. Okay. All right, so majority of you saying option D as the answer. Let's quickly solve this one. Now, boss can do a job in 2 days if his 4 secretaries, all 4 of them, A, B, C, D, are present. Their efficiency got reduced. There means the efficiency of the entire group. Okay, their efficiency got reduced to, so important word, to 1 by 6, 1 by 4, 1 by 3, and 1 by 2 respectively, according to as A, B, C, and D remain absent. So if A remains absent, the efficiency reduced to 1 by 6. B remains absent, it reduced to 1 by 4, and so on. In any day, only one secretary remains absent. So 2 of them cannot remain absent. This is also given, or more than 2, right? So only 1 can remain absent. Also, the boss finishes the work exactly in integral number of days. So the work will be finished in integral number of days. This is also given. So that means the total number of days that is required if any of the secretaries is absent is an integer. Which of the following secretaries cannot be absent for an odd number of days? Now, a difficult question, not a regular question. Okay, so let's solve this. Now, 1 upon 6, 1 upon 4, 1 upon 3, 1 upon 2. The first step should be LCM, right? So let's assume that 1 day work 1 day work is equal to 12. 1 day work, when all of them are present, is equal to 12. Since the work is finished in a total of 2 days, so I can define total work as well. So total work is equal to 24. All of you be present here. Okay, don't be any of these secretaries, right? Be present. Now, 1 day work, or you can say that efficiency. So efficiency, 1 day work is assumed as 12, right? Now, if A is absent, the efficiency is reduced to 1 by 6. So that means the work that is done in 1 day when A is absent will be 1 by 6 of 12, that is 2, right? So if A remains absent, the remaining people can do the work in, remaining people can do 2 units of work in 1 day, correct? Similarly, if B is absent, the efficiency got reduced to 1 by 4. So 12 upon 4 is equal to 3. If C is absent, then 1 day work will be equal to 4. And if D is absent, then 1 day work is equal to 6. Okay, this is what we know. Now, different secretaries are absent for different number of days. So I'll assume that secretary A is absent for A number of days, secretary B is absent for B number of days, and so on. Okay. Now, if secretary A is absent for A number of days, then the work done in these A days will be twice of A, right? So if secretary A is absent for A number of days, then 1 day work is equal to 2. So in these A number of days, 2 units of work will be finished. Clear? Similarly, secretary B, if it is absent for B number of days, then the work done in these B days will be 3 times B. Similarly, secretary C absent for C number of days, the work done in these C days will be 4C, and similarly 6D. And the total work is completed. The total work is equal to 24. So twice of A plus thrice of B plus 4 times C plus 6 times D is equal to 24, where A, B, C, and D are equal to the number of days for which A, B, C, and D are absent respectively. Clear? Okay. Now going ahead, the right hand side is 24, which is a natural number. And more than that, it is an even number. So sum of 4 numbers is even, out of which this is even because 2A, multiple of 2. So multiple of 2 will always be an even number, irrespective of the value of A. 4C, irrespective of the value of C, will be even. 6D, irrespective of the value of D, will be even, right? Now, out of 4 numbers, I have 3 even numbers. So to make the entire sum even, a very basic thing, 3B should also be an even number. Now, 3 is not an even number, so that means B should be an even number. So out of these 4 numbers, A, B, C, D, A, C, and D can be odd, but B can never be an odd number. So that means secretary B cannot be absent for an odd number of days. So the correct answer of this question should be option 2. All right, fine. So the correct answer is option 2. Mehul, the recording will be available. So आप recording देख सकते हो. It will be difficult for me to go back again and again. Please यार ये चीज समझो. We have a very big agenda to cover for the day. Okay, right? So अगर ऊपर से जा रहा है तो एक बार फिर स्टडी करो, एक बार फिर इसको रीड करो, एक बार फिर रिकॉर्डिंग देखो, ठीक है? So I already told you that this is a difficult question. 8 on 10 was the rating for this. Okay, so yes, it is a difficult question. It will go beyond your reach for the first time, but अगर एक बार और देखोगे, believe me, एक बार और देखोगे, then you will be able to understand this one. All right. Yes, Sanskar, more of a logical than a quant based question. Okay, lovely. I can say that this was a lovely question. All right, chaliye. So that was question number 5. Let's move on to question number 6. Question number 6 on your screen, a question based on escalators. Now, we have already told you in orientation earlier that these questions will take your percentile to another level, right? So that means, ये तो logical चीज है ना, we are not here to solve the easy questions. We are going to solve the questions that will create a difference, that will make a difference. So that's why some difficult questions are there for you. Okay, so question on escalators. So it totally depends on if escalators is your weak area or strength. Depending on that, you can do it in the first round or the second round, right? I would say that this question is not very difficult. Generally, the questions made on escalators can be solved in one or two ways. Like there are two different ways of solving the questions of escalator, and these approaches works for every question on escalator. Okay. Now, not everyone is comfortable with escalators, so that's why 7 on 10. Time to be taken 2.5 minutes, more than enough, right? And it can be done in first or second round, depending upon how comfortable you are. Shubhra, getting confused in escalators. So, एक simple सी trick बता रहा हूँ, ठीक है? It's not a trick, it's a very basic hygiene factor. I am not good at something. I keep on getting confused with a particular type of question. So अब क्या करना है? या तो उस question को छोड़ दो, just leave that topic behind. But like I have seen you in a lot of my sessions, you are one ambitious student and you are afraid of escalators. So just solve 10 to 15 questions on escalators and you will be comfortable with this. Okay. Sharat is walking down a descending escalator and takes 40 steps to reach the bottom. Chandra starts simultaneously from the bottom, taking 2 steps for every 1 step taken by Sharat. So we have 2 people, Sharat and Chandra. Now it is clear that the speed of Sharat takes 2 steps for every 1 step taken by, Chandra takes 2 steps for every 1 step taken by Sharat. So if the speed of Sharat is x steps per second, the speed of Chandra will be 2x steps per second, right? These will be their speeds. Okay. Now, चलें आगे? Okay. Now, the only important thing here is to find out the total number of steps on the escalator. As soon as you have got the total number of steps on the escalator, the question is done, right? Now, one statement says that the time taken by Sharat to reach the bottom from the top is same as the time taken by Chandra to reach the top from the bottom. So I'll also assume the speed of escalator as e steps per second, right? So I can say that since Sharat is going in the same direction, effective speed will be x plus e. And for Chandra, it will be 2x minus e because Chandra is going in the opposite direction. Okay? Also assuming the number of steps, number of visible steps on the escalator as n. So the time taken by Sharat to go from top to bottom, which will be number of steps divided by the relative speed, that is x plus e, should be equal to time taken by Chandra to go from bottom to the top. So the net speed will be 2x minus e. So the time taken by both of them is equal. So it is clearly given time taken by Sharat to reach the bottom from the top is same as the time taken by Chandra to reach the top from the bottom. Now I've made this equation and this will give me the relation between x and e. So n will get cancelled. So we can say that x is equal to twice of e. Right? I'll keep this relation aside. So x is equal to twice of e. Done. Now this particular thing will help me in finding out the visible number of steps on the escalator. So number of steps on the escalator. Now read the first statement. Sharat is walking down the descending escalator and takes 40 steps to reach the bottom. So Sharat has taken 40 steps by himself. Plus, what was the time for which Sharat was there on the escalator? It was distance covered by him divided by the speed of Sharat, which is x, right? Multiplied by the speed of escalator will be equal to the help provided by him, provided to him by the escalator. I'll repeat this. Total number of steps n will be equal to the number of steps taken by Sharat by himself plus the help provided by him, provided to him by the escalator. So he has taken 40 steps by himself plus the help provided by the escalator. Now he was there on the escalator for 40 upon x number of seconds multiplied by the speed of escalator will result in the help provided by the escalator. Now the value of x is 2e. Substituting the value of n, you will get 40 plus 40 divided by 2, that is equal to 60. So total number of steps on the escalator is 60. Done. एक चीज simplify हो गई. Okay, clear? Now we'll have to find out one simple thing. How many steps more than Sharat did Chandra take before they crossed each other? Now they crossed each other, that means they met. Now speed of Sharat is, I can say, twice of E, and speed of Chandra is 4E. Okay, so we know this thing, speed of Sharat and speed of Chandra, right? Now what is the relative speed? So relative speed is 6E. So the time taken for Sharat and Chandra to meet. So Sharat ki effective speed kya hogi? 2E minus E, that is E. And Chandra ki effective speed kya hogi? Sorry, 2E plus E, that is 3E. And Chandra's effective speed will be 4E minus E, that is 3E. So their relative speed with respect to each other will be equal to 6E. So the time they will take to meet each other will be 60 divided by 6E, that is 10 upon E. Right? Now, time taken is 10 upon E. So in this much time, Sharat will take 2E number of steps, right? 2T number of steps, and that is 2 multiplied by, wait. So now Sharat in this time will take 2E multiplied T number of steps, and that will be 20. And Chandra in this much time will take 4E into T number of steps. That means 40 steps. Okay. So Sharat will take 20 steps out of 60 and Chandra will take 40 steps out of 60 and they will meet. Okay. So total 60 steps are there. Sharat will come down by 20 steps and Chandra will go up by 40 steps. We'll have to find out how many steps more than Sharat did Chandra take before they crossed each other on the escalator. The answer will be the difference of 20 and 40, that is 20. All right. So yes, the correct answer is 20 steps. That is option 1. Okay, right? So I have included a lot of elements in this question. Okay, and that will give you an idea about different type of things, different ways in which the questions of escalator can be solved. So that was number 6. Let's move on to number 7 very quickly, all of you. Now this one is an easy question for all of you. A very, very easy question. Should be done in less than 1.5 minutes, right? And should be taken in the first round. Okay, so option 4, nice. Go ahead. Post your response, all of you. All right, wonderful. Now let's look at a very easy approach to solve this. Okay. Now, in 1932, Ramu found that his age is exactly equal to the two-digit number formed by the last two digits in the same order of his year of birth. Okay, I'm neglecting this part. This is just a basic understanding. Okay. So in 1932, Ramu found that his age is exactly equal to the two-digit number formed by the last two digits in the same order of his year of birth. Now, what can be the year of birth of this person? Or more importantly, in which century his year of birth may lie? So it can lie in the same century, right? In the 20th century, that is 1900 and something. Or it may lie in the previous century or the century before that. It can be anything. Okay, right? So I'm assuming that his year of birth, first of all, is in the same century. So 1900, and let's say this two-digit number is X. I'm taking this as a variable X. Okay, so the two-digit number after 19 is X. Okay, so in 1932, what will be his age? It should be 32 minus X, right? If he's born in the same century. And he found that his age is exactly equal to the last two digits of the year of birth. The last two digits of the year of birth is also X. So from this equation, we have got 2X is equal to 32. That means X is equal to 16, right? So that means Ramu might have born or must have born in the year 1916. Okay, this is one possibility of his year of birth. Am I clear? Sure. Okay. So I'm not taking the last two digits as a two-digit number. Just to make calculations easy, I have done this. Also, if Ramu is born in the previous century, then his year of birth can be 18. And let's say this two-digit number is Y. Okay, let's say this two-digit number is Y. So what will be his age? His age will now be 132 minus Y. Okay, his age in 1932, will be 132 minus Y, which is again equal to the last two digits of his year of birth. So I'm assuming that if his year of birth is 18Y, okay, 1800 and Y is a two-digit number. Okay, Y is a two-digit number, right? So his age in 1932 will be equal to 132 minus Y, and that is equal to Y. So the value of Y comes out to be 66. Is it a two-digit number? Yes, it's a two-digit number. So this can also be a possibility, right? If he is born in the previous century. Now let's take one more case, one more possibility. If Ramu is born another century before this, that means 1700 and something. Okay? Webber, 1932 and 1800 and Y, ये वाला जो difference होगा, it will be equal to 132 minus Y. Okay? All right? So Webber, I'll elaborate. Can I write 1932 as 1800 plus 132, okay, and 1800 and y as 1800 plus y. Now you can check the difference between them, okay. So the difference between them will be 132 minus y. All right. Now, if I'll assume that he was born in another century before that, okay, so 1700 and Z, right? Sort of, you will understand. So, sort of, basically, I'm exploring the different possibilities, right? So, you will get to understand it in some time. So, I'm assuming that he's born in the year 1700 and Z, okay? 1700 and Z, right? So, in that case, his age in 1932 will be 232 minus y, and that should be equal to y. Sorry, minus z, and that should be equal to z. So the value of z comes out to be 232 divided by 2, right? 232 divided by 2, or it can be 116. So the value of z is 116, but value of z is not a two-digit number. So I will eliminate this case, right? Okay. Now, Tripti, to find out my age at a particular time, I'll have to take the difference between my year of birth and the present year. So if I have to find my age in 2024, so I'll have to take the difference of 2024 with my year of birth, right? So this is why I'm taking the difference. Okay, right? So the value of z is 116, which is not a two-digit number. That's why this is not a possibility. So there can be only two cases which will arise, right? Either the value of x is 16 or the value of y is 66, right? Fine. So accordingly, I can say that the year of birth can be 1916 or 1866. Now, in this question, if you'll read, they have given two people, Ramu and his grandfather. Ramu and his grandfather. So I can say that year of birth for Ramu will be 1916 and year of birth for the grandfather will be 1866. Okay? All right. Now you can find out the sum of their ages in 1947. Okay, so Ramu's age in 1947 will be equal to 47 minus 16, that is 31, and his grandfather's age in 1947 will be 47 plus 34, that is 81. If you'll add these two, 112 will be the sum of their ages, and the correct answer will be option 4. Okay, right? Great. So now let's move ahead and look at next question, question number 8. Now, why I'm taking 132? Because I have to find out the difference between them. So I have given you an easier way of finding the difference. 1932 can be written as 1800 plus 132, and 1800 y can be written as 1800 plus y, where y is a two-digit number. Okay, fine. Great. Let's move on and look at next question, question number 8. Now, question number 8 is, like, I would say, a logical as well as a calculative question, but a must-do question, a fabulous question all of you can do easily. Now, level of difficulty is 6 on 10, and I would say not more than 2 minutes to solve and must be done in the first round. Hi, Vinod. Good to see you here as well. All right. a very simple, straightforward question. Samir marks an article by P percentage. So markup percentage is given as P percentage, gives a discount of P by 4 percentage and gets a profit of P by 4 percentage. Had he marked up by P by 2 percentage and given a discount of P by 6 percentage, what would be his profit percentage? Now, using the first statement, all of you, using the first statement, you can find out the value of P, then substitute the value of P in the second statement, and you will get your final answer. People, I request all of you, if you are still stuck on the previous question, please leave it. The recording will be available on the YouTube. You can always watch these recordings again. Understand that the constraint that I have is I want to cover as many questions as possible. Okay? I want to cover as many questions as possible. That will be good for all of you. Okay? So I will not be able to keep going back again and again, and will be spending more than appropriate time on these questions. So understand this thing. Okay? Please, take this as a request, take this as a suggestion. As soon as I move on to the next question, all of you should also move on to the next question. It will be good for you. In this process, you might not be able to understand 2-3 questions out of every 10 to 15 questions that we are discussing, but that is fine. Okay, you can always go back to these questions and solve them. Also, you can download this worksheet. You can download these questions from MyZone. MyZone is you can still do the registration with Career Launcher. You don't have to pay any fees. So there is a free homepage that can be created for all of you. If you are not a CL student, all the CL students can download it from MyZone. Non-CL students, they can register for free and they will be able to download it. Okay. So as you can see, we have posted the link to join MyZone from where you can download all these questions. You can also download it right now, and you can have these questions on your phone or on your laptop. Okay, chaliye, let's solve this question. Samir marks up an article by P percentage, gives a discount of P by 4 and gets a net profit of P by 4. Now I'll be doing this question using the method of successive percentage change. Now, in successive percentage change, the formula to find out the net percentage change is A plus B plus A into B upon 100. Using this formula, you can find out the net percentage change. Now, this formula will make things very easy for you. Now, here, first of all, in the first case, the value of A will be P percentage, and the value of B, carefully, since it's a discount, it's a reduction, it will be minus P by 4 percentage. Substitute these values and there is a net profit of P by 4. Okay. So you can say that the net percentage change, which is the profit P by 4, is equal to A plus B plus A into B. Now, why I'm putting minus sign? Because the value of B is negative. Okay. Whole divided by 100. Now, using this, you can solve for the value of P. I'll simplify it very quickly. P square upon 400 is equal to P upon 2. P will get cancelled because P cannot be equal to 0. It is mentioned in the question that P is greater than 0. So I can cancel P from both sides. And that will give me the value of P as 200. Okay. So value of P is equal to 200. Now, using this value of P, I'll substitute. So the mark price in the second case is P by 2, markup percentage, I'm sorry. So markup percentage is P by 2. So that means the value of A is 200 upon 2, that is 100, right? The value of B is minus 200 upon 6, which is minus 100 upon 3. Applying this successive percentage change, I'll get the net percentage change. Okay, so A plus B, B is negative, plus A multiply B whole divided by 100. Okay, so that comes out to be 100 minus 100 upon 3 minus 100 upon 3, and that will be equal to 100 upon 3 percentage with a plus sign. So that shows that we have a net profit of 100 upon 3, that is approximately 33.33 percentage. So the correct answer will be option 2, that is 33.33 percentage. Okay, so that was question number 8. Let's move on to question number 9. Eklavya, without formula, it will be very lengthy. Okay, so lengthy ho jayega. There is no use. You can take the cost price as something, right? Markup percentage is P percentage. So if you'll start by taking cost price as 100, markup percentage is P percentage, it will be 100 plus P. Give a discount of P by 4. So that means you will get the selling price as like P by 4 percentage less than the mark price. So it will be very, very, very lengthy. Okay. So not to be suggested, like it's not suggestible to do it using a different method. Okay. Right. Okay. Next question. Next question on your screen. Again, a very easy question. So level of difficulty 5 or 6 on 10 for this one. Time to be taken not more than 2 minutes, to be done in first round. Akrit, I have already defined the level of difficulty of the previous question, not going back. No. Do not assume the value of P. Okay, because the value of P we are getting as 200. So it will not happen for every value of P, right? Since the question depends on the value of P, you cannot start this question by assuming a value of P. Now, this is just a two-step question, not more than that. Now, since Ram exchanges a pizza for a pastry, then you will have to find out who will owe the other person how much money. This can be calculated if you have the relation between the prices of one pizza and one pastry, specifically the price difference of pizza and a pastry, right? So this is what we want. Either pizza minus pastry if pizza is expensive, or pastry minus pizza if pastry is expensive. Kumar, recording will be available. Okay, it will be available for you at least up till your CAT examination, right? So you can watch these questions any number of times. But I would suggest, since I'll also be there with all of you till 9 p.m. tonight for consecutive 8 hours, you also can be here without getting tired. Okay. All right, let's quickly make the equations out of it. So 3 burgers, 3x plus 4 pastries, 4y plus 2 pizzas, 2z is equal to 1050 is the first equation. Second equation, the order placed by Sham, 2x plus y plus 3z is equal to 950. Now, since I want the relation between y and z, we can eliminate x. All right. So I'll multiply the first equation by 2 and second equation by 3, and I'll take the difference. So 8x minus, 8y minus 3y, it is 5y. 4z minus 9z is minus 5z. And that is equal to 2100 minus 2850, that is minus 750. So upon simplifying, you will get that z minus y, I'm taking negative sign as well, common, is equal to 150. So the difference between the prices of pizza and the pastry is 150. So one of them will owe the other person 150 rupees. So option 2 and option 4 can be eliminated. Okay, right? So z minus y, z is pizza, minus pastry is equal to 150. So pizza is costlier as compared to pastry than 150 rupees. Okay, pizza is costlier than pastry by 150 rupees. Now Ram exchanges a pizza for a pastry, right? So Ram ने अपना pizza दे दिया और pastry वापस ले लिया, right? Okay. Ram exchanges a pizza for a pastry. So Ram has given a costlier thing to Sham and taken a cheaper thing, right? Fine. So I can say that Sham will now owe Ram 150 rupees. So the correct answer will be option 1. All right, simple. So Ram exchanges a pizza for a pastry. So Ram has given a pizza and he has taken a pastry, right? So Ram has given an expensive thing and taken a cheaper thing. So now Sham will give him 150 rupees. So I can say that as pizza is equal to 150 plus pastry. So while Sham is giving him pastry back, he should also be giving him 150 rupees. Simple as that. So option 1 is the correct answer for this. We are safe. We are good to move on to the next question. Question number 10 on your screen now. A very simple, straightforward question. Probably some of you might not even pick a pen to solve this one. Yes, Michael, easy peasy. This one is also easier than the previous one. I'm expecting most of you not to pick up even a pen for rough work for question number 10. An easy concept of time, speed, distance, circular races, 5 on 10 to be done in less than 1 minute. If you are thorough with the concepts, definitely to be done in the first round. All right, nice, very good. Now, what is the ratio of their speeds? The ratio of the speeds is 9:1. Okay. Now, the logic, the concept of circular races tells us that if they are moving in the same direction, then the number of distinct points at which they will meet will be equal to the difference of these two numbers obtained from the simplest ratio of their speeds. The simplest ratio of the speeds is 9:1. Take the difference of these two numbers. 9 minus 1 is equal to 8. So 8 will be the total number of distinct points on the racetrack at which they will meet. Right? Similarly, if this question would have been like if they are traveling in the opposite direction, instead of taking the difference, you'd have taken the sum. 9 plus 1, 10. So in that case, the number of distinct points on the racetrack would have been 10. Okay. Now let's talk about this scenario. Here, the number of distinct points on the racetrack at which they will meet will be equal to 8. So they will meet 8 times when Rohan has covered 9 tracks or 9 laps and Sohan has covered 1 lap. They will meet for the 8 times. Now, just before they will meet, they will be diametrically opposite to each other, right? So that means in this much time, they will be diametrically opposite to each other again 8 number of times. All right. Now, how many times are they diametrically opposite to each other? By the time Sohan completes 3 rounds. So for every 1 round of Sohan, they will meet or they will be diametrically opposite to each other 8 times. Ashutosh, when will it be 10? When it will be 10, it will be when they are moving in opposite directions. Okay, opposite directions. Done? So, so all of you, they will be diametrically opposite to each other for 8 times when Sohan will complete 1 lap. Now, Sohan completes 3 laps. They will be diametrically opposite to each other. 8 multiplied 3, that is 24 times. So 24 times, that is option 4 is the correct answer, right? Now, some of you have given option 1. होता है ऐसा when you see 9:1 9 into 3 27. No, it's the difference. Okay, so difference between the numbers obtained, if we look at the simplest ratio, so they will meet for 8 times and it will be the same number of times they will be diametrically opposite to each other, because before every meeting, in half the time they will be diametrically opposite to each other. Okay, so the time they take to meet for the first time, let's say it is t, so they will be diametrically opposite to each other at exactly half of the time. That means t by 2. All right, one additional logic that I have told you. Let's move on and look at the next question, question number 11. Question number 11 looks lengthy. Some of you might not like to take it in the first round, but I would say that this is an easy question of time, speed, distance. Those who are very much comfortable with time, speed, distance, they must do it in the first round. The level of difficulty is easy. It's just the length of the question that will repel you from this question. Otherwise, it is very easy. And the time to be taken, probably 2.5 minutes, again, because of the length of the question. It is a doable question in the first round. Come on, quickly do this one. I am looking for a much better response. All right, nice. Okay, let's quickly solve this. Now, Anshuman left at 7 o'clock. So let's say this is the line of travel. Anshuman left at 7 a.m., crossed a truck at 7:30 a.m. He overtook the truck at the same at this time, which is also going towards Vilaspur. Now he reached Vilaspur. So Anshuman reached Vilaspur and started his journey back after 2 hours. So he stayed in Vilaspur for 2 hours. 1 hour after leaving Vilaspur, he crossed the same truck again. So let's say this is the point P1 and P2, the 2 points at which Anshuman will cross the truck, one in the front journey and the other while coming back. Okay, so he met the truck again at point P2 1 hour after leaving Vilaspur. Find the ratio of their speeds if he crossed the truck for the second time at 1 p.m. Now he crossed the truck second time at 1 p.m. That was 1 hour after leaving Vilaspur. That means he left Vilaspur at 12 noon. Okay. Also, he rested at Vilaspur for 2 hours. That means he must have reached Vilaspur at 10 a.m. All right. That means he must have crossed this point P2, right? While he is going towards Vilaspur 1 hour before 10 a.m., that is 9 a.m. Because he takes 1 hour to travel this distance. Okay, clear? So I can say that Anshuman will take how much time from 7:30 a.m. till 9 a.m. Anshuman will take, or the car will take 1.5 hours to go from point P1 to P2, right? So basically, I have calculated the time at which Anshuman must have crossed this point P2 when he was going towards Vilaspur. Okay, so the time taken by Anshuman to travel the distance between P1 and P2, it started at 7:30 a.m., reached at 9 a.m. That means 1.5 hours, right? Now the truck has taken. So Anshuman crossed the truck for the first time at 7:30 a.m. and for the second time at 1 p.m. and the truck did not stop. So starting from 7:30 a.m. till 1 p.m., this is the time taken by truck to go from point P1 to point P2. Okay, so this is equal to how many hours? 5.5 hours. So the distance that Anshuman has traveled in 1.5 hours, the truck will take 5.5 hours to travel the same distance. So the ratio of the speeds will be inverse the ratio of their time. So I'll calculate the ratio of their times. 1.5 divided by 5.5, it is equal to 3/11. So the ratio of the speeds of car and the truck will be inverse the ratio of their time, that is 11/3. So 11/3, that is option 2 is the correct answer. All right. Michael, you can assume anything. कुछ भी assume कर सकते हो, but this is, I believe, the fastest way or the best way of finding this answer. Okay, right? Assumption कुछ भी ले सकते हैं. You can find out the distance, but that is gonna make the question lengthier, right? So this is the fastest way of solving this. Let's move on and look at question number 12. All of you. Again, not very easy question like as the last one. Vijay, how 5.5, 7:30 and 1 o'clock? 7:30 and 1 o'clock. Starting from 7:30 to 1 o'clock, it was 5.5 hours. So 5.5 hours, the time was the time taken by truck. So from P1, the truck crossed at 7:30. At P2, the truck reached at 1 p.m. Okay. So 7:30 से लेके 1 p.m. तक time, it is 5.5 hours. All right, nice. Deepak and Anchal both start running around a circular track in a clockwise direction, moving at a constant speed. Deepak is on his bike while Anchal is on bicycle. So they both started running around a circular track and moving at a constant speed. Good. Now Deepak goes all the way on the track and catches Anchal in the next round. So Deepak will catch Anchal in the second round. They have clearly mentioned it. As soon as he meets Anchal, he turns back and heads towards the starting point while Anchal keeps moving on his path. When Deepak reaches the starting point, he again meets Anchal, who is just finishing the first round. So they both met at the starting point once again. You'll have to find out the ratio of their speeds. So level of difficulty, I would say that 6 or 7 on 10. Time to be taken somewhere around 2.5 minutes will be fine. And you can do it in either first or second round as per like how much comfortable you are with this type of questions. Okay, but must read it. Okay, so I'll draw a circular track. We'll start by drawing a circular track. Quickly draw a rough circular track. And let's say this is the starting point. Okay, now Deepak started, Anchal also started at the same time, right? Deepak on the bike will go faster, and Deepak goes all the way and catches Anchal in the next round. So let's say this is the point at which they meet, right? Now this point, let's say, is at a distance of x from the starting point, and the remaining distance, let's say it is y. So length of the racetrack is x plus y. Okay, so I'm assuming that the complete length of the racetrack is x plus y. Yes, Divyansh. So they are starting from the same point. I believe, yes, this is not mentioned, but yes, they are starting from the same point. Okay, all right. Now we have two people, Deepak and Anchal. Right? Now the time in which Deepak has completed one round and also traveled an extra of x, that means the time in which Deepak has traveled a total of x plus y plus x, Anchal has traveled only a distance of x. All right, fine. Also, after meeting, Deepak turned around and reaches the starting point, and also in the same time Anchal reaches the starting point. So we can say that after meeting, when Deepak has traveled a distance of x, Anchal has traveled a distance of y. Okay, right? Am I clear? So now the ratio of the speeds of Deepak and Anchal can be equal to 2x plus y upon x. Also, it can be equal to x upon y, right? Now you can equate them and make a relation between x and y. Done? So let's do that. So 2x plus y upon x is equal to x upon y. I'll do the cross multiplication. So I'll get 2xy, or let's not do the cross multiplication. Okay, let's not do the cross multiplication since we'll have to find out the ratio of their speeds, right? So we'll have to find out the value of x upon y, right? So I'll leave it as it is. So 2x plus y upon x is equal to x upon y. I'll separate the numerators in the first case. So I'll get 2 plus y upon x is equal to x upon y. So let's assume that x upon y is equal to k. So I'll have 2 plus 1 upon k is equal to k. Now I'll get a quadratic in terms of k, which will be k square minus 2k minus 1 is equal to 0. And let's find out the value of k. So value of k by using the formula. So minus b plus minus under root of b square minus 4ac upon 2a. So that is 1 plus minus root 2. Now 1 minus root 2 will be a negative number. So I'll reject it, and 1 plus root 2 will be the value of k. Now k is x upon y, which is 1 plus root 2. So the ratio of their speeds is x upon y. This is the ratio of their speeds, x upon y, which is equal to 1 plus root 2 is to 1. So the correct answer here will be option 4. All right. So Govind, option 3 will not be the answer. I hope you have understood the mistake you have made, right? Am I clear? Okay. So the correct ratio will be option number 4, 1 plus root 2 is to 1. Now, easier way of solving, I have given it to you. You can just substitute x upon y as k and obtain your answer. Easy peasy, right? So again, not a very difficult one. Yes, it was lengthy, and you must understand the method. Then only you will be able to apply it in the questions. Next question, question number 13, all of you. We are approaching the end of this session. It's already around 2 hours. We are solving the questions of arithmetic. Another half an hour, another 5, 6 questions, and then we'll start with algebra. Okay. Now this one is a mind-boggling question. Thoda sa difficult hai. Okay. So please be very careful in tackling this one. Yes, Dheeraj, it might be possible. You are saying that if we'll consider the total length of the racetrack as x and the distance traveled by what would you say, Achal as y, yes, it can be made easier. Okay, I've just given you one method. Abhay, Deepak will travel y plus x, so complete racetrack x plus y and then another x. So it will be x plus y, that is 2x plus y. All right, so all of you focus on this one. This is a very good question. All right, so option 3, majority of you. What about others? Okay, solve kare. Let's do it together. Now, Deepak and Manish are moving along two straight roads that intersect perpendicularly at x. So the intersection point is x, that is given to us. So these are perpendicular roads on which these two people are traveling with the intersection point at x. Done. When Deepak is at x, so when Deepak is standing at x, let's say Deepak is moving along the road which is horizontal here, and Manish is moving along the road which is vertical. Okay. Now, when Deepak is at X, Manish is 500 meters from X. Perfect. ठीक है. After 2 minutes, both Manish and Deepak are at equal distance from X. Right? So, let's say in these 2 minutes, Deepak has traveled a distance of A. Okay? So, let's say this is the distance A that Deepak has traveled. So after 2 minutes, both of them are at equal distance. So Manish should also be at a distance of A from X, right? So that means in this much time, Deepak has traveled a distance of A and Manish has traveled a distance of 500 minus A. Manish has traveled a distance of 500 minus A. Done. This is the first case. Okay. Now, after 8 more minutes, now this is what has been traveled by Deepak and Manish in 2 minutes. Okay. So, agar 2 minutes में इतना distance traveled किया है, so can I say that in 8 minutes they should be traveling a distance which is 4 times the distance traveled by them, right? Am I clear? Now, Eklavya, you can take another case. And in that case, the distance cannot be equated and you will not get a proper answer for that, right? So we don't know if Manish is going towards or away. Yes, you are absolutely correct. But if you'll take the second case, you will not get an appropriate ratio of their speeds. Simple as that. Okay? So after 8 minutes, Deepak will travel 4 times this distance. That means 4A. Okay. And Manish will travel 4 times this distance. That is 2000 minus 4A. Okay. Right? Am I clear? Are you all clear with this? So they will travel 4 times the distance. Now Deepak, after traveling another 4A, so Deepak will reach at a total distance which is equal to 5A. Correct? Manish, after traveling a total distance of 2000 minus 4A, will now be at a distance of 2000 minus 5A from the point X. Because he was earlier away from point X by a distance of A, so he will cover this distance A first of all, and then will travel 2000 minus whatever is the distance that is left. Okay, right? So the total distance traveled by Manish is 2000 minus 4A, which includes this A distance as well, right? So first of all, he will cover up this A distance and will travel further. So now distance of Manish from point X will be 2000 minus 5A. Now in the second case, that means after another 8 minutes, they are saying that they are at equal distances from X. So we can say that Deepak is at a distance of 5A and Manish is at a distance of 2000 minus 5A. Solving this, you will get the value of A as 200. Okay, A ka value 200 aa jayega. So now in 2 minutes, Deepak traveled A, which is 200, and Manish traveled 500 minus A, that is 300. And that will give you the ratio of their speeds. All right, fine. I'll repeat the last part. Deepak has traveled 200 meters in 2 minutes. And Manish has traveled 500 minus 200, that is 300 meters in these 2 minutes. Okay, so Deepak traveled 200 and Manish traveled 300. So the ratio of their speeds should be equal to 2:3. The correct answer given by majority of you, right? Given by majority of you is option 3. Okay. Now, Ashutosh, I'll clarify how it will be 2000 minus 4A. Okay. So Ashutosh, after 2 minutes, in another 8 minutes, the distance traveled by Manish is 2000 minus A. Manish was already A meters away from point X. So now this total distance is equal to 2000 minus 4a, from which if you subtract a, the distance of Manish originally from point X, which was a, right? If you subtract a, it will come out to be 2000 minus 5a. All right, Ashutosh? So I believe you are considering that 500 meters as well. No, it should not be considered. So we'll have to find out. Now the distance of Manish from point X will be equal to 2000 minus 5a. This is what we'll have to find out. Right? Okay, let's move on and look at the next question, question number 14. Now, question number 14 is quite a lengthy solution. Okay, so yes, there are higher chances of us committing a mistake in this question, slightly difficult. So I would say that yes, this is certainly a question to be done in second round. Level of difficulty 7 on 10. Lengthy question hai. It might take you 3 minutes. 3 minutes time to finish this. Yes, people, what should be the answer for this question? So those who had an excess of these questions earlier, at least they must give an answer. It's not a very difficult question. It's a doable one. You should be able to do this in a matter of 3 minutes. It's just the language of the question that might bother us. Otherwise, an easy question to tackle. So option 2, option 4. All right. Now, how these 100 students are divided who have appeared in a test which had 30 questions. Now, they are divided some students have made 1 correct, 2 corrects, 3 corrects, 4 corrects, and so on. So they have divided these students as per the number of questions they have attempted correctly or incorrectly. Right? Fine. Now, they are not giving you this information directly, but they are giving you this thing indirectly, also using a relation, right? So they are saying that the number of students in the class who have attempted at least n questions wrong is given by the statement 60 minus 2n, where n is greater than 0. Okay, so that means number of students who have attempted at least 1 question wrong, at least 2 questions wrong, at least 3 questions wrong can be calculated by this relation 60 minus 2n, where n is greater than 0. So the minimum value that n can take will be 1, obviously. So the number of students who have attempted at least n wrong questions, so at least wrong questions, right, I'll be writing the different values of n. So for the value of n as 1, at least one wrong question, what will be the number of students? 60 minus 2, that is 58. So 58 students have attempted at least one wrong. So at least one wrong may include the students who have attempted exactly one wrong, exactly two wrongs, exactly three wrongs, and so on, right? So right now I cannot find any concrete information from here. I'll just write the different values of n and will obtain the number of students corresponding to it. So for at least two wrong attempts, the number of students will be 56. And likewise, for at least, so there are 30 questions, so at least 29 wrong possible here. So number of students will be equal to 2 by substituting the value of n as 29 in the relation. Okay. And who have done at least 30 questions wrong, the number of students will come out to be 0. Okay. Right. Now let's start from the reverse direction now. The students attempting at least 30 questions wrong out of 30 questions. That means exactly 30 questions wrong, right? Am I clear? So now exactly wrong. So अभी तक क्या था? At least का statement, at least का relation था. Now I'll find out exactly how many questions wrong. So let's start it from the end, from 30. So at least 30 questions wrong. That means exactly 30 questions wrong. There are how many students? 0 students. Okay. Next is exactly 29 questions wrong. Now people or students who have attempted at least 29 will include exactly 29 and exactly 30. Now exactly 30 is 0. So exactly 29, it will be 2 students. Okay. Now similarly, if I'll say that 28, this was equal to 4. So at least 28 questions wrong. There are 4 students. So if you'll subtract 2 from 4, if you'll subtract at least 29 from at least 28, you will get absolutely Adi. This is cumulative frequency. Good. Cumulative sum of the numbers. So exactly 28 questions wrong. How many students will be there? Come on, tell me the number, all of you. Exactly 28 questions wrong. How many students will be there? So there will be 4 minus 2, that is 2 students. Similarly, 27, exactly 27 questions wrong. There will be 2 students. And so on. Exactly 2 questions wrong. There will be 2 students. Exactly 1 question wrong. There will be 2 students. Okay, clear? Wonderful. So we have these numbers. Now, a very important thing coming for all of you. Exactly 1 question wrong, there are 2 students. Exactly 2 questions wrong, there are 2 students. Exactly 29 questions wrong, there are 2 students. Exactly 30 questions wrong, there are 0 students. Right? So tell me what will be the number of students who have exactly 0 wrong questions. That means all correct. Exactly 0 wrong. How many students will be there? Come on, give me this number. Absolutely. So some of you have given the correct answer. Now, what is this sum of the number of students? For exactly 1 wrong, there are 2. Exactly 2 wrong, 2. Exactly 29 wrong, there are 2 students. So these are 58 students out of 100 students, right? So out of 100 students, 58 students have at least 1 wrong. So exactly 0 wrong, it will be 100 minus 58. That is 42 students. Okay, I hope I'm clear with this. So this count is 58. That means remaining students will have 0 wrong questions. Okay, perfect. Now let's now calculate their marks, all of us. So exactly 0 wrong, that means how many correct questions? Number of correct questions will be 30, 29, 28, and so on. So number of correct questions will be 1, 2, and 3 from the bottom. So there are 42 students. There are 42 students who have all correct. And there are 2 students each which have 29, 28, 27, 28, 26, and so on, up till 1 correct number of questions. So now let's calculate their marks, and then we'll be able to get the average marks of the class. So the marks obtained by each of these 2 students will be 29, 28, 27, and so on. Okay. So 2 students have obtained 1 marks, 2 students have obtained 2 marks, 2 students have obtained 3 marks, and 2 students have obtained 29 marks. So the sum of their marks will be 2 into 1 plus 2 plus 3 up till 29. And then the students who have 30 correct, these are 42 in number. So 42 students have obtained 30 marks each. When divided by 100, will give you the average marks of the entire class. Now simplify this and obtain your answer. Now for the first bracket, you can use n into n plus 1 upon 2. That will give you 29 multiplied by 30 plus 42 multiplied by 30 divided by 100. Simplifying, 30 is common, 29 plus 71 into 30 upon 100. So 71 into 3, 213 upon 10, 21.3. 21.3 will be the correct answer. Okay, we can also say that 58 have at least one. Yes, Prahasha. So this is one statement that I have used in between. So 58 students have at least one wrong. Okay, so remaining 42 students will not have any wrong question. That means all correct. All right. So the correct answer here will be 21.3. Yes, a lengthy question, definitely a lengthy question, and to be covered, to be done in the second round. Okay, because will consume some time in this question. All right. Let's look at the next one, question number 15. This is a very easy question. It's just calculations, a little bit of simplification, and you will be able to obtain the correct answer. All right, relaxing bunny, good. Amrita, very good. The number of students present in a class is X, and out of X students, 22.1875% are fools. If the number of fools in the class is Y, then what is the minimum value of X plus Y? Now, it's only the simplification that you'll have to do. Otherwise, nothing more than that is there in this question. So number of fools in the class, which is Y, is equal to 22.1875% of total number of students. Okay. So I can say that the value of Y upon X will be equal to 22.1875 divided by 1000000. Okay, if you write it in the form of fractions, this is what you will get. Okay, am I clear? Dheeraj, I'll not use options. मैं just इसको simplify करूंगा. Okay, and I'll obtain the answer. Right? So upon simplification, what is the simplest ratio you will get for these two numbers? Come on, tell me. What is the simplest ratio you will get? So you can cancel out 25 and then again probably 25, right? So after canceling out all the common factors, what is the simplest fraction that you are getting? All right, so I'll take that. So it is 71 upon 320. Okay, so the simplest fraction that we are getting is 71 divided by 320. All right, so you can say that the minimum value of x can be 320 and the minimum value of y will be 71. The sum of x and y is 320 plus 71, that is 391. Simple as that, and that is your answer. So option 4 is the correct answer. This one probably was the simplest question. Yes, needs to be done absolutely in the first round, and not more than probably 1.5 minutes should take. The only time that you will take is in simplification of this. Okay. All right. Let's move on and look at next question, question number 16. Abhijit, I'll not do it with options. It will consume a lot of time. Why would I do it with options if I'm taking more amount of time? If I have an easier way, why not go through the easier one? Now, definitely this one, this question, you can do it using the method of trial and error. Yes, so you can approach the options and then you can solve this question. Now, Shikhar, the first one to give an answer. All right. All right, Dheeraj. So Abhijit, one way Dheeraj has explained using options, but since it's very easy without options, I would definitely approach for that. Also, this type of questions you may get in the form of theta. So that's why I have given you a conventional approach. So at the beginning of this session, I have mentioned that we'll be using conventional as well as non-conventional ways of solving these questions. Okay. All right. So there are a certain number of boxes numbered 1, 2, 3, and so on, each of which contains exactly as many apples as the number on the respective box. One of these boxes is now emptied. Only one of these boxes is emptied, and the average of the number of apples per box becomes 15. Which of the following can be the total number of apples that were there initially? All right, Shubham says there can be two numbers out of these two, 465 or 496. We'll check it out. So initial number of apples, since it should be the sum of first n natural numbers, it should be in the form of n into n plus 1 divided by 2. Correct? N into n plus 1 divided by 2. So first of all, I'll just check the first three options. Out of these three options, which one is in the form of n into n plus 1 upon 2? So I'll start from trial and error. Sum of first 20 natural numbers, it is not, somewhere around 400. Sum of first 30 natural numbers, 30 into 31 upon 2. 450, right? 30 into 31. So that comes out to be 465. Okay. So 30 into 31 upon 2, that is the sum of first 30 natural numbers, is 465. So when the value of n is 30, the sum is 465, right? Now, when the value of n is 31, the sum should come out to be 465 plus 31, that is 496. Interesting, nice. So when the value of n is 32, so 496 plus 32, it is coming out to be 528. So all these three numbers that are given in the options are or can be written in the form of n into n plus 1 upon 2. Okay. Now I'll take each of these one by one. So I'll start with the first one. Now when n is 30, the sum comes out to be 465. Okay. And one of these boxes is emptied. So the average becomes 15. Okay. Right. So now the remaining sum of apples should be equal to, one box is emptied. Okay. And the average becomes 15. So what should be the sum of the remaining number of apples? Come on. Now we have the same number of boxes. Okay. So the number of 435, why not 450? We have same number of boxes. Listen carefully, read it carefully. One of the boxes is now emptied and the average number of apples per box becomes 15. They are not saying that the average number of apples in the remaining boxes becomes 15. Okay. All right. So the sum now becomes 30 multiply 15, that is 450. Right? Now the difference between these two is 15. So from 30 boxes, can I remove a box which has 15 apples? Yes, it is possible. It is very much possible. Okay. Now for the next case, the new sum will be 31 into 15. Now, how much is 31 into 15? How much is 31 into 15? This is 465, right? Now, originally there were 496 apples. All right. Originally there were 496 apples. And now the number of apples left is 435. How many apples are removed? How many apples are removed now? Absolutely. 31 apples are removed. So originally when there were 31 boxes, can I remove a box which has 31 apples? Yes, it is possible. Okay, right? So 31 is also possible. Now let's move on to the next one. The sum of the remaining number of apples when there are 32, when n is 32, will be 32 multiplied by 15. That is 480. So now how many apples are removed? 528 minus 480, that is 48 apples are removed. Okay, right? So now out of 32 boxes, can I remove a box which has 48 apples? No, it is not possible. Okay, so the value of n cannot be equal to 32. So the value of n can be equal to 30. It can be equal to 31, but it cannot be equal to 32. So the correct answer can be option 1 or option 2, and hence I'll mark more than one of the above, option 4 as the correct answer for this question. All right, simple as that. Okay, I hope you all have understood this. So out of 32 boxes, maximum number of apples that a box will have will be 32. I cannot remove 48 apples. So that's why the last possibility, the last case is not possible. Okay, so 528 cannot be the number of apples which were there initially. only 465 and 496 is a possible number, and hence the answer. Okay, let's look at the next one very quickly. Now we'll solve this one and then we'll go on a short break of 5 minutes, right? Meanwhile, I'll put a question for all of you. We'll go on a break for 5 minutes and then we'll start solving the questions of algebra. Now, this is same as a very famous question of watermelon. I'm sure anyone who has solved percentages must have gone through that question of watermelon or grapes, dried grapes and fresh grapes, right? याद है ना question? Now the logic says the quantity of water will reduce, the percentage of water will change, the percentage of dust will also change. The only thing that remains constant will be the quantity of dust, right? So this is one thing that we'll have to do. Now, original volume of the raindrop, it will consist of water's volume as well as the dust, the volume of the dust. Okay, so dust will be considered in terms of volume, not in terms of weight, right? So you can go through options as well. Options के through भी कर सकते हो. Totally up to you, right? It will take you the same amount of time probably. So we'll have to find out the original volume of the raindrop. Okay, so let's say V is the original volume of raindrop. If 75% is water, then the dust will be 25%. So the quantity of dust will be 25% of V. Done? Now when it reaches Earth, 2 ml of water evaporates. So the dust will remain same. So now the volume of the drop, the total volume of the drop when it reaches Earth will be V minus 2, right? If 70% is water, then I can say that 30% will be dust. So 30% of V minus 2 will be the dust. Okay. Now I can equate the volume of dust because the volume of dust will remain same. And that's it. You can find out the value of V. Okay. So it will be 5% of V is equal to 30% of 2. I'm just doing simplification. 1% of V is equal to 6% of 2, and 100% will be 6% of 200, that is 12. So 12 ml will be the value of V. All right. So 12 ml will be the value of V. The correct answer is option 1. Okay. All right. Now, friends, all of us will take a break for 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, and I'll display the next question for all of you. Okay. Now, all of you may take some time to solve this question. Meanwhile, some of you who want to take a break, you can go on break. And then after 5-6 minutes, we will start solving the questions of algebra. All right. Okay, people, we are back after an exact break of 5 minutes. I hope you all must have solved this one. Amrita, yes. Not other than trial and error, but yes, I can tell you a faster way of doing this question once you have made the equation. Okay? So let's first of all quickly make an equation out of it. So all of you can give me an equation. What equation have you made? I'm waiting for all of you to post the equation. Yes, can you give me the equation in the form of x and y? All right. So let me make my own equation. The average of 5 natural numbers is 150. A particular number among the 5 exceeds another by 100. The rest 3 numbers lie between these 2 numbers. So if the smallest number is x, then the largest number will be x plus 100. And the other 3 numbers, let's say y, all of them having equal values, lie between these 2 numbers, x and x plus 100. Okay? Such that their average is 150. That means the sum will be 750. So the sum of these 5 numbers should be equal to 750. From here, I'll get the equation as 2x plus 3y is equal to 650. I hope all of you must be very clear with this equation, right? 2x plus 3y is equal to 650, where x will be less than y and x plus 100 will be greater than y. Okay, so I have 2 constraints here. X will be less than y and x plus 100 will be greater than y. This is what we need to take care about. Am I clear? 2x plus 3y is equal to 350. Okay, now I'll start from a point where x and y both becomes equal, right? I'll start from a point. So I need a starting point. I cannot start randomly from anywhere. Okay. So I'll start. Anisha, y can be 500. No, why? How can it be 500? There are 5 natural numbers. If y is 500, so there are 3 y's. So it will be 1500. The sum will be 1500. No, y cannot be 500. Okay. Right. So you will have to also take care about the other numbers. So check karte hain. So best is I'll start from a point where x and y both are equal. Okay, so can you tell me what will be the values of x and y if both of them are equal? So if both of them are equal, let's say a. So 2a plus 3a, that is 5a, is equal to 650. So the value of a comes out to be 130. So there will be one solution where both x and y are equal and each of them will be equal to 130. Agreed? Yes or no? So we are slowly doing a transition from arithmetic to algebra. Okay. So now let's solve this equation. So 2x plus 3y is equal to 350. Assuming that both x and y are equal, I've got their equal values as 130 and 130. Obviously this solution should not be counted. Okay. Right. Also, using simple or using special equations, it can be said that the value of x and the value of y will change by the coefficient of y and x respectively. So if x will decrease by 3, y should increase by 2. Okay, because I have to keep the value of x less than y. X को y से कम रखना है. So I'll be decreasing x. So whenever x will decrease by 3, the value of y will increase by 2. So one of the set of values will be 127 and 132. Do you agree with this? Yes or no? Clear? Okay, 127, 132, right? Now, when I go in this direction, when I take one of these steps, x and y were equal, x and y were equal, x will go down by 3 and y will go up by 2. So can I say that the difference between them will increase by 5? Yes or no? Right? The difference between them will increase by 5. Now, what is the maximum difference x and y can have? Look at on the right hand side, the maximum difference that x and y can have is equal to 100. It should be less than 100, yes, but the maximum raindrop questions. Wait. Okay, so trains with Ajay, I'll not be able to go back, so you can have a look at the recording. It's a sincere request. Okay, so Eklavya, I'm taking it as 100. ठीक है ना? It will be an upper limit. Okay, right? So I'll say that the maximum difference between them can be 100. So it will be obtained. It will be obtained when x will be decreased by 3 multiplied by 20, and correspondingly y will increase by 2 multiplied by 20, right? Okay, am I clear? So after taking 20 such steps, the difference between them will become 100. At one step, the difference between them has become 5. At every step, the difference between them will keep on increasing by 5. I want to make the difference of 100. So I'll take 20 such steps. So x will decrease by 20 multiplied by 3, that is 60. Okay. So x को 60 से decrease किया, it will give me 70 as the value. And y को 20 multiplied 2 से increase किया, it will give me 170 as the value. Right? Okay. So the gap between them has become 100. But it should be less than 100. Okay, so that means I can take this step once, twice, thrice, but not 20 times, one before that. So 73 and 168, 19 times I can take this step, and every time I take this step, I'll get a new solution, a valid solution. So the number of different values that can be the largest number among the 5 takes is equal to 19, or I can say that there will be 19 different solutions for this. Okay, right? Right, Divyansh, I'll explain that again. So Divyansh, do you agree that if I take one step, x will reduce by 3 and y will increase by 2? So the gap between them will increase by 5. The maximum gap that they can have should be less than 100, right? So one step corresponds to a change of 5. The difference increases by 5. If I want the difference to be 100, so number of steps that I'll have to take will be 100 divided by 5, that is 20. So after taking 20 such steps, the gap between them will become 100, which is evident from this solution. Okay, but the gap between them cannot be equal to 100. So I'll have to stay below 100. That means I cannot take 20 complete steps. That means I'll have to stop at 19 steps. That will give me 19 solutions. So the correct answer will be 19. Priyanshu, if it says between, then it means strictly between. If they meant that including the extreme values, they will specifically mention that. Okay, so between means strictly between, not even equal to. All right. Okay, so that was the last question of arithmetic. We still have 2 questions left. We'll see if the time will permit. I'll come back to these questions, but after the discussion of the questions of algebra. All right. So friends, let's quickly begin solving the questions of algebra. Now, all of you, please change your stance, change the way you are looking at the questions. Now we are starting with algebra. That is the second session of this boot camp. So all of you be ready. Now I just want to see how many of you are still alive, awake, mentally present, 100% of their efficiency up till now. So please give me an acknowledgement by writing yes. The intensity with which you will be writing yes will show how much energetic you are right now in this session. All right, nice. Wonderful. So let's begin with the new thing, algebra. First question on your screen. Okay, so alive but dead inside. No problem, Prajwal. I'll make sure that I cannot commit that, but I'll try to make sure that I'll feed you with many more questions like this. Okay. All right. So the first question on your screen, all of you now focus on this algebra question. Now square bracket x defines the greatest integer less than or equal to x. You must have gone through, you must have come across greatest integer function. It's a very important function in algebra. Also, curly bracket x is defined as x minus greatest integer function x. Okay. So all of you tell me, if I'll say that x is equal to 5.28. If x is 5.28, what will be the value of curly bracket x? If the value of x is 5.28, what will be the value of curly bracket x according to this question? So curly bracket x will be x, which is 5.28, minus greatest integer function of x, which is 5. So 5.28 minus 5, that is 0.28. Okay. Now we can say that this curly bracket x can also be said, or can also be written as the decimal part of x. All right. Decimal part of x, it can also be written like this. So the decimal part of x is equal to x minus greatest integer function x. How many real values of x will satisfy this equation? Okay, so let's look at this equation. So 5 times greatest integer function x plus 3 times decimal part of x, which I will replace with x minus greatest integer function x. All right, and that is equal to 6 plus x. Done. So I've used this relation that was given, where curly x is equal to the decimal part of x. So 5 times greatest integer function x minus 3 times greatest integer function x, that is 2 times the greatest integer function x, will be equal to, or let's not take it on the other side, 3x minus x, that is plus twice of x, is equal to 6. Okay, so greatest integer function x plus x is equal to 3. Now can you tell me any value of x for which x plus greatest integer function x can be equal to 3? Is there any possible value? Dheeraj, this is what I have. Sir, give a break. Need to feed myself. Kishan, I have already given a break of 5 minutes. I have done that. I have fed myself. So you could have done the same thing in 5 minutes. Right? So I am with you. Okay. So you can eat something whenever you want. You don't have to disappear. You can still be in the session. I was asking about any value of x that will give this. That will give x plus greatest integer function x as equal to 3. Now for any value of x, this number can never be an odd number. This can never be an odd number. So we don't have any value of x. So there is no value of x. The correct answer will be equal to 0. Okay, a very simple question. Done? Let's begin. Look at the next question. Question number 2. Okay, how did I get? No problem, Abhijit. Don't be sorry. So you can. So first of all, I have done the substitution here and then simplification. That's it. Nothing more than that. Yes, Sonakshi. So Sonakshi, for any random value of x, let's say x is 1 point something. So greatest integer function x will be 1. The sum of these will be 2 point something, right? So this part of the sum, the integral part of the sum will always be an even number. Okay, Aditya, I'll tell you. So let's say x is equal to a point something. So greatest integer function of x will be equal to a, right? If I'll add these two, a plus a, it will come out to be 2a point something. All right. So the integral part of on the right hand side, the integral part on the right hand side will always be an even number. All right, fine. It will always be an even number. So you have this thing, let's say 4.2. So the value of x will be equal to 2.2. I'm giving you some examples, right? Okay, right? If greatest integer function x plus x is equal to 6, the value of x will be equal to 3, right? Okay, so it cannot be, the right hand side of this cannot be only an odd number or odd point something, 3 point something, 5 point something, 7 point something. It is not possible. Okay, all right, let's move on and look at the next question. All of you focus here. All of you, how many integer values of x will satisfy the given inequality? I love this type of questions, the modulus function. All right, now wait, all of you wait, do not give your answers. How many integral values of x will satisfy this? Now with the number of values of x, tell me what will be the values of x that will satisfy this. Okay, so if you are saying that there are two values, I want both the values of x. If you're telling me four values, I want the values of x. If you're saying six values, still you can write all the values of x. But if your answer is infinite, do not write the values of x. So some of you are saying option 4 as the answer. Okay, so do not tell me which option is the answer. Just tell me what are the values of x. ठीक है? Okay. Mehul, but I'm looking at the answer of this question. You are saying 2 comma 2 and 3, the values of x 2 and 3 will definitely satisfy. Fine, good. But if there are any other values, then they will also definitely satisfy. You know? So give me all the values of x. Now, to start with, I can write modulus of 5 minus x as modulus of x minus 5. Okay, don't be surprised. Modulus x minus 5, modulus 5 minus x, same thing. Now next, I'll plot these 4 points on the number line in the increasing order. So starting from minus 3, then 2, then 5, and then 8. If I have to find out the minimum value of this expression, forget about the inequality. If I want to find out the minimum value of this expression, then the minimum value of this expression will be equal to the distance between minus 3 and 8, the distance between the extreme points, which is 11, plus the distance between the next 2 points, which is 3. So 11 plus 3 is 14. The minimum value of this expression, let me call this expression as y. So the minimum value of y will be equal to 14 when x belongs to any value which is starting from 2 up till 5. So when x belongs to 2 comma 5, okay, including both 2 and 5, this will be the minimum value, right? But I need the value as 14. Okay, am I clear? So are you all clear up till this part, that at x equal to 2, so those who are saying that at x equal to 2 will satisfy, so yes, it will satisfy. Am I clear? So any value of x which is starting from 2 up till 5, the value of this expression will be equal to 14, right? So I can say that at x equal to 2, 3, 4, and 5, at x equal to 2, comma 3 or 4 or 5, the value of the expression will be 14. 14 is less than 16. So yes, these 4 values of x should be taken. Okay, right? Okay. Next, let's move on. Now, if the value of x will be somewhere on the left hand side of 2 or right hand side of 5, then the value of this entire expression will increase. Okay, so if I take the value of x at 1, if x is equal to 1, since it is still between the extreme points, this part will not change, 11 will not change, but the distance of x from 2 and distance of x from 5 both will increase by 1 point. So at x equal to 1, the value of the entire expression, which was 14, will increase by 2. Okay, will increase by 2, and hence it will become 16. Is 16 less than 16? No, it is not. So x equal to 1 will not be counted. If I'll go on the right hand side of 5 by one step, by 1 unit, that means x equal to 6. Again, the value of the expression will increase by 2 and it will become 14 plus 2, that is 16. 16 is not less than 16 and hence it will not be taken. So that means only these 4 values of x will satisfy the given inequality. All right. Now, how 14? This is a very basic of modulus. So if you have 4 modulus, minus 3, 2, 5, and 8. So the distance between these two is 11. The distance between these two is 3. 3 plus 11 is equal to 14. So this is how I got 14. This is how I got the minimum value of y. All right, clear? So this is a very basic thing about modulus functions. Please guys, go through the basics of modulus functions. These sessions are not about the basics. Okay? Okay. Sir, why 3 not minus 3? Okay. Now the distance between 2 and 5. Alicia, the distance between 2 and 5 is 3, the gap between them. Okay, that's why it is 3, not minus 3. Okay. Lakshita will look at the questions. Okay. Lakshita, if it is in multiples, so let's say twice of modulus. So we'll take the distance 2 times from that particular modulus. Okay. All right. Let's move on and look at question number 3, all of us. Now, defining the level of difficulty. If I'll go back to the first one, this one was moderate. It is very well taught in the basic concepts of modulus. So I would keep it at 6 on 10, time to be taken 2 minutes, to be done in the first round. Okay, let's look at this one. This is not a very easy question. Okay, so I would say that this is on 7 or 8 as the level of difficulty. Time to be taken 3 minutes and can be done in the second round. So Sarthak, the middle two numbers will define the range. Okay. If there are even number of points, then the middle two numbers will define the range always. Understand that I cannot get into explaining the very basic concepts of modulus because it will take at least 45 minutes and we don't have that time to spend in today's session. Dheeraj, minimum if we have 3 critical points will be the distance between only the extremes. And the minimum value of expression will exist at the middle point. All right, Utkarsh, very good. So Utkarsh is the first one to give an answer. Hari, another student. Nice. So option 2 and option 3. And option 1. So these are 3 different answers among all the answers that I have received. Okay. Now let's take each of these relations one by one. Now this relation, modulus of x minus y is less than 3, tells me that the difference between x and y, anyone can be higher. X can be greater than y or y can be greater than x. They have given modulus. Okay. So modulus of x minus y is less than 3. That means the difference between x and y is less than 3 and x and y are integers. All right. So this difference can be 0, this difference can be 1, this difference can be 2. Okay. Such that the sum of the squares of x and y should be greater than 5 and less than 28. Okay. So I'll write different values that possibly x and y can take: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And the squares of these numbers: 0, 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. I should not be going beyond 25 because the square of 6 is 36 and I need the sum of the squares to be less than 28. So I should stop here. Okay, I should stop at 5, right? Now, if one of them, one of x or y is, let's say, 0, what can be the value of the other variable? Okay, such that the sum of the squares is more than 5 and less than 28. Also, the gap between x and y is less than 3. So if x is 0, y cannot be 1, y cannot be 2, because if y is 2, the sum is exactly 5. Okay, the sum of these squares is exactly 5. Sorry, it is exactly 4, but I don't want 4, I want more than 5. Y cannot be 3 as well. So if x is 0, I don't have any possible value that y can take. Right? Do you agree? Fine. So if x is 0, y cannot be equal to any number. So x equal to 0, there is no possible value of y. Do you all agree? Yes or no? Now tell me, if x is equal to 1, what can be the different values that y can take? Come on. If x is equal to 1, what can be the different values that y can take? It can be equal to 3. Yes. That's it. No other value of y. Right? Okay. So I have one solution, 1 comma 3. I'll write these solutions. Okay. Now when x is equal to 2, what can be the different values that y can take? So x equal to 2 के लिए क्या क्या possible हो सकता है? So can it be 2 comma 3? Yes. Can it be 2 comma 4? Yes. Right? Can it be 2 comma 5? No, it cannot be. Okay. Now when x is equal to 3, now for 3, it can be 3 comma. I'll just look at the bigger values. 3 comma 3 possible. Okay. Now when x was equal to 2, yes, 2 comma 2 is also possible. I was waiting for any student. 2 comma 2 is also possible. So when x is equal to 3, 3 comma 3 and 3 comma 4 are possible, but 3 comma 5 is not possible because some of the squares will be greater than 28. Okay. When x is 4, so 4 comma 4 is not possible. So these are 6 distinct solutions, right? Any other solution that you may have. Now you can interchange these solutions. Okay. Now corresponding to this, I will have 3 comma 1. I have minus 1 comma minus 3. I have minus 3 comma minus 1. So corresponding to the first solution, I may have 4 solutions in total. Okay. So corresponding to 1 comma 3, I can write 3 comma 1. I can write minus 1 comma minus 3. I can write minus 3 comma minus 1. Okay. So I have 4 solutions corresponding to this, 4 solutions, 4 solutions, and 4 solutions corresponding to this. Now corresponding to 2 comma 2, I will have 2 comma 2 and minus 2 comma minus 2. That means 2 more solutions. And again corresponding to this, I have 2 solutions. So total number of solutions now you can count, and that will give you the final answer. So Shilpi, it will not be equal to 24 because 2 comma 2 will give you another solution minus 2 comma minus 2. That's it. Okay. So the number of solutions should be 20. Option 1 is the correct answer for this. So for these type of questions, you will have to be extra careful. First of all, considering the integers, then looking at the less than or less than equal to signs, and then looking at their negative counterparts. All right, fine. So you can solve this question. Now, Dheeraj, yes, that is why I've told you will take 3 minutes, right? I took time in explaining this, but if you will have to solve, you just have to check only for these 6 numbers. That's it. And you will get the answer. Akansha, 2 and 3. Yes, 2 comma 3 I have taken. All right. Let's move on and look at question number 4, all of you. Now, question number 4, again, modulus. A wonderful, a fabulous question. Dheeraj, yes, you can solve it by graph. So modulus of x minus y is equal to 3. It will be a line which is in the first quadrant and the third quadrant, and then two circles. But you'll have to be very precise when you are considering that. Okay. Calculating the intersection points might take some extra time. So I would suggest that this is a better way of solving this. Okay. So already some answers. Nice. I'm doing a little bit of simplification. Probably you will be able to understand a few things out of it. Okay. Now, are all of you able to understand what I have done up till now? So first of all, modulus of 7 minus 2x, I have written it as modulus of 2x minus 7. Both are same. Okay. Then I have taken 2 common. So inside the modulus, I will have x minus 3.5. Okay. All right. Then this was twice of modulus of x minus 3.5. I have separated in two parts. Okay. Are you all able to understand what I have done? Yes or no? Okay. Now I'll draw a number line. I'll mark these 3 points, 2, 3.5, and 5. Okay. Now these 3 points are equidistant from each other. Okay. Now this one, the first part, I'm combining these two modulus. This basically will give me modulus of x minus 2 is distance of x from 2. Modulus of x minus 3.5 is distance of x from 3.5. Okay. So let's say x is somewhere here. The distance of x from 2 is this, and distance of x from 3.5 is this one. All right. So distance of x from 2, let's say it is a. So distance of x from 3.5 will become a plus 1.5. And can I say that the value of this expression, comes out to be minus 1.5? Yes or no? Okay. Understood? Now, similarly, about the second part of this expression, distance of x from 5 and distance of x from 3.5. So if distance of x from 5 is b, then distance of x from 3.5 will be b minus 1.5. And the value of this expression will be plus 1.5. Now minus 1.5 and plus 1.5, it will always give you a 0. It will always give you a 0. Similarly, you can take the value of x on the right hand side or anywhere. You will always get a 0. You can never get 96 out of it. So 96 kabhi nahi aa sakta answer, right? So how many integral values of x will satisfy this equation? There is no integral value of x that will satisfy this equation. Raj, the level of difficulty, I would definitely say that it is higher. Okay, not a question to be done in the first round, provided but if you have a complete clarity of modulus, if you are like in complete control of modulus, then yes, you can do this question in less than 2 minutes. Okay, right? So I would say level of difficulty 8 on 10, thoda difficult question hai. Time to be taken 2 minutes if you go in the right direction. Complete control of modulus, do it in first round. Not in a complete control of modulus, if you are not very confident, you can do it in second round. Okay. Now, Dheeraj, how to decide which two expressions to be taken together, right? Now you can take any two expressions together, right? Even if I will remove this, even if I'll remove this, okay, even if I'll not make the couples, right? So let's calculate the entire thing, okay? So if A is the distance of x from 2, from 3.5 it will be a plus 1.5, and then from 5 it will be a plus 3. Okay, and then you can evaluate, you will get 0, right? So I'm not combining any of these two. I've just told you, I've just taught you just to show you that it is equal and opposite in signs, but there is no need to combine. You can leave it as it is and then calculate the value of this by substituting the distance of x from 2, 3.5 and 5. You will get the same answer, right? All right, let's move on and look at question number 5. सर एल्जेब्रल का सेकंड लेवल क्वेश्चन नहीं हो रहा है, क्या करूं? ना सूरज, नाउ वी आर लाइक लेस देन 30 days away from CAT. ठीक है? So now in this much time, I would not recommend you to experiment, to do anything new. Frankly, now whatever you have done up till now, let's say you are comfortable with arithmetic, you are comfortable with first level of difficulty of algebra, and the same thing about the other areas, geometry, number systems, and so on. Okay, so whatever is in your control, now it's time to just work on all those things, and जो भी आपका strong है उसको और further strong बनाओ, so that you will be able to at least attempt those questions in CAT. अब कुछ नया मत करो, कुछ experiment मत करो. Whatever I'm explaining you, if you are able to understand, work on that area for half an hour, 45 minutes, maximum 1 hour. Okay, and then go ahead and look at whatever you have already covered by yourself. Okay. Yes, Divyansh, see, I would have explained that standard approach, taking the values of x in different regions, okay, and writing the values of modulus. But that, don't you think, will be a very lengthy method, right? So my job is to explain, to help you with the shorter methods. जो मैंने approach apply किया, that will also take 1.5 to 2 minutes. The approach that you are talking about will take more than 5 minutes, and that is not an appropriate way. Okay. All right, any answer for this? Guys, please strictly stay on these questions. To discuss about mocks, to discuss about the level of difficulty, to discuss about what to do in the remaining time, we'll be conducting separate sessions. Now this is boot camp, will strictly be following these questions. Okay. So I'll not be deviating from the path. Let's discuss this question. So all of you, please provide me an answer for this. Both x and y are natural numbers less than 100, and you are given an equation, one equation in the form of x and y. Okay, both are less than 100. So what will be the sum of x and y? Cannot be determined. All right. Jatin says 94. All right. So Mehul, Tanishka, and Mehul. So there are two Mehuls. So three of you are saying cannot be determined. A lot of you are saying cannot be determined. So why cannot be determined? Because there can be more than one possibility, right? There can be more than one possibility. Okay. So let's check it out. So please confirm why you have given the answer as cannot be determined. Okay. So x and y are natural numbers. This is one very important thing that we have. Now I'll write the value of y in terms of x. So 273x plus 40 divided by 89, which can further be written as 267x plus 6x plus 40 divided by 89. Why 267? Because it is the largest multiple of 89 below 273. So that is equal to 3x plus 6x plus 40 divided by 89, right? Now we will get a natural number value of y. We will get natural number value of y if 6x plus 40 is a multiple of 89. So there can be different cases. It can be equal to 89. So if it is equal to 89, the value of x will not be an integer, cancelled. 6x plus 40 is equal to 89 multiplied by 2, that is 178. From here, the value of x is equal to 23. So I have got an integral value of x. All of you focus here. Okay. So x का एक integral value आ गया. So the value of y will be 23 multiply 3, that is 69, plus 2, that is 71. Okay. So one pair of values of x and y. I hope you all have understood the way I have solved it. So the value of x is 23 and the value of y is 71. All right. Now, these are the minimum values of x and y, right? I have calculated the minimum value of x, that will do this, and correspondingly I got minimum value of y. Also to check this further, let's say this is not the minimum, but one of the values of x and y. Okay. Now we can say that looking at this equation, the value of x will change by 89 when the value of y will change by 273. Wow. Okay. So the value of x will change by 89 and the value of y will change by 273, and both will increase or decrease simultaneously together. So either both of them will increase or both of them will decrease. You can say this thing by looking at this. If x will increase, the value of y will also increase. Okay. So if I look at the values of x and y below 23 and 71, they will be negative values, which are not natural numbers. If I'll go above them, then the values will be more than 100. Again, I'll stop here. Okay. So these are the unique values of x and y, which are natural numbers less than 100. Now you can find out the sum of these two, which comes out to be 94. So 94, that is option 1, is the correct answer. All right. Am I clear with this? The students who have given the answer as cannot be determined, I hope all of you are clear with this. So this is a perfect way of approaching towards the questions wherein you will have to find out the integral solutions. Next question, question number 6. Now, the biggest hint in this question, or the point of start of this question, can be the values of y. So y is the square of a natural number, and the value of y is less than equal to 100. All right, Shikhar. Priyanshi, good. Thank you, Mehul. So, Atmanand, there was a condition in the previous question that both the numbers should be less than 100. So, if I'll go beyond and write other values of x and y, either the values of x and y will be in negative terms or they will be more than 100. So, that's why unique. Unique because of the given other conditions. Go. Okay, so option 2, 19, and option 3, 21. That's interesting. Very close options we have 18, 19, 20, and 21. Okay. Now, people, all of you answer me one thing. If I'll remove this condition about modulus x being less than 100, all of you listen carefully. If I remove this condition, okay, so can I say that for every corresponding value of y, there will be two values of x? Yes or no? For every value of y, there will be two values of x. Yes or no? Okay? This is one thing. Now, y is a square of a natural number, a perfect square, and the value of y is less than equal to 100. Okay? The value of y is less than equal to 100. So tell me how many different values y can take. How many different values y can take? Y की कितनी different values हो सकती है? So the values of y will be perfect squares less than equal to 100, 1, 4, 9, 16, and so on up till 100. So there can be 10 different values that y can take. 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, up till 10 square. That means 1, 4, 9, 16, and so on up till 100. I'm asking about the values of y. Y is a square of a natural number less than equal to 100. So there can be 10 different values that y can take. Okay. Now when y is equal to 1, that means modulus of x plus 1 is equal to 1. Okay. So the values of x can be, yes, x की value क्या क्या हो सकती है? It can be 0, right? Or it can be, yes, anyone? So x can be 0 or x can be -1. Sorry, -2. X can be -2. So it can be good. Now modulus of x plus 1 when it is equal to 4. So the values of x can be 3 or -5. Correct? Now checking the condition, this condition will not have any problem up till the smaller values of y. Modulus x should be less than equal to 100. All these values will be taken. The only problem will occur when modulus of x plus 1 is equal to 100. That means when the value of y is 100. Now when the value of y is 100, what will be the different values of x? X की क्या क्या different value आएंगी? Careful, all of you. What will be the different values of x when modulus of x plus 1 is equal to 100? X will be equal to 99, absolutely correct. Or x will be equal to -101. Okay, right? But x cannot be equal to minus 101 because modulus x has to be less than 100 or equal to 100. So this one solution will be removed out of these 20 solutions. So 20 minus 1, that is 19, is the correct answer of this question. All right. Are we all absolutely clear about this? A problem यही होती है that we don't get to focus on such cases which needs to be removed, which needs to be eliminated. Okay, इतना easy question नहीं होगा, easy होगा but straightforward नहीं होगा कि 20 answer हो जाएगा. Okay, they will make sure that you will commit a mistake. Sir, y is equal to 0, will there be, okay, y cannot be equal to 0 because y is the square of a natural number. Prajwal, y cannot be equal to 0. Harshal, y cannot be equal to 0 because y is a square of a natural number. Okay? All right. All of you, next question on your screen. Now take your time to solve this question. Now this is one type of question that has been asked in CAT a lot of times. Okay, so 16 and 32 are the two answers that I have got. Some more time. Okay, so we'll plot the graph of probably all these relations, and we'll obtain the area of the region bounded. It's very easy to plot the graph. So if you'll go by plotting the graph with the method for plotting the graph, then it will be very fast for you to get the answer. It will be very fast. Now, the graph of modulus x, the graph of modulus x is like this. Okay, The graph of modulus x is this. Done. Negative of modulus x, this graph will be inverted. Okay, this graph will be inverted. So minus modulus x, the graph is this. And then plus 4. So I have plotted the graph of modulus x. First of all, invert it, you will get minus modulus x, and then plus 4. Shift this graph 4 unit upwards. Okay, so the graph will be like this, the first graph. Since y is greater than this, so which region will be considered? Above this or below this? Obviously above this. So first of all, the region that will satisfy this will be above. Okay, this is the first graph. Now let's plot the second graph, modulus x plus 4. So if modulus x is with green color, it will be shifted upwards. Okay, and the graph will be something like this. Okay, so with a bold green color, I have drawn the graph of modulus of x plus 4. Now, since y is less than modulus of x plus 4, so it will lie below this region. So above the red line and below the green line. All right, above the red line and below the green line. The last is x is less than equal to 4. So x equal to 4 will be this line which is passing through x equal to 4. Okay, right? Since x is less than equal to 4, so on the left hand side, so the common region will be this triangle. And secondly, x is greater than minus 4, it will be this line. All right, so this point is 4 and this point is minus 4. So the common region is this part. So now I have shaded a region and you will have to find out the area of this shaded region. Okay, now let's say this point is A and this point is B. So the length of AB will be 4 plus 4, that is 8. And the height of this triangle, this part, will be equal to 4. So area of this triangle ABC, area of this triangle ABC will be half into 8 into 4. That is equal to 16. Now 16 is area of one of this triangle. There is another triangle on the right hand side of y-axis with the same area. So 16 plus 16, that is 32, should be the concerned area. All right. So option 2, that is 32, is the correct answer, which I can see plenty of you have already given. Nice, good response. So 32 is absolutely correct. All right. Now you should be knowing how to plot these graphs. Using plotting the graph, the answer, to calculate the answer, will become very shorter. Okay. Question number 8 on your screen, a difficult one. So the previous one was easy. I would say that 6 on 10, 2 minutes time to be done in the first round. Next, this one is one question that you may leave. How AB is 8? Okay. Now, Jashan, this is x plus y equal to 4, x minus y equal to 4, right? So the point of intersection here, it is 4, starting from 0. So this part is 4. Okay. And the identical triangle at the top. So this part will also be equal to 4. Okay. Jashlin, clear? All right. Now, given the line passes through a point regardless of the value of k, which of the following is the line with slope 2 passing through the point? So certainly अजीब question है थोड़ा सा. Okay. So I would say level of difficulty 8 on 10, or type of question which we must leave, not to be done in round 1, probably not to be done in round 2, but yes, it needs to be done in today's class. Now the problem here is all the options have a line which has a slope of 2. Okay. Now Rahul says option 1, Raj says option 3. All right. Any other answer? I'll give you 1-2 minutes to brainstorm. Let's see if there is a student who can come up with a correct answer. I'm not saying that Rahul or Raj, any one of you is incorrect. I'm not saying that. But I am looking for answers from other students as well. Now, using the slope of the line, which is given as 2, we can find out the value of k in the above equation, right? Okay, so let's take this question very slowly. Now, using the slope of a line when the equation is given in the general form ax plus by plus c equal to 0, the slope of a line is given by minus a upon b. Okay, so in this given equation, let me write the value of minus a upon b. So minus a upon b will be minus of k plus 1 whole square divided by k, and the slope is given as 2. Okay, now from here I'll get the value of k. So it will be minus k square minus 1 minus 2k is equal to 2k. So that means k square plus 4k plus 1 is equal to 0. And we can find out the value of k, right? So the value of k comes out to be minus b. So using quadratic, the general formula, plus minus under root of b square minus 4ac upon twice of a. So the value of k will be minus 2 plus minus root 3. Okay. Now, since this will happen regardless of the value of k, I have got two different values of k. Minus 2 plus root 3 or minus 2 minus root 3. I can pick up any value of k to find out the other part. Okay. Other part means the value of c. Okay. Right. So minus 2 plus root 3 or minus 2 minus root 3, you can consider any of these values, right? So y is equal to this general form, I'm writing it now, minus a upon bx minus c upon b. Okay. So the last part of this will be minus c upon b, which is also called as the y-intercept. Okay, so minus c upon b can be written as 2k square plus 2 whole divided by k. So this will be the value of minus c upon b from the above equation. We'll substitute the value of k. Okay, so first of all, isko thoda sa simplify kar lo. You can write this as 2k plus 2 upon k, right? So I'll substitute the value of k as minus 2 plus root 3. So 2 bracket minus 2 plus root 3 plus 2 upon minus 2 plus root 3. This will give you minus 4 plus 2 root 3 as the first part. And if I'll rationalize the later part, it will give me 2 bracket minus 2 minus root 3 divided by 1. So that is equal to minus 8. 2 root 3 will get cancelled and I'll have minus 8. So the equation will be y is equal to 2x minus 8. Right? Now the question was not lengthy. 2 is given for the second line? Eklavya could not understand, right? So which of the following is the line with slope 2 passing through the point? So the line passes through a point regardless of the value of k. So they are talking about the same line. Okay, right? So y is equal to 2x minus 8 is what they are talking about. Okay, so question number 8, the answer is option 1. All right, let's move on and look at the next question, question number 9. All of you focus now. Some difficult questions of functions, some weird questions of functions coming in front of you. Now, generally, I have experienced a few things. Now, functions, when it comes to functions, the questions look clumsy, the questions look difficult, but when we get to know about the solution, then they are easy. Okay, so 12 or 10. No, I use directly substitute. वो पता कैसे चलेगा कि हमें 8 substitute करना है directly, right? No one, you are asking if they have the same slope, how they pass through the same point. Lines having same slope can pass through the same point. Yes, if the line is same. Okay, parallel lines cannot pass through the same. So they were saying that the line this passes through a point regardless of the value of k. Which of the following is the line with slope 2 passing through the point? So which of the following is the line? That means they are talking about the line which is discussed in the first statement. Yes, yes. So coinciding lines, overlapping lines, possible. Okay. So they are asking which of the following is the line, the same line that they are talking about with slope 2 passing through the point. Okay. All right. So they were talking about the same line in the second and the first statements. Okay. So you are given a function x comma y, f of x comma y is said to be a linear function if it is of the form ax plus by plus c. A linear function f of xy is such that, so I'll first of all take this condition. So f of 2 comma k can be written as 2a plus bk plus 3. It is greater than equal to f of 3 comma k. So that is 3a plus bk plus 3. Now bk plus 3 will get cancelled. So I'll get 2a is greater than equal to 3a, or a is less than equal to 0. So from the first case, from the first relation, I have got a is less than equal to 0. Now let's look at the second relation. Second relation, f of 5 comma k, it will be 5a plus bk plus c is greater than equal to 4a plus bk plus c. Now that will give me a is greater than equal to 0. Now a is less than equal to 0, a is greater than equal to 0. So what can I conclude? What can I say about a? My bad. Sorry. It is not 3. It is C. I'm sorry. This was my mistake. It will be C. Okay. Vidya, it was C. It was not 3. Okay. So now what can I conclude about the value of A? A is less than equal to 0. A is greater than equal to 0. So the only common value that will satisfy as the value of A will be equal to 0. So the value of A will be equal to 0. Done? So I can say that the function f of x comma y, since A is equal to 0, will be by plus c. That's it. Okay. Now f of 6 comma k is equal to 10. So let's look at the third relation, f of 6 comma k. So that will give me 6a plus bk plus c is equal to 10. But a is equal to 0. That means bk plus c is equal to 10. Right? Done. Then the value of f of 7 comma k. So f of 7 comma k will be 7a plus bk plus c. A is equal to 0, bk plus c is 10. So this value will be equal to 0 plus 10. That is 10. All right. So the answer of this question will be equal to 10. देखने में गंदा क्वेश्चन था, देखने में डिफिकल्ट था, but it is actually an easy question. All right. So talking about the level of difficulty, I would say that 7 on 10 just by the looks of it. Time to be taken 2 minutes, not more than that, as you can already see this. Now, if you are comfortable with functions, must do in the first round. Okay. Yes, Eklavya. A is equal to 0. The function is independent of the value of x. Okay. All right. Moving on, question number 10. The perimeter of the region bounded by the graph that is given by this relation that includes once again modulus sign. Find the perimeter of the region bounded by the graph. All of you. I'll tell you certain important things about this type of graphs. All right, so 18 and option 3, only 2 answers up till now. A few important things that I'm going to tell you about plotting the graph of such functions will enable you to solve these questions in less than probably 1 minute. You'll get very comfortable once you know the things that I'm going to tell you. Okay, let's begin with this, shall we? Now, I'm not talking about this question right now. So let's talk about a very general expression or equation, mod x plus mod y is equal to k. Now, mod x plus mod y equal to k represents 4 different equations one in each quadrant. Okay. Now the graph of this type of equation will be of this shape. Okay, you can generalize this, where the points at which the graph is intersecting x and y axis are, the points are at a distance of k from the origin. Listen carefully, all of you. So this is the general shape, mod x plus mod y equal to k. This is the general shape of the graph. And the points at which the graph intersects x-axis and y-axis, all these points, the 4 points in this case, are at a distance of k from the origin. So if you want to write the coordinates, k comma 0, minus k comma 0, 0 comma k, minus k, 0 comma minus k, right? But there is no use in writing these coordinates, so I'll remove. The important point is all these 4 points are at a distance of k from the origin. Okay, all right. Now, what about the graph of modulus of x minus a plus modulus of y minus b is equal to k? Okay. Now, in this case, the shape and size of the graph will remain same. It's just that the center of this figure, I can say that this is a square. Yes, Praharsha, this is a square. So the center of this square or rhombus, whatever you want to call it, center of this figure will shift to a comma b. Right now the center is at the origin. Okay, right now the center is at the origin for this one, but the graph of modulus of x minus a plus modulus of y minus b is equal to k. Yes, Herschel, it will shift, and the only shifting is the center, which is 0 comma 0, will now become a comma b. So as far as the shape and the size of this graph is concerned, of the shape is concerned, will actually be same. So if the question is about finding the area of this figure or the perimeter of this figure, it will not change, right? Okay. Now, Aryan, sir, any break? Are you talking about the break in the graph or are you talking about the break from the session? So Aryan, please clarify. If you're talking about the break in the graph will be like as is that I have drawn. If you're talking about the break during the session, no, I'm sorry, we have already taken a 5-minute small break. I don't want a break right now. Okay. And I am hopeful that none of you requires a break. Okay. So if I can speak continuously for 8 hours, you all can listen at least for 8 hours. Okay. Chaliye. So I hope you all have understood what will happen here. Clear? Okay. So let's erase this and talk about the graph that is given to us. So इसको अब थोड़ा सा simplify करते हैं. So I can take 2 common from both the modulus, and the graph will look like x plus 3 upon 2 modulus of this plus y minus 3 upon 2. 2 will get cancelled from both the sides, equal to 3. Okay. No, दिव्यांश, कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है, अभी देखो मैं क्या कर रहा हूं. ठीक है. So I'm taking 2 common. So can I say that I have converted in the standard form x minus a, y minus b, k, and so on, right? Now the shape and size of this graph will be same as modulus x plus modulus y is equal to 3. So that's it. Just plot for modulus x plus modulus y equal to 3 and you will get the figure. Okay. So the graph will be like this. Where all these distances are 3 each. I'm sorry, pardon my drawing. थोड़ा सा symmetrical figure नहीं है, but I hope you all can understand. Okay, right? Now we don't have to find out the area. Eklavya does not matter where the center is. We don't have to give them what will be the exact graph. We have to find out the perimeter. Okay, so why to spend our brain in talking about what will be the center, right? Okay, so now I have to find out the perimeter, not the area. So this side will be, so this is a right angle triangle. There are four right angle triangles. So this side will be 3 root 2. All the four sides will be equal. So 3 root 2 multiplied by 4, that is 12 root 2. 12 root 2 will be the perimeter of this figure. So the correct answer here is option 3, that is 12 root 2. Okay. If it had been 3 minus 2y modulus, I don't know if Paridhi, you were present since the beginning of this session or not. We can always write this thing as 2y minus 3 modulus. So modulus of 3 minus 2y can be written as modulus of 2y minus 3, right? It's one and the same thing. Let's move on. Look at question number 11, which is a related question. Whatever we have done in the previous one will be used here. Suraj, we have also taken a question about modulus of x plus y. ठीक है ना? और easy है, if you have modulus of x plus y equal to something, let's say 5. So this will give you two equations, x plus y equal to 5 and x plus y equal to minus 5. Okay, now it's easy for you to plot both the equations, right? So Vaibhav, see, I understand that people loves formulas, right? So if I'll keep giving you formula for each and everything, you will be elated, like you will be very happy. But you will be sad during the examination if you'll forget those formulas. ठीक है ना? So that's why I try to refrain from the formulas. I try to stay away from a lot of direct formulas because see, it's a human brain inside, right? And there is a capability, there is a capacity of every human brain. Okay, so if I'll keep you feeding with the formulas, kab tak formula ratenge, right? If we understand the logics, it will be better. It will be like you will become more efficient if you understand the logics. Akansha, I'm teaching you. It's CAT. It's about your CAT examination. I can stay without eating for some hours. ठीक है ना? सी वैभव, आप ही कमिट कर रहे हो ये चीज दैट इट हैपेंस दैट यू टेंड टू फॉरगेट फॉर्मूलाज. सो देयर इज वन ट्रिक of not forgetting formulas. ठीक है ना? So if you don't want to forget formulas, don't learn them at all. ठीक है? So there are some mandatory formulas जो हम बहुत बचपन से करते आ रहे हैं. They are imbibed in us. Okay? But don't create a separate formula for each and everything. Okay, guys, answer दो इस क्वेश्चन का. So 3, option 3, option 4, option 2. Okay. 4 values. Suraj, I'm not giving you the graph of each and everything. ठीक है ना? X plus y, x minus y को आप A and B assume कर लो. ठीक है? Get the values of x and y and change the axis. So वो बहुत difficult हो जाएगा. Don't go for that. ठीक है? चलिए, let's look at this one. So first of all of us must understand that minus b and minus a does not create any difference. Okay? So I can write it as yes or no. Okay? If I'll put y equal to 0, if I'll put y equal to 0, the value of x that I'll get will be minus 10 upon a, right? Minus 10 upon a or plus 10 upon a, right? So the points at which our graph should intersect x and y axis, so these points should be 10 upon a minus 10 upon a if I'll put y equal to 0. Now if I'll put x equal to 0, then the points obtained will be 10 upon b and minus 10 upon b. Okay, right? A slightly different version of the previous question. Now the area of this entire figure is 100. So area of one of these triangles will be half into 10 upon A into 10 upon B. The area of four of these triangles will be multiplied by 4 and the entire area is given as 100. So I can cancel out 10, 10, and I can say that the value of A multiplied B is equal to 2. The value of a multiplied b is equal to 2. So the different values that a and b can take, so since a and b are integers, so it can be 1 comma 2, it can be 2 comma 1, and with their negative counterparts, minus 1 comma minus 2, minus 2 comma minus 1. Okay, right? So yes, the students who have given option 3 as the answer, there are 4 possible set of values of a comma b, and these are the values in front of you. All right, perfect. Let's jump on to our next question, question number 12. Again, uh, a little more complex version of the previous question. Okay, so option 2, r plus s, that's it. उससे छोटा नहीं हो सकता. ऑप्शन 1, ऑल राइट. उससे बड़ा नहीं हो सकता. Okay, now we understand that this will be a rhombus, right? It will be in general a shape of rhombus, right? So we have one graph like this, okay, and we have another graph, let's say, of the similar shape and slightly different size. It can be bigger or smaller, right? Now these are two non-overlapping quadrilaterals, so that means they should not overlap each other even a little bit, right? Now we have to minimize the distance between their centers, point of intersection of their diagonals, right? Now how can I minimize the distance between their centers? Now if they will share a common vertex, so if I'll join them and they share a common vertex, this can be one of the possibilities. The another case can be, yes, can you tell me, anyone, what will happen? So I'm expecting from any one of you, absolutely Eklavya, if they will share the common side. Okay, so they can come close to each other if they share a common vertex or they share the common side, right? Now in which of these two cases the distance between their centers will be minimum? Now the distance between their centers will be minimum if they will share the common side. Absolutely, the side overlap, Siddharth बोल सकते हैं, common side, relaxing bunny, side overlap, side by side, कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, ठीक है? So now you know that where will I be drawing the second quadrilateral. So second quadrilateral I'll be drawing like this. Wait, so I will be drawing it in this manner, right? Okay, so now the distance between their centers will be minimum. Okay, right? Now here this value is r, this value is r, so this value will be r upon root 2. Let's say a and b and their point of intersection is c, so length of AC will be equal to r upon root 2 and length of BC will be equal to s upon root 2. So the sum of these two distances will be r upon root 2 plus s upon root 2, that is r plus s whole divided by root 2. I hope all of you have understood this thing. Okay, so the correct answer will be option 1 for this question. Yes, any confusion, anything that you want to ask about this question? All good? How r upon root 2? Okay, Suraj, ये तो बहुत basic question है यार. So if you have a right isosceles triangle, this is x, and you are drawing a perpendicular here, right? So x, this will become x root 2, the hypotenuse, and this point will be the midpoint. So x upon root 2 ka half, x root 2 ka half, that will be x upon root 2. Okay, all right, wonderful. Let's move on to our next question, question number 13. Now we are going at a right pace, I can say. Yes. Rati, there was a small mistake. So it was y minus u. Yes, you are correct. So that was a typo error. JC boy, yes, I can say that each and every topic that we are covering, all of them are important. modulus being one of them. ऐसा भी हो सकता है, like it may be possible that you may get no question from modulus. It may be possible that you may get 2 or 3 questions from modulus. So cat it's not written anywhere, or it's not a trend that you will get minimum number of questions or exact number of questions of any topic. It can be anything. Probability, a very less probability of getting questions from probability. So arithmetic, algebra, entirely everything is important. Geometry, yes, up to a certain extent. Number system, yes. Ishan, practice kar yaar. Tips to improve algebra. Understand every basic, practice examples and questions, and keep practicing. Okay. Now for the current question, I would say that first of all, it's difficult to understand, interpret what method should be used to solve this question. Okay, difficult here, right? So I would say that level of difficulty will be 7 or 8 on 10. Time ज़्यादा नहीं लगेगा if you enter this question, right? If you can understand, right? So 2 minutes, 3 minutes should be completed. Again, if you are able to understand what is there in the question, you can do it in first round. Maximum number of students would like to take it in second round or will leave it completely. I'll give you 1 more minute. If something can click in your mind with what I'm writing here. Can you tell me something about these equations that I am writing? Right, very good. So no one, wonderful. So please tell me something about these equations that I have written. X square plus y square is equal to r square is a general equation of a circle whose center is origin. The second equation that I have written is the general equation of a circle whose center is a comma b, right? Okay, so now can you relate these things with something? The first curve should completely lie inside the second curve. So now can you tell me what is the answer? Now the first curve, the center of the circle is C comma D. The second circle, the center is A comma B, right? Can you tell me the radius of the first circle? What will be the radius of the first circle? Yes, anyone? Radius of the first circle. Careful. Is it gx or is it equal to under root of gx? It should be square root of gx. And the radius of second circle is square root of fx, right? So I can say that the distance between their centers, which can be written as a minus c whole square plus b minus d whole square whole under the root, right? This should be less than how much? So Daksha, gx raised to the power 5. How you got gx raised to the power 5? Okay, now this should be less than the distance between their centers. Kya hona chahiye relation? What should be the relation between the distance between the centers? if one figure should completely lie another figure? What should be the distance between their centers? Absolutely. The distance between their centers should be less than the difference between the radius. Okay. So it should be less than under root of fx minus under root of gx. All right. Am I clear? So I think there is a small misprint among the options. I'll not go with these options. Okay. There was another option, right? Now, Kishan, I'm saying that these are the equations of circles. Now, for one circle to be completely lying inside the other circle, I can say that the distance between their centers. This is, again, I can say that the concept of circles. So the distance between their centers should be less than the difference between their radius. Okay, right? So difference between the radius is under root of fx minus under root of gx. And on the left hand side, it's the distance between their centers, right? So this is the relation that we must be following. So answer according to the first three given options should be none of the above. Fine. None of these, that is option 4. Not the right options are given. I know that there is some misprint among these options. So please give it away. Okay. And you can understand, you can look at this relation that I have given you. All right. Fine. Now with this, let's move on to question number 14, all of you. Now, question number 14. Now, once again, I can say that a doable question. Yes. So, question based on quadratic equations. If alpha and beta are the roots of the given equation, then the equation whose roots are, wait, a slight misprint. I'll change it. Whose roots are alpha raised to the power 5 and beta raised to the power 5. Yes, Harshal, there must be and in the sheet. So sheet में correction हो चुका है. I forget about doing the correction. So yes, it is and, right? So alpha and beta are the roots of the given equation. Then the equation whose roots are alpha raised to the power 5 and beta raised to the power 5 is which one among the following options? Okay, so option 2, option 3. Obviously, answer is one among these 4 options. Okay, Atmatan, you are saying not 3 for sure. Okay. And I agree with you. So answer cannot be option 3. Why? Because the product of the roots alpha beta is -1 here, and the product of the required roots will be alpha power 5 beta power 5, that is alpha beta power 5, and it should again come out to be -1. So product of the roots is same for given and the required equation. So that means the last part should be -1. So option 3 is not an answer for sure. right? Mithilesh, Shivam, create build, Ayush, Divyansh, बोल सकता हूं ना मैं ये, right? Okay. Now one more minute and let's see how to solve this one. I hope all of you are enjoying this session and none of you is tired. We have already crossed halfway mark. So just another few hours, 3.5 hours more in this session. Now we are about to finish algebra, like another 45 minutes of algebra, another 1 hour of algebra, and then we will begin with the session of logical reasoning and data interpretation. Okay. No, JC boy, please don't lose your morale. See, uh, like one very important key to success is being confident. Okay, so whatever you are strong at, show your strength in those areas, right? You understand that you are weak in algebra. Fine, it's good that there are lots of us who don't know that we are weak in any of the areas. So if you know this weakness, then you can use it to your advantage as well, right? So you know that you are weak in some areas, so you'll not go towards those areas, towards those type of questions, and will not waste your time, right? And algebra, one thing about algebra is one of the difficult things out of all the topics of quant, right? So you are weak in the thing that is the most difficult, so it's absolutely fine. You are weak because you might not have spent good amount of time on algebra. It's okay. Now pick up some areas in algebra. I'll tell you. So just study some important functions like modulus functions, linear equations, special equations, quadratic equations, progression and series. So just pick up some areas from algebra, finish them up, and just depend on these areas when it comes to solving the questions of algebra. ठीक है? Okay? All right. Now I don't know what other students are doing. I have got limited response for this question. What is happening to all of you? Okay. So now alpha plus beta is minus b upon a, that is 1. And alpha into beta is minus 1. The sum and the product of the roots. Now I'll first of all calculate the value of alpha square plus beta square. Alpha square plus beta square can be written as alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta. And that is 1 square plus 2. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, that is equal to 3. So alpha square plus beta square is equal to 3, right? So please confirm if all of you are present here mentally. So alpha square plus beta square, I'm getting it as 3. Yes or no? All right. Now next is alpha cube plus beta cube. Now I am going towards solving this. Meanwhile, some of you can post if you have already calculated the value of alpha cube plus beta cube. Okay. All right, let's do this. So alpha cube plus beta cube can be written as alpha plus beta whole cube minus 3 alpha beta bracket alpha plus beta. So alpha plus beta whole cube, that is 1 minus 3 times minus 1. So that is 1 plus 3, which is equal to 4. All right. Now the next step, this is important. Alpha square plus beta square, I have this value, and I have alpha cube plus beta cube. I'll multiply both of them. Now, if I'll multiply both of them, I will get alpha power 5 plus alpha square beta cube plus beta square alpha cube plus beta raised to the power 5. On the left hand side, I can put 3 multiply 4. On the right hand side, I have alpha raised to the power 5 plus beta raised to the power 5 plus alpha square beta square common le lete hain. Alpha plus beta will be left inside the brackets. Okay. So alpha power 5 plus beta power 5 will be equal to 12 minus alpha square beta square, that is 1 bracket 1, and that comes out to be 11. All right. So alpha power 5 plus beta power 5, the value comes out to be 11. So you can now check among the 4 options which option is correct. RN, please be careful. So sum of the roots is equal to 11. So equation will be x square minus 11x minus 1 equal to 0. Right? No, Dheeraj, it's not at all hit and trial method. I have done it in front of you. So why to go for hit and trial? Like I have taken hardly 1.5 minutes to reach to the final answer. Okay. So the correct answer is option 2, right? So option 2, that is x square minus 11x minus 1. Yes, Prahasha, minus b upon a. No, Prahasha, minus b upon a should be 11. 11 hai yahan pe. So x square minus sum of the roots into x plus product of the roots is equal to 0. This is the equation, and this is the correct equation. Okay. Universe boss, instead of minus 1, isn't it minus 1 instead of 3? So which 3, which minus 1 you are talking about? So Paharsha, yes, it is plus 11, that is sum of the roots. So to find out the equation is x square minus the sum of the roots into x plus product of the roots is equal to 0. No. Alpha square beta square, no. Minus 2 alpha beta. Look at this. Minus 2 alpha into beta is minus 1. So minus 2 into minus 1 will be plus 2. It will not be minus 2. It will be plus 2. And that's why it is equal to 3. Okay. All right. Any other confusion? All right. Let's move on and look at question number 15. All of you. Second last equation. Okay. Second last equation. Chalo. I will simplify this. Wait. All of you. I don't know if I have done any mistake or not. So alpha power 5 plus beta power 5, create, build, succeed, is equal to 12 minus alpha square beta square into alpha plus beta. All right. So it will be 12 minus, what is alpha square beta square? It will be alpha beta whole square. That will come out to be 1 only. And alpha plus beta is 1. So 12 minus 1, it will be equal to 11 only. Clear? Yes, Sarthak, you can do that as well if you're comfortable. Okay? But I have given you a proper method. Right? Chalo. Find the least value of the given expression. X minus 1, x minus 3, x minus 4, x minus 6, plus 10. Okay. So option 1, option 4. So anyone who is getting 4, option 4, that means 0. So we need to find the least value. So Poonam, you are getting option 4, 0. So can you tell me the value of x, if you have the value of x? So you have given the value of x as 5. So if the value of x is 5, so 4 multiply 2 multiply -1. So no, 1 and -1. So 4 multiply 2 multiply 1 multiply -1 will be -8. -8 plus 10, it will be equal to 2. I'm sorry, Poonam, not getting 0, but getting 2 as the value of the expression if x is equal to 5. No problem, no problem. Don't be sorry. Just do not commit this mistake in your exam. Okay, so I'll give you a method of doing this. I'll multiply these two and multiply these two to start with. So x minus 1 into x minus 6, it will be x square minus 7x plus 6. Okay. And then the second and third term, it will give me x square minus 7x. I have got x square minus 7x in both of them. That's why this is the reason why I have combined these two and plus 10 as it is. Okay. Now I will take this as y. Okay. So the expression will become y plus 6 into y plus 12 plus 10. Done? All right, universe. Good. So if I'll open this, it will become y square plus 18y plus 82. So y square plus 18y plus 82. This is the expression. Okay. Now we have a quadratic in front of us with the coefficient of y square positive. So this expression will attain its minimum value when y is equal to minus b upon 2a. Okay. Sir, 72. 6 into 12 is 72. Yes, but plus 10 भी तो है ना? Midfield, Paridhi, Shikhar and Naman. I have plus 10 also. I have to take care of that. Right? So I think it's not me who is tired. Some of you have become tired. Right? Plus 10 भी है guys. मैंने वो नहीं लिखा. So that means 72 plus 10. इतना तो कर सकते हैं ना. We are preparing for CAT. This is not a 10th examination board, 10th board or 12th board examination where you will be writing each and every step. Okay. So the value of expression will attain its maxima or minima when the value of the variable is minus b upon 2a. So minus 18 upon 2, that is minus 9. So at y equal to minus 9, this expression will attain its minimum value. So let's substitute y equal to -9. So -9 square is 81. Then 18 multiplied by -9 is -162 plus 82. So 163 minus 162 is equal to 1. And we have got 1 as the answer. Okay, right? So option 1, that is 1, is the least value of the given expression. Done? All of you? All right, Aditya, very good. Dheeraj, differentiation will not be considering. Okay? So differentiation is one method which is not understood by other students, like those who have not studied differentiation. Now, any shorter method या shortcut method, इससे छोटा क्या ही होगा? Three steps में answer आ गया. We have got answer in 3 steps. Now, Atmanand, now the questions are not made randomly. ठीक है ना? So 7x common आना था. This is why the question is made. Okay? Otherwise, we might use any different method. Okay? Minus b upon 2a is the value of the variable for which a quadratic will attain its maxima or minima. Vatsal? Create build, it's not that we'll have to multiply the extremes. Now, by multiplying the extremes, we got the first 2 terms of each of these products same, x square minus 7x. And that can be assumed as another variable. Okay, so that was the only trick that I used in that question. Yes, for the constants which will have similar sum, 1 and 6, 4 and 3. Similar sum, same sum, we can do that. Now, there is definitely a wonderful trick to solve this type of questions. You are given that x plus y plus z equal to 0. Yes, can anyone give me the trick, a proper trick of finding this question, of finding answer of this question? Now, since we are given finite options, 4, 6, 2, or 8, right? We are given finite options. That means the value of the required expression will always be same, irrespective of the values of x, y, z. I'll repeat. The value of the required expression should always be same, irrespective of the values of x, y, z, right? Because we have finite options. Okay, so you can take the values of x, y, and z such that x plus y plus z is equal to 0. The best, so you can take any 3 values. I'll take x as -1, y as 0, z as 1. So 1, 1, -2, 1, 2, -3. You can take any set of values. I'm taking x as -1, y as 0, z as +1. Substitute, get the answer, mark the answer, quickly move on to the next question. So x square plus y square plus z square upon x square minus yz. So that is 2 upon 1. The value comes out to be 2. The answer is option 3. All right. So the correct answer is option 3. Hardly a matter of 30 seconds. Right. Now, people, those students who have joined in a little late, obviously, there is a way of downloading the questions that we are solving here. Okay. So the students who are already enrolled at CL, they can visit to my zone. The link you can see in the chat box. So you can visit my zone and you can download all the questions that we are solving in these sessions. Also, the students who are not enrolled at CL, they can click this link, register for free. Yes, you can go for a free registration. So register for free and you will be able to download all these questions. Okay. All right. Let's move on and look at question number 17. Determine the value of the given expression. This is slightly lengthy. The options are very close. Yes, Parth, the session will remain available on the YouTube channel. Yes, it is 1 upon 2 dot 2, that is multiply. Okay, multiply here. Okay, option 3, option 2, option 4. Multiple answers. Come on, people, focus for another half an hour and then we are going to start with logical reasoning data interpretation. Come on, please post your answers quickly. You all are not allowed to get tired. It's just 6 hours we have spent together. So we are left with just half of the time that we have spent together. 6 hours are already over. So commendable job done by all of you. Wonderful, good, keep it up. So keep posting your answers, keep solving these questions. Okay, so most common answer, tea break. Dheeraj, let's finish up with algebra, then we'll take a break of 5 minutes. Okay? See, I don't want to give you a break of more than 5 minutes, right? Understand that we have limited time before CAT examination. Okay, so me, you, all of us together should utilize this time to a greater extent. Okay, so good that like you all can take a break. For you, the session will be available on YouTube. Even if you'll miss 5 minutes, you can catch it later. But if I will take a break, then the things will not be available for you people. Okay, so I will not be taking a break. I may take a break of 5 minutes in between, but we will keep solving these questions. Okay, all right, chaliye solve karte hain ise. So any method that I can use to solve this question? I'm talking about the conventional method. Anyone? So I will open this expression. I'll say that this is equal to x 2002 plus 1 upon 2 into 2001 plus 1 upon 2 square into 2000. Approximation pattern, यार ऑप्शंस ना बहुत क्लोज है. 4000, 4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Okay, so I'll not be able to do it using approximations. ठीक है, I'll try and get the exact answer. ठीक है, exact answer calculate करने की कोशिश करते हैं. And so on, the last few terms, 1 upon 2 raised to the power. So what will be 1 upon 2? The second last term, what will be the power? So I can see that the sum of the power of 2 and the number is 2002. So 1999 will be the power plus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000 multiplied by 2. Okay, right? So this is the entire expression that is in front of me, right? Wait, I'll make some space on the right hand side so that all of you will be able to understand it properly. So 1 upon 2 raised to the power 1999 multiplied by 3 plus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000 multiplied by 2. Okay. Now, can you observe and tell me that this expression on the right hand side is arithmetic geometric progression, right? There is a geometric progression and there is an arithmetic progression. Okay, so this is an arithmetic geometric progression. Now, Harshal, I'll explain how. So look at the power of 2 and this number. So power of 2 are increasing by 1 and these numbers are decreasing by 1. Everywhere the sum of the power of 2 and the number is equal to 2002. The sum is coming out to be 2002. Okay, so with 3 I will have 1999, with 2 I have 2000. All right, clear, Dheeraj? So I've just made an explanation, I've just given an explanation. So once you are done writing this, what you can do is you can apply the concept of arithmetic geometric progression to find out the sum of this series. So in arithmetic geometric progression, whatever is the common ratio here is equal to 1 upon 2. I'll multiply this entire expression by the common ratio. So on the left hand side, it will become x upon 2. And on the right hand side, I'll multiply every term with 1 upon 2 and will write it one step ahead. This is a very common way of solving. So the first term when multiplied by 1 upon 2, it will give me 1 upon 2 multiplied by 2002. The second term will give me 1 upon 2 square multiplied by 2001. And so on. The second last term or the third last term will become 1 upon 2 raised to the power 1999 multiplied by 4. The second last term 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000 multiplied by 3. And the last term 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2001 multiplied by 2. Okay, this is what we have got. Now I'll take the difference of these. First equation minus second equation. On the left hand side, I'll get x upon 2. On the right hand side, I will have 2002 as it is, the first term. And then half into 2001 minus half into 2002, right? So I will have minus 1 upon 2 as the first term or as the second term. Yes, Vidya. Vidya, the important thing is definitely to skip such questions. Lengthy hai, difficult hai, obviously. But today we are doing such questions because it might be possible that during CAT examination, we are stuck with these questions. Let's say out of 22 questions, you are done with 15 questions, you are left with 7 questions, and all 7 of them are like this. And you still have 3-4 minutes. You cannot sit idle for these 3-4 minutes. Okay? Minus 1 upon 2 square, minus 1 upon 2 cube, and so on, minus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000. I could have taken negative sign common, and then minus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2001. So last term को simplify कर लेते हैं, 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000. Okay, be with me, all of you. Now, simplifying 2002 minus sign common ले लिया मैंने. This is a geometric progression inside the bracket. So the sum of GP will be A, that is 1 upon 2 bracket 1 minus R raised to the power n. So 1 upon 2 whole raised to the power 2000 whole divided by 1 minus R, that is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 will get cancelled, and minus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000. Okay, so 2002 minus half gets cancelled, 1 minus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000 minus 1 upon 2 raised to the power 2000, and that is equal to 2002 minus 1 plus and minus will get cancelled. So this term and this term will get cancelled. So it is equal to 2001. So x by 2 का value कितना आ गया? 2001. So the value of x will be 4002. The correct answer will be option 4. So yes, I do understand, I do agree that this is a question which should not be done in round 1, round 2. This should be done, this should be the last priority, right? It must be taken when you have nothing else to do. Okay? Let's look at question number 18. The last few questions before we'll move on to LRDI. So we'll take up algebra, like another 3 questions in the next 15-20 minutes. We'll take a very short break and then we'll begin with logical reasoning, data interpretation. Nida, with the given options, I cannot be sure about the approximation method, the shortcut. No, not at all for the previous question, at least, right? I cannot give you any foolproof way of getting the answer. So I don't want to take a risk. I don't want you to take a risk by marking a wrong answer as your like in the examination, right? So the method that I have given you, if you are in a practice of that method, then not this one, but there are certainly other questions that you can solve, that you can use to solve. वत्सल, जुगाड़ मेथड के लिए ना, जुगाड़ सॉल्यूशन के लिए ऑप्शंस भी ना थोड़े फेवरेबल होने चाहिए, राइट? Yes, Aryan, one foolproof method that I could give, I have given. There exist 3 positive integers A, B, and C. So A, B, C are positive integers, given that, with no common factor. So their HCF is equal to 1, right? With no common factor greater than 1. When taken in pairs, so taken in pairs, A and B are co-prime, B and C are co-prime, A and C are co-prime. There is a relation between A, B, and C which holds true. We'll have to find out the value of A, B, and C. Simple question. So I can write this equation as log 5 to the power a base 200 multiplied by 2 raised to the power b. Okay, by applying the properties of logarithms, and that is equal to c. So 5 power a multiplied by 2 power b is equal to 200 power c. Now 200 power c ये कैसे मिलेगा? Okay, so we'll first of all have to find out the value of a plus b plus c such that a, b and c does not have any common factor when taken in pair other than 1. So I'll start by taking the value of c as 1. So if the value of c is 1, on the right hand side I will have 5 raised to the power 2 multiplied by 2 raised to the power 3, and that is equal to 5 power a multiplied by 2 power b. Okay, clear? So from here I can say that the value of a is equal to 2 and the value of b is equal to 3. Correct? Now what if I'll take any other value? What if I'll take any other value, though I should not be taking any other value for c to start with? Simple reason, I've got the sum of a, b and c as 6, which is among the options, and there is no unfavorable option I have. Okay, this is one reason. Clear? Now, I can say that whatever is the value of, like whatever value you will take for c, the value of a will be double that value of c. Okay, 200 can be written as 200 can be written as 2 cube multiplied by 5 square and power c. So that is 2 raised to the power 3c multiplied by 5 raised to the power 2c. Okay, so if you will equate 5 raised to the power a and 2 raised to the power b, if you'll equate them, so the value of a is equal to twice of c. Now, if I don't want any common factor between a and c greater than 1, then I'll have to keep the value of c as 1. There is no other possibility. If c is equal to 2, a will come out to be 4. And the condition that is given in the question will not be satisfied. Okay? So this is the reason why I cannot take any other value of c. So the answer of this question will be option 1, that is equal to 6. Okay, so some of you might have a question, why can't we take any other value of c? So this is the explanation for that. Let's move on and look at question number 19. Again, a difficult question. So yes, again, I would call this question as a question which should be given the last priority. Definitely will be taking time. Not cannot be discuss, or we cannot think any of the shortcuts for this, right? So shortcut वगैरह कुछ नहीं है इसके लिए. ये सार्थक एपी अर्थमेटिक प्रोग्रेशन का डेफिनेटली कंसेप्ट अप्लाई होगा. So any answers for this one? All right, universe, good. So you are getting at least closer to the correct answer. So there are three options which are close to your answer. 2415 you have given. We have 19, we have 29, we have 39. Nice, very good. Universe boss, I'll not recommend to do that, because you never know like what is the intensity of the error that you have made. ठीक है ना? It may be possible that the correct answer is option 2, 2419, but it may also be possible like you may have made a bigger error, an error of probably 15, error of 25. So you never know what will be the correct answer. So until and unless for such type of questions you have got exact answer, please don't mark it. Like Rishabh and Saket, both of you are getting third option. Nice. Any other answer? Come on. Don't give up to such questions. So I'll write the first block 1, 2. I'll write the second block 1, 2, 2. Then the third block 1, 2, 2, 2, and so on. Okay. So this sequence consists of ones separated by blocks of twos with n number of twos in the nth block. So in the first block, it is 2, then 1 plus 2 plus 2, then 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, and so on. So the sum of the numbers in the first block is 3, then it is 5, then it is 7, and so on. All right. Now we'll have to see how many blocks will cover 1234 terms in this. Okay. Now the number of terms in the first block is 2. Number of terms in the second block is 3, then 4, and so on, right? Okay. So how many terms or how many consecutive numbers starting from 2 should I be adding so that I'll get a number which is equal to 1234 or which is little below 1234? Yes, up till which number should I be adding? Any answer? So up to which number should I be adding? Anyone can give me any idea about that? $34. Okay, so let's say I'll add up till 34. Okay, I'll add up till 34. So 2 plus 3 plus 4 up till 34 will give me 34 into 35 divided by 2 minus 1. This will be the sum. Okay, Aditya says 49. So what should I be doing? 34 into 35. No, it will not be giving me the value. Yes, it will not be giving me the value which is somewhere near to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'll check the multiples of 10. So 40. 40 into 41 upon 2. It will not give me something like that because it will give me a value which is near to 800. Now let's see. So this is how I do approximations. 50 multiply 51 upon 2. Yes, it will give me a value which will be somewhere around 1250. Okay, so yes, I'll go with this. So 50 into 51 upon 2, right? So 2550 upon 2, that is 1275. So I'll take one number below it, right? So if I'll take 49 up till 49, instead of 34 up till 49, it will give me 49 multiply 50 divided by 2, right? Now 50 into 50, 2450 upon 2, 1225, and then minus 1, 1224. All right. So now all of you, I have got this number using a little bit of trial and error. So 2 plus 3 plus 4 up till 49 will give me a sum of 1224. Do you all agree with this? 1224. Okay. Am I clear? So that means how many blocks of numbers do I have? I will have the last 48th block, right? So starting from 2 terms up till 49 terms, right? So how many numbers, how many blocks I have written? 48 blocks. Okay. So the sum of the first block is 3, sum of the second block is 5, sum of the third block is 7, and so on. Likewise, I'll have a total of 48 blocks. Do you understand why I'm saying 48 blocks? The first block has 2 terms, the second block has 3 terms, and I'll have to go up to a block which has 49 terms. So starting from 2 up till 49, how many numbers are there? 48 numbers are there. That means we will be talking about 48 blocks. All right. Now the sum of these blocks will be 3 plus 5 plus 7 and so on. This will be an arithmetic progression whose common difference is 2. The first term is 3 and the number of terms is 48. So the sum will be number of terms 48. So n by 2 bracket twice of a plus n minus 1, 48 minus 1, that is 47, into b. This will be the sum of this. So can you tell me what is this number that coming out to be here? So 48 2 cancel out हो जाएगा. So 48 bracket 50. All right. So that is 2400. So 2400 is the sum. Clear? Now how many terms are already used? 1224 terms are already written. How many terms are remaining? How many terms are remaining? There are 10 terms which are remaining. Okay. Now 10 terms which are remaining. So that means in the 49th block, the first term will be 1 and all the remaining terms will be 2. Okay. So there will be 1, 1 and 9 2s whose sum will be equal to 19. So 2419, 2419. 2419, that is option 2 will be the correct answer of this question. All right. Anisha, how 10? So Anisha, look at, okay, so follow the green color pen. Look at this thing. In the first block, I have taken 2 terms and in the last block, I have taken 49 terms. The sum comes out to be 1224. Okay? So that means 1224 terms are already used. What is the total number of terms that was given in the question? So go back to the question. 1234 terms is what I have to consider. So that's why 10 terms are remaining and a new block will start. So a new block will start with 1 followed by 2s. Okay. So there will be 1, 1 and 9 2s which will add up to 19, and hence the final sum will be 2419. All right, great. Let's move on and look at the last question for algebra, after which we'll be starting with the next class, the next session on LRDI. Now, I want all of you to download the questions using the link that is given here in the chat box, because we'll be doing LRDI. So for LRDI, I will not be able to display the questions as well as the entire data on a single sheet, on a single slide. So it will be better if you will download the pre-assignment questions, the PDF for that, using the link that is being provided to all of you. When will VRC section start? Raj, I think you were late in joining. So I'll tell you about the schedule, the entire schedule. So after this session at 6:30, we'll be starting with the LRDI first session. Okay. Now in this LRDI's first session, we'll be taking up the questions on number logic and miscellaneous questions, right? The session will go up till 8:30, 9 p.m. tonight, and after which we'll stop and we'll continue tomorrow. The first session will be of quantitative aptitude. That will be of 2 hours, in which we'll be talking about number systems and geometry. Then 2 sessions of LRDI, and the verbal RC sessions will be conducted over the next weekend. Okay. So over this weekend, we'll be focusing only on quant and LRDI. I hope you have, I have clarified the doubt that you have just asked. Okay. So easy one, simple question. Yes, Atmanand. Good. So me mama, finally one question of your level. Good that you are able to solve this. Okay. So the first relation is 3 is equal to k multiplied by 2 raised to the power r. And the second relation is 15 is equal to k multiplied by 4 power r. Okay. I will divide these two equations. Okay. Now, since I have to find out the value of r, I should be getting rid of k. The only way to get rid of k is divide them. So 3 upon 15 is equal to k multiplied 2 power r divided by k multiplied 4 power r. So 1 upon 5 on the left hand side and 2 raised to the power r divided by 2 raised to the power 2r. Simple. So 1 upon 5 is equal to 1 upon 2 raised to the power r. So 2 raised to the power r is equal to 5. If you will take logarithm on both sides, r log 2 is equal to log 5. So r will be equal to log of 5 to the base 2. So log of 5 to the base 2 is the value of r. The correct answer of this question is option 4. So I am leaving all of you with a small hope of this question. Good that most of you are able to solve this one. Wonderful. Great. Now, people, give me a few moments, right? So let's go on a break, a very small break. All right, people. So, welcome back once again. We are about to complete 6 hours in these sessions. I hope all of you are enjoying, all of you are liking these sessions, and all of you are in like 100% of your energy still after these 6 hours, right? So, are you all present here? Come on, tell me. So, friends, we are back here, all of you. Now, are all of you ready to start with the next session, the third session for the day? That is a session on LRDI, number logic, and miscellaneous questions. Right? Are we good to go? All right. Great. Wonderful. Thank you, people, for such a big appreciation from each and every one of you, for such a big commitment from each and every one of you. That all of you, like I can see a lot of names who are still present since the beginning of this session. Yes, Universe Boss, LRDI is going to be interesting. Were the last two sessions boring? Okay, chalo. All right, Michael, the Josh is still high. Good to know that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So all of us, let's begin with the next thing, LRDI 1, the first session on LRDI. And now before I'll start with LRDI, I'll quickly tell you what will be the schedule that will be following for tomorrow. And some of you were anxious to know about the schedule of verbal RC as well. So today, first of all, today, this is the last session of the day, and we'll be together for another 2.5 hours up till 8:30 or 9 o'clock, depending upon how quickly you will be able to solve the 5 set of questions that I have prepared for you, that we have prepared for you. It's not me. Okay. So today's like this day will be over by 9 p.m. All right. Tomorrow we'll gather again. So starting from 1 up till 3 p.m., we'll have a session on quant wherein we'll be discussing geometry and number system. All right. Then after that, starting from 3 o'clock till 5 o'clock, there will be a session on DILR in which we'll be discussing set theory and data interpretation. Okay. Then the last 2 hours, 5 to 7, we'll be having another session on DILR wherein we'll be discussing arrangements and games. All right. So this is the schedule for 27th of October. Yes, we don't have any session of verbal RC in this because verbal RC is scheduled to happen over the next weekend. All right. Perfect. So let's go and start looking at the questions of LRDI. So the first set of 4 questions, the data for this on your screen now. Now, for each and every set, I'll be giving you 10 to 12 minutes to solve, to work upon. Okay. And then we'll have a discussion. All right. Now, all of you, you have another 8 to 9 minutes left. Okay. Now, I hope all of you or most of you must have downloaded these questions. So that you have also got it. Wonderful. Okay. Now, all of you must download these questions from my zone, because I have displayed only the directions and the questions will be after this. Okay. Now, I'll give you a few minutes to look at these directions, and then I'll change the screen to the question screen. In these 10 to 12 minutes, you will have to interpret whatever data is given to you. You will have to decode it, make different cases whenever required, wherever required. Okay. And then solve all the questions which are there. Now, once you have solved all the questions, please post done in the chat box. Do not start posting your answers. Make sure that you will post done in the chat box once you are done solving all the 4 questions which are related to the current set. Okay. Come on, people, you will have to do something. You cannot sit idle. Understand this thing. Okay. None of you can sit idle. You will have to give your 100% towards each and every set of questions that we'll be discussing in these next 2 hours. If you are not giving your 100%, then you will not be able to understand anything. Okay. So please post done in the chat box as soon as you are done solving all the questions. Sahi, good. Keep going. You have solved first and second. I'm giving you some more time. So 3 more minutes, after which we'll start with the discussion of this one. Please do not post your answers. Do not post your answers right now. I'll be asking you to post your answers. Please don't do it right now. All right, we have 200 plus students live in this session, and only handful of the students are able to do this. Come on, go ahead. Okay, so first question that I'm asking all of you is, how many different cases you have made in this question? Yes, anyone? How many different cases are you able to make? 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. So let's check what will be the number of cases. Okay, let's get into the discussion. Shall we, all of us? Okay. But before I'll get into the discussion, I want all of you to post your answer, but properly. Okay. So you can post your answer, all the 4 answers together in the form of option, whatever options are given. So options are in the form of A, B, C, D. Okay. So write all the 4 options. Let's say A, comma, B, comma, A, comma, C. Something like this. Now, is it when there are 4 questions at stake, it will always be better to decode the entire set, okay, make all the cases, and then move on towards the questions. All right. So that will be more efficient way of doing this. So I am asking all of you to post your answers, all the 4 answers in a single message, separated by commas. Option A, B, C, D. Yes, all of you. All right, nice, wonderful. So I hope up till now, all of you must have posted your answers, correct? So now let's get into the discussion of this set, all of us. In a class, 6 students, A, B, C, D, E, and F have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 pencils, not necessarily in that order. Further, it is known that Eddie has 2 more pencils than Chris. Total number of pencils with Fanny and Andy is equal to the number of pencils with Dang. So I have, Eddie has 2 more pencils than Chris. So E is equal to C plus 2. Total number of pencils with Fanny and Andy is equal to the number of pencils with Dang. It is not at all difficult to decode this set, right? But the problem is we'll be getting a lot of cases and the questions are given in a very strange format. So in the following questions, a statement is given and a conclusion of drawn from that statement combined with some other information is given. Okay, right? So a statement is given and conclusion when the statement is combined with some other information is given. You'll have to find out the statement along with that information is consistent as well as sufficient to infer the stated conclusion correctly. So you'll have to find that information from the given 4 options. So statement plus the information from the options clubbed together should be able to give me the conclusion. Okay, nice, wonderful. So let's look at the table. So I have drawn a random table. I don't know how many cases will be there. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, and F. So I have an extra column. I'll not use it. Eddie has 2 more pencils than Chris. So E is equal to C plus 2. So what can be the minimum possible value that C can take? Yes, anyone. What can be the minimum possible value that C can take? Come on. The minimum possible value that C can take can be 1. Okay, right? So corresponding to the value of C, let's say the value of C is 1. The value of E will be equal to 3. So now let's see if corresponding to this, I can make different cases. I was talking about the value of C. Chris, okay, Chris. So minimum value of Chris can be 1. So in that case, corresponding value of Eddie will be equal to 3. Okay. Now the next equation is, or the next statement is, Fanny and Andy sum up to Dang. Fanny and Andy sum up to Dang. Now the values of Fanny, Andy, and Dang cannot be equal to 1 or 3. So what can be the possible values that Andy and Fanny can take? So what are the remaining numbers other than 1 and 3? I'm left with 2, 4, 5, and 6. Now I have to select 2 numbers such that their sum is equal to the third number. Okay, so I can consider 2 plus 4, which is equal to 6. Am I clear? Yes or no? Right? So 2 plus 4 is equal to 6. So Andy and Fanny can take any number from 2 or 4. Correspondingly, Fanny will take 4 or 2. And then the value for Dang will be equal to 6. And the value for Bob will be equal to 5. Am I clear? So these are 2 cases combined. 2 cases combined together. Please give me an acknowledgement. Are you clear with this entire case? Yes or no? All right. Now I'm going to take or make the next case, all of you. Now I'll keep increasing the value of Chris and will keep obtaining the corresponding value of Eddie and will write the 4 remaining numbers. And then from these 4 remaining numbers, I'll check the values of F, A, and D. Okay. So now Chris is 2, Correspondingly, Eddie will be equal to 4. Okay. And the remaining numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. Okay. Now, what can be the possible values for Fanny and Andy? What can be the possible values here? So it can be 1 plus 5 is equal to 6. So 1 or 5, 5 or 1, all right? And correspondingly, Dan will take a value of 6. And I'm left with a value of 3 for Bob. Okay? So have a look at this case and give me an acknowledgement if you have understood this thing. Please keep giving me acknowledgements. Okay, now I'm going towards the next one. When Chris is 3 and Eddie is 5, okay? So now I'm left with 4 numbers which are 1, 2, 4, and 6. These are the 4 numbers which are left. Sum of which 2 numbers is equal to the third number? 1 plus 2, 1 plus 4, 2 plus 4. Yes. So 2 and 4. So 2 and 4 can be the values of Andy and Fanny. 4 and 2 correspondingly. And Dan will take a value of 6. So can you see that Dan is coming out to be 6 every time up till this point? Okay. So Dan is 6 and the leftover number is 1. So Bob will be equal to 1. Correct? Now let's move ahead and look at the final stage. So when Chris is 4 and Eddie will become 6, I'll be left with 4 numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5. Now, here you can observe that 1 plus 2 is equal to 3 and 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. So there can be 2 different possibilities of the value of Dan. Okay, so first of all, either 1 or 2. For Andy and Fanny, Dan will take a value of 3 and Bob will have a value of 5. Also corresponding to the same case, 4 and 6 for Chris and Eddie respectively, Andy and Fanny can take the values 2 plus 3, right? So 2 or 3, 3 or 2, and Dan correspondingly will have a sum of 5. And hence the leftover value for Bob will be equal to 1. Okay, so these are all the cases, all the possible cases, right? So if you talk about the total number of cases, the total number of cases is 10. There are 10 different cases. Okay, every case has 2 corresponding cases. Okay, so total number of cases that we have, we are able to get is 10. Now I'll quickly copy this. All of you, I'm waiting for an acknowledgement from all of you. Just write yes if you are able to understand all the 5 cases. If you are unable to understand any of the cases, please tell me which case you are unable to understand and I will explain it to you. Kushal, chill, yaar, chill. If some people are saying the examination is going to be difficult, fine, let them speak. Okay. Yes, examination should be difficult. It will be good for the students who are actually preparing for the examination. Agar exam easy aa gaya, so people who are under prepared will also be performing, right? Okay. So good, अच्छी बात है कि exam difficult आए. It is good for students like you who are preparing for this examination, right? ठीक है. All right. Now let's move on towards the question. I have got a yes from a lot of you. Okay. So the first 2 questions on your screen, and I'll quickly copy and paste the table that I have made earlier. So this is the table that we have prepared, right? Okay, so let's solve each and every question here. Okay, Sahi, I think you have asked the same question earlier. So my view is, why can't Dang be 4, 1 plus 3? Why can't Dang be 4? So I'll take you back. So in which of the cases, Sagnik, no problem, yaar. In which of the cases you are talking about? 1 plus 3 is equal to 4. We don't have these three numbers left anywhere. Look at all the cases that I have made. 1, 3, and 4 are not the available numbers anywhere. Okay? Right? Chaliye. So let's begin solving these questions. Let's see how many of you have all the correct answers. Now, Dan has 3 pencils. This is the statement. So according to this statement, Dan has 3 pencils. Can I say that I have this case, and correspondingly we will have 2 cases. Okay? Correspondingly, we will have 2 cases. So I will forget about each and everything else. I will just consider 2 cases: 1, 5, 4, 3, 6, and 2. Okay? And 2, 5, 4, 3, 6, and 1. So these are the 2 cases that I have shortlisted based on the given statement. Now they are saying that conclusion is Andy has 1 pencil. So that means they are concluding this part. So the extra information that I should be having should be Fanny has 2 pencils. Okay? Otherwise, all the other remaining numbers are same. Okay, so on the basis of Bob, Chris, or Eddie, I will not be able to conclude anything. So that means I should be given that Fanny has 2 pencils. Then only I can conclude that Andy has 1 pencil. So the correct answer is option C of question number 1. Okay. So question 1, option C is the correct answer. Let's look at question number 2. So I'm waiting for all of you to post your answer for question number 2. So what will be your answer for question number 2? Come on, only question number 2. I want an answer. Only for question number 2, I want an answer. Okay. Chaliye. So let's look at question number 2. Option D, majority. Dang has 6 pencils. So this one, and this one. So I have shortlisted 6 cases. There can be 6 different possibilities. You know this. Conclusion says that Bob has 5 pencils, right? So that means they are shortlisting only 1 case out of these 6 cases, or they are shortlisting these 2 cases out of 6 cases. Okay, na? So if I'll take the cases as number as 3, so these are 3 cases and they are shortlisting 1, or I can say that out of 6 they are shortlisting 2. Fine, kuch bhi bol sakte hai. So how can I conclude this thing? What is different here? So for Chris, all 3 numbers are different. Okay. So Chris has less than 4 pencils. Chris has less than 4 pencils in all the 3 cases. So option C cannot be the answer. Fanny has 4 pencils. Fanny has 4 pencils here as well as here. Okay. So it cannot be option A as well. Andy has more than 4 pencils. Andy has more than 4 pencils. If Andy will have more than 4 pencils, that means 5 pencils. Bob cannot have 5. Bob will have 3 pencils. So option B is also wrong. So option A, B, and C. Ishita understood. Dheeraj understood. How am I able to eliminate option A, B, and C? Understood, I hope. Right? So now option D, the total number of pencils with Andy, Chris, and Fanny is 7. Andy, Chris, and Fanny. right, is equal to 7. So Andy, Chris, Fanny, if I'll add the number of pencils, in this case, it will be 6 plus 2, that is 8. In the third case, it is 6 plus 3, that is 9. Only in the first case, the sum is 7. Okay, right? All right, I'll explain this again. So now Dang has 6 pencils. So this is the statement based on which I am able to shortlist these cases. Okay. Conclusion is Bob has 5 pencils. So how will I be able to conclude this? So option A, if Fanny has 4 pencils. Now if Fanny has 4 pencils, then Bob may have 5, but also Bob may have 1 pencil. Okay, so if I am given this extra information that Fanny has 4 pencils, then I'll not be able to conclude certainly that Bob will have 5. Bob may also have 1 pencil. So option A will be wrong, right? Next, option B. Andy has more than 4 pencils. Andy has more than 4 pencils. So in which of cases Andy has more than 4? Andy has more than 4, that is 5 pencils. In that case, Bob should have 3, but not 5. So again, this statement is wrong. Okay, because if I'll consider this statement, then I will have a different conclusion. All right. Option C, Chris has less than 4 pencils. So Chris has less than 4 pencils. In all these cases, Chris has less than 4 pencils. So again, I'll not be able to shortlist any particular case or any particular value for Bob. Okay, so that's why A, B, and C are incorrect. And I'm left with D. Total number of pencils with Andy, Chris, and Fanny. In the first case, Andy, Chris, and Fanny, they will have 7 pencils. In the second case, they will have 8. In the third case, they will have 9. All right. Okay. So that's how I'm able to say that, yes, using the statement and option D, I will be able to conclude that Bob has 5 pencils. Clear? Let's look at the next set of questions, question number 3. So please post your answer for question number 3. Okay, statement is Fanny has more pencils than Bob. So Fanny has more pencils than Bob. In the first case, Fanny has 4 or 2, not greater than Bob. Fanny has more pencils than Bob. Yes, I can take this case. I can take these 2 cases. And I can take these 2 cases. Fanny has more pencils than Bob. All right. The cases that I have circled, I can consider any of these, right? Conclusion is, among the students, Bob has least number of pencils. Among the students, Bob has least number of pencils. That means Bob should have only 1 pencil. That means I have to get rid of this case. So anyone among this or this will give me Bob has exactly 1 pencil. Bob has least number of pencils. Okay. So let's see which option, when combined with the statement, will give me this conclusion. Andy is not the one having 1 pencil. Andy के पास 1 pencil नहीं है. Okay. So I will be able to eliminate, yes, this one. All right. I'll be able to eliminate this one. Andy, where Andy has 1 pencil, it will be eliminated. So I'll be left with these 2, where in both the cases, Bob has 1 pencil. So answer should be option A. So all of you are absolutely correct. answer is option A. Okay. Now, please post answer for question number 4. Please post answer for question number 4. One of the students, meanwhile, has a confusion with option C. So I'll discuss option C as well. ठीक है ना? Option C भी एक बार देख लेते हैं. Now, option C is Eddie is not the one who has 5 pencils. Eddie के पास 5 pencils नहीं होनी चाहिए. So here Eddie does not have 5. Here also Eddie does not have 5. Okay, so we are able to shortlist these cases, but Bob has 3 and Bob has 1. So I'll not be able to say convincingly that Bob has least number of pencils. Okay. All right. Now question number 4. Any answers? Very less number of students have given this answer. Question number 4. Statement is the student having 6 pencils is not Dan. So Dan cannot have 6 pencils. So we have shortlisted the last 2, or you can say 4 cases. Okay. Conclusion. The number of pencils with Andy and Chris is 6. So Andy and Chris. So Chris has 4 pencils. So Andy should have 2 pencils. So this one or this one, correspondingly this one and this one. Okay, correct. So circles, I have made circles. This is what I want, right? So statement that can be combined. Statement A, option A, the student who has 2 pencils is not Fenny. Student who has 2 pencils is not Fenny. Fenny does not have 2 pencils. So if out of these shortlisted cases, if I'll remove the cases where Fenny has 2 pencils, I'll get the answer, right? If I'll remove this part where Fenny has 2 pencils, I'll get the answer. Definitely answer is option A. So wonderful, good all of you. So I can see that most of you have given option A as the answer. Nice. So that was some good set that we have just seen. Okay. So all of us, let's quickly move our focus to the next 4 questions. Okay. So I am displaying the entire set and all of you quickly get into solving this one. And I'll be giving you again 10 to 12 minutes to finish this set. Okay, 10 to 12 minutes. All of you, you can start now. I would say that this one is a very straightforward question. Just have to keep looking at these numbers, this table, and keep filling it. Nothing very difficult about this particular set. KK22, it's me only with the name of Gaurav Gupta. Midfield player. Okay. Now, people, quickly wind it up, quickly finish it off. You should not be taking more than 5 to 6 minutes to complete the table and another 3 to 4 minutes to find out all the answers. This is typically a number game, okay? Like a set in which you just have to do calculations, fill up the numbers, nothing more than that. Now, all of you post done once you are done making the table. Leave behind the questions for the time being. So if you are done making this table, completing this table, have you filled all the numbers in this table? Yes or no? Okay, done with table. Good. So shall we work on this table first of all before we'll move on to the questions? Okay. So almost done. I'm giving you 1 more minute. ठीक है, चलो. Last 1 minute. Finalize the table and then post done in the chat box. Yes, Ishita, 1 minute. Isha, 1 minute. Last 10 seconds to finalize the table. . Okay, so we know that P in the table is number of matches played, D is number of draws, L is the number of losses, and T is the total points. W is the number of wins. Okay, so these are some important things that you can pick from the table. Okay, now let's start filling up the values. So first of all, I'll not take any help from this additional information. No, I'll not do that. And let's see, without this additional information, can I fill anything? Now, 3 points are awarded for a win, 1 point is awarded for a draw, and no point are awarded in case of a loss. So Newcastle scoring a total of 31 points. It can be 10 wins and 1 draw. It can be 9 wins and 4 draw. So I cannot fill anything for Newcastle as of now. Tottenham, again the same scenario, cannot fill anything. Chelsea, the total number of matches is 19, loss plus drawn is 11. So what will be, all of you please keep giving me answers to the questions, to the very small questions that I'm asking. So tell me the number of wins for Chelsea. So number of wins for Chelsea, I am calculating 19 minus 11. That is equal to 8. So you all can keep posting the values. Now the points scored by Chelsea. Points scored by Chelsea will be 8 multiplied 3, that is 24. 24 plus 6, that is equal to 30. Okay? All right. Now Blackburn Rovers. Blackburn Rovers have 5 wins and 5 draws. So the number of points will be 15 plus 5, that is 20. So number of points scored by Blackburn Rovers will be equal to 20. I don't know the number of losses, so I'll not be able to find out the number of total matches they have played. Okay? Now Manchester City, only one number is given. I'll not be able to do anything for this. Now let's calculate both the numbers for Manchester United. So can you all give me both the numbers for Manchester United? Both the missing numbers in the same message, in the same Manchester United, I want both the numbers. So total number of points is 20. Wins will get them 4 into 3, 12 points. Another 8 points will be obtained with the number of draws. So 8 will be the number of draws. Total number of matches will be 8 plus 7 plus 4, that is 19. So 19 and 8 are these two numbers. All right, good. Now do the same thing for Liverpool, all of you. What will be the two missing numbers for Liverpool? 20 matches played, 32 points they have scored. 5 points will be scored using draws. So 32 minus 5 is 27. 27 through wins. So 27 divided by 3, there will be 9 wins in total for Liverpool. Okay, so 9 wins for Liverpool. Total number of matches 20. Number of losses will be 20 minus 14. That is 6. So 9,6 for Liverpool. West Ham United, I can find out the number of points they have scored. So all of you, what will be the number of points for West Ham United? 6 into 3, 18. 18 plus 4, that is 22. I cannot write anything else, number of losses and the number of matches played. Arsenal, give me both the numbers for Arsenal. Yes, Arsenal. So Arsenal, yes, we can find it. So number of wins and number of draws. Number of wins plus number of draws is equal to 20 minus 7. That is 13. Okay. Also 3 times number of wins minus number of draws should be equal to the points that they have scored, which is 35. Okay. Right. So if I'll calculate the number of wins, it will be equal to adding these two equations, right? सही किया है मैंने? Yes, 13. And number of wins plus, I'm sorry, plus the number of draws is equal to 35. My bad. So I've made a correction. So now, first equation minus second equation or vice versa. So I'll get the number of wins as 11. If number of wins is 11, number of draws will be 2. So 11 and 2. All right. So for Arsenal, the numbers are 11 and 2 respectively. Good. Now next, let's look at Sunderland. Okay. Can I find the numbers, wins, losses, and draws? 26 points, 8 wins, and 2 draws will get them 26. 7 wins, 7 wins, and 5 draws can get them to 26 points. So Sunderland, we cannot comment anything. Okay. Now next team, Middlesbrough. Yes, I can find out the number of losses. So it will be equal to 9. Please confirm. And for Fulham, let's give, so all of you give me the both the numbers for the last row. Both the numbers for the last row. Come on. So 26 total points. 7 into 3 is 21. So number of draws will be 5. And total number of matches played will be 14 plus 7, that is 21. So 21 and 5 are both the numbers for the bottommost row. Okay. Now, let's work on the additional information that is given. So let's see if we can fetch some more information. Okay. Now, West Ham United and Middlesbrough suffered equal number of losses. West Ham United, number of losses, and Middlesbrough. So number of losses are equal. So Middlesbrough, number of losses is 9. So West Ham United, the number of losses will also be equal to 9. And this will give me the number of matches for West Ham United. So that will be equal to 19. Okay. So I'm able to use the first information to my benefit. Let's look at the second statement. The number of matches played by Blackburn is 3 times the number of matches won by Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough number of matches won is 7. So number of matches played by Blackburn will be equal to 7 into 3, 21. So 21 will be the number, that will be the number of matches played by Blackburn. Okay, right? Now Blackburn number of matches is 21. So we can find out the number of losses. The number of losses will be 11. Correct? So that was statement number 2. I've got this information in hand. I have used it. Number 3, the number of losses suffered by Blackburn, number of losses suffered by Blackburn, that means 11, is same as the number of draws by Sunderland. So Sunderland number of draws is equal to number of losses by Blackburn. So it is equal to 11. Number of matches drawn by Sunderland is 11. Now all of you, based on this, give me the other 2 numbers, number of wins and number of losses for this particular team, Sunderland. So 26 points, 11 draws. So that means 26 minus 11, 15 points using the number of wins. 15 divided by 3, that is 5. So 5 will be the number of wins. Number of losses will be 18 minus 16, that is 2. So 5 comma 2. Shams, it should be 5 comma 2, not 5 comma 10. Okay. All right. So this number is also done. Statement number 3 is also used. Next, statement number 4, Manchester City. Where is Manchester City? Here it is. Yes, a lot of blanks. Played the same number of matches as Sunderland. So Manchester City played the same number of matches. So that means Manchester City played 8 matches. All right. Still, I cannot do anything. Played 8 matches, but the number of wins, losses, and draws of those of Manchester City are consecutive integers in ascending order. So consecutive integers in ascending order, it one number is already 6, wins will be 5, and draws will be equal to 7. And hence, yes, Shams 5, 6, 7. And hence, what will be the total number of points scored by Manchester City? 15 plus 7, that is 22. So number of points will be 22 scored by Manchester City. Clear? Now, finally, we are going towards the last statement. The number of wins by Tottenham, which is blank, is equal to its number of losses. So number of wins and number of losses are equal. So X and X, right? So if number of wins is equal to X and the number of losses is also equal to X, then the number of draws will be, I'm not writing it, I'm giving you 30 seconds to post your 3 numbers for the wins, loss, and draws for Tottenham. Come on, tell me all the 3 numbers. Okay, so now I'm solving. Meanwhile, you can quickly write your answers. All right. So I am able to get the value of X as 4. Okay. So if the number of wins is X, number of losses is equal to X, then the number of draws will be 20 minus 2X. 3 points corresponding to a win, 1 point corresponding to a draw. The sum should be 24. Ayush 6, 6, 8 nahi hai. It should be 4, 4 and 12. All right. Done. So the value of X comes out to be 4. And these are the numbers for Tottenham. And now 10 seconds more to give all the 3 numbers for Newcastle. So I think probably Ayush, you have given the numbers for Newcastle. I don't know, right? But that seems you have the sum is 20. So that means you have given the numbers for Tottenham. 6, 6, 8 nahi hoga because 6 wins will give him 18 points and then 8 draws will give him another 8 points. So total number of points would have been 26, right? Now, but Newcastle, let's move ahead. Newcastle, number of wins is twice the number of losses. So number of losses, agar X hai, number of wins will be 2X. So wins, if it is 2X, then the number of draws will be 19 minus 3X. So 3 points corresponding to wins will give him 6X plus 1 point corresponding to a draw. That should be equal to 31. So 3X is equal to 12, X is equal to 4. So now X is equal to 4. So number of wins will be 8, number of losses will be 4. Okay, so 8 and 4 respectively are number of wins and number of losses. And hence number of draws will be equal to 7. And we are able to finish the entire table. All right. Now have a look at it and tell me if you have any doubt in any of these values. I'm going to copy this table that we have made. Okay. So all of you give me answer for the first question. First question. Come on, post it. First question. Can you please explain West Ham again? Okay, West Ham United. Aryan, West Ham United, where it was, point number 1, West Ham United and Middlesbrough suffered equal number of losses. So Middlesbrough, number of losses was 9. So that's why West Ham United, the number of losses was also 9. Fine? Okay. So once you have got losses 9, then you can calculate the number of matches played. So that was easy, that was simple. You can do it by yourself. So option C is the answer for the first question. Which teams among the following had the same number of wins? Same number of wins. So Sutherland, 5, West Ham United, no. So option A is not the answer. I'll just check option C, which is given by all of you. So Sunderland, 5 wins, Blackburn Rovers, 5, and Manchester City, 5. So yes, option C should be the correct answer. Tottenham has 4 wins, so it will not be included. So option C, yes, it is a correct answer. Vaibhav, you have an apprehension, so let's check. Sir, wins of Blackburn has 3 times of Sutherland. Okay, so Vaibhav, read the statement carefully. The number of matches played by Blackburn is 3 times the number of matches won by Middlesbrough. Okay, right? So, number of matches won by Middlesbrough is 7, and this is like 3 times of this is the number of matches played by Blackburn. Blackburn has played 21 matches, right? So 7 into 3, 21. Be attentive, be careful about the conditions. Okay? Okay. Now, answer for question number 2, all of you. Answer for question number 2. Which team has suffered a maximum number of losses till the stage of the competition? Maximum number of losses, 11. And yes, I have only this number. So Blackburn, option D. Yes, the kind of question can easily come in CAT examination. Yes, we have seen such questions. Question number 3, post your answer, all of you. Irrespective of the number of games played, the ranking is done based on the number of points for each team. In the case of clash between the teams with equal points, higher rank is given to the team with a greater number of wins. Perfect. Assume that the team with the highest number of points get the highest number of points, gets the highest rank. That is rank 1. Then which team has ranked 6 at this stage? So let's rank all the teams. So the first rank will be given to Arsenal, according to me, 35 points. The second rank will be given to Liverpool, 32 points. The third rank will be given to Newcastle, 30 points. Fourth rank will be given to Chelsea with 30 points. Up till now, these are the only numbers in 30s. Okay. Then rank number 5. (26) and 26, I can see these two numbers. Do I have anything greater than 26? No. So among Sunderland and Fulham, which will get rank number 5? So rank number 5 will be given to Fulham because of greater number of wins. So rank number 5. And hence rank number 6 will be given to Sunderland. So the correct answer should be option A, right? Am I clear? So the correct answer will be option A. Fulham will be given rank 5, better rank than Sunderland, because Fulham has won maximum, like more number of matches as compared to Sunderland. Okay. Last question, question number 3. Sorry, question number 4. So please post your answer for question number 4. Which teams hold the distinction of having the highest aggregate of draws and losses? Highest sum of draws and losses. Again, apne aap kar sakte ho. Okay. Highest number of draws and losses. 11, 16. 16 is the highest number, 16. Okay, I can see 16 as the highest number, Tottenham and Blackburn Rovers. So Tottenham and Blackburn Rovers, option C is the correct answer. Right? Simple question tha. Like, it was time consuming, but simple. Okay? Now, all of us quickly, let's move on to the next set. It will have three questions, question number 9, 10, and 11. All of you. So while solving this question, I think you all must have taken a good break. So this is in front of you, the next set. And there will be three questions which are based on this. Now I'm giving you a total of 10 minutes, to finish up with all the three questions. Now there is nothing that you can do right now with the data. So just read this data, understand it immediately, and quickly move on to the questions. Okay? So there is nothing that you can do as far as any operations on this data. Nothing. Right? Yes, Pragati. Pragati, understand that we are discussing everything that can be a part of CAT examination, right? So previously, such things have happened, such type of questions have appeared in CAT. That is why we are discussing. Okay. So all of you have 10 minutes to complete all the three questions. 10 minutes. Okay, one of the students is asking, sir, is it right to solve? No. So Sagnik, my suggestion will be, based on additional information, fill in the table and then fill in the remaining values. Okay? Okay. Now please post done in the chat box once you are done with all the 3 questions. Very good, all of you. Easy set, yes, I do agree. Solve हो जाता है तो easy होता ही है, ठीक है? So you all can post your answers for all the 3 questions. One more minute and then I'll start with the discussion. Okay? One more minute. Okay, people, we are approaching towards the last 1 hour of this boot camp's first day. We are about to successfully finish. Yes, we are able, we are on the verge of successfully finishing more than 7 hours of the classes. The last 1 hour is about to start. Okay, chaliye. So let's discuss this one. First of all, the information, the figure below shows the percentage of number of employees broken up according to their designations in 6 industry segments. The industry segments are services, infotech, retail, banking, pharma, and insurance. The following additional information is available regarding the total number of employees in these segments. So basically, they have divided these industry segments according to the percentage of the number of employees each has. The different type of employees are executives, managers, presidents, directors, and officers. All right. For example, services, they have 48% executives, 35% managers, 4% presidents, 6% directors, and 7% officers. Okay. Now they have given the percentage breakup. We are not sure about the number of total number of people in each of these industry segments, right? So we cannot comment upon the actual values, right? Now some additional information is given. The number of employees in services is more than twice the number of employees in retail. Second, the number of employees in banking is equal to thrice the number of employees in insurance. More than, but here it is equal. So some concrete information can be calculated. The number of employees in pharma is less than 4 times the number of employees in infotech. Fine. Different type of information probably can be used in different questions. Let's look at the first question. So the question is given on the right hand side of the screen. The number of presidents in services as compared to retail. So we'll have to compare services and retail. We'll have to compare their number of presidents. Number of presidents, or I'll mark the percentages. So the percentages here are 4 and 9. So these are the two things that we'll have to compare. Now, services and retail. Yes, statement 1 at the bottom gives us some information. The number of employees in services is more than twice the number of employees in retail. So if number of employees in retail is X, then the number of employees in services is more than 2X. Okay. Now the number of presidents in services, it is 4% of a number which is greater than 2X. So let's take it as 2X. And number of presidents in retail, it is 9% of X, right? Or what I can do is I can take these numbers as 100 and more than 200, right? Numbers में अगर deal करेंगे तो easy हो जाएगा. So if the number of employees in retail is 100, so here it should be greater than 200. Okay, so number of presidents in services will be greater than 4% of 200. That means it is greater than 8, right? But number of presidents in retail, it is 9% of 100, and that is 9. Now this number should be greater than 8. So it can be any number greater than 8. It may be below 9 or it may be above 9, right? Fine. Now here I have assumed the numbers as 100 and 200. It can be 1000, it can be 2000, it can be 3000, it can be 4000, anything, right? So anything which is greater than 8 can be less than 9 or greater than 9. So simple that we cannot determine the relation between these two numbers. All right. So the correct answer will be option D, that is cannot be determined. Right? Okay. So that was question number 1. Any doubts, any apprehensions, please clear them right now. Else we'll move on to the next question. Perfect. So all of you are clear. Let's move on and look at the next one, question number 2. Now, question number 2, which of the following could be equal but not necessarily equal? Okay. So first of all, number of directors in insurance and banking. Insurance and banking. So banking and insurance, yes, we have a comparison in statement number 2. The number of employees in banking is equal to thrice the number of employees in insurance. So insurance, if I'll take 100, then the number of employees in banking will be 300, right? Now they are comparing the number of directors. So directors here is 4%, here it is 12%. 4% of 300 is 12. 12% of 100 is 12. They will definitely be equal. Okay, they will definitely be equal. So the answer cannot be A. Which of the following could be equal but not definitely equal, but not necessarily equal? So option A cannot be the answer, right? So all of you can post your answer for this question quickly. Meanwhile, I will be looking at second option. Now option B, number of managers in pharma. So number of managers in pharma, that is this number. And infotech, it is 40. Now pharma and infotech, yes, we have a relation. Number of employees in pharma is less than 4 times the number of employees in infotech. 4 times the number of employees in infotech. So I'll take it as 100, and this will be less than 400. Okay, 100 and less than 400. So infotech, the number of managers will be 40, and pharma, the number of managers will be less than 9% of 400. that is 36. So it will be less than 36. Can a number less than 36 be equal to 40? No, it cannot be, right? So option B is also not correct. Done? Let's move on to the third option. Now option C, wait, I'll erase the irrelevant things. Fine. Now option C, next one, the number of directors in retail and services. So directors in retail, 26, and services, it's 6. Retail and services, yes, they have a comparison. The number of employees in services is more than twice the number of employees in retail. So employees in retail, let's say it is 100. So it will be greater than 200. Okay. So in services, 6% of 200, that is 12. The value will be greater than 12. And in retail, it is 26% of 100, that is 26. A value which is greater than 12, it may or may not be equal to 26. Carefully. So number of directors in services is greater than 12, and in retail, it is equal to 26. Greater than 12, it can also be equal to 26. It may or may not be. So this perfectly suits the question that is asked. Which of the following could be equal but not necessarily equal? So option 3 is the most appropriate answer to mark. All right. Am I clear? Now, some of you are confused with option D, the number of executives in banking and insurance. Now, banking and insurance, number of executives, they both will be equal, exactly equal, right? So that will not be the answer. No, they will even not be equal. Equal bhi nahi honge. So number of employees in banking is 3 times insurance. So insurance, if it is 100, banking, it will be 300. 9% of 100 is 9. 27% of 300 is 81. They are never equal. Okay, they are never equal. So option D cannot be the answer, right? Let's look at the last question. So all of you, please post your answers for question number 3. The number of executives in pharma, that is this number, as compared to number of directors in infotech. Infotech, number of directors, this one. Okay. Now, infotech and pharma, we have a relation. Number of employees in pharma is less than 4 times the number of employees in infotech. So if this is 100, this number will be less than 400. Okay. So infotech, they are talking about 2% of 100, that is 2. And in pharma, they are talking about a number which is less than 32% of 400. 32% of 400, that is 128. Now, a number which is less than 128, it can be greater than 2, it can be less than 2 as well. 128 se chota hona chahiye, right? So it can be greater than 2, it can be less than 2. So we cannot determine the relation between them. The answer will be option D. It will not be greater, it can be greater, it can be equal, it can be less than that. All right, fine. So comparison cannot be established, and hence the answer will be cannot be determined. I hope I am very much clear with these questions. Correct? Parth, Ishita, Relaxing Bunny, A Picture Element, Ayush, Shivam, Praharsha, Shilpi, yes or no? Okay, so we shall go ahead and look at the next set of questions, 12, 13, 14, and 15. There are 4 questions related to the next set. Okay, so I'm displaying the set, the complete information, and then we will look at the questions one by one. So once again, I'll give you 10 to 12 minutes to complete this set. Yes, people, are you able to finish this one? Come on, don't lose the hopes. All of you. I know that all of you can do this. This one is much easier than the last three sets. So post done in the chat box if you are done finishing all the 4 questions related to this set. All right, Michael, a few more minutes. Okay. So 2 more minutes to all of you. Okay, that's it. We'll start with this one. So first of all of you quickly write how many cases are you able to make? Now 14 people are standing in a queue to buy movie tickets. Ramesh, a 17-year-old boy, is the last person in the queue. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Now the last person in this queue is a boy. Right? 2 cases. I think I'm also getting 2 cases. It is observed that there are 2 boys and 1 girl among any 3 consecutive persons in the queue. Right? So let's make the cases. So we are already given that the last person is a boy. So there can be 2 possibilities. The person at the 13th number, second last position, can be a boy or it can be a girl, right? So I'll start with an assumption that it is a boy. So boy and then boy, boy, girl, boy, boy, girl, because out of any 3 consecutive persons, there should be 2 boys and 1 girl. So this will be the one case that I am talking about, right? If I've started an assumption that 13th number will be a boy, there can be a second case where the 13th number person can be a girl, right? So let me quickly make the second case. Last person is a boy, this one is a girl. Then we'll have a boy, boy, girl, boy, boy, girl, boy, boy, girl, and boy, boy, girl. Okay. Now the difference between these 2 cases are like one difference is the first case starts with a boy, second case starts with a girl, right? This is one difference. And another difference, the major difference is in the first case, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 girls in the first case, but there are 5 girls in the second case, right? So this is the basic difference between the two cases, right? I hope all of you are clear with these two cases. So let's copy these two cases and let's start solving the questions. Okay. So I am taking all of you to the questions. So I've copied whatever I've made. This is very simple. Okay. Now it's just that some additional information is also given to us. Okay. So additional information is the booking counter opens at 2:45 p.m. A boy spends exactly 3 minutes and a girl spends exactly 4 minutes at the counter. The counter is closed for 12 minutes after every sixth person. So after every sixth person, counter will close for exactly 12 minutes. Okay? Right? So this is what we have in our hand. Now let's look at the questions one by one. So question number 1, can you all please post your answer for question number 1? Meanwhile, I am looking into it. At what time is Ramesh expected to leave the booking counter? If the counter opens at a particular time, can I find out the exact time at which Ramesh is expected to leave? No, I cannot. There will be two different answers, right? Can we say that there will definitely be two different answers because the number of girls and the number of boys is not same in both the cases, right? So if you are actually calculating the answer of this question, no, you should not be doing that. Okay? Right? Because there will be two different timings at which Ramesh is expected to leave the booking counter because of the different number of girls and boys in the two cases that we have made. So the answer has to be cannot be determined. No discussion at all. Okay, what will be these two numbers? I'm least bothered, right? If you want to calculate, chalo, calculate kar lete hain. In the first case, there are 4 girls. So 4 into 4 and 10 boys, 10 into 3. So they will take a total of 46 minutes plus 2 12-minute breaks. So 46 plus 24, that is 70 minutes, right? Now 2:45 ke baad 70 minutes, that means 3:55. In the second case, since girl has increased by 1 and boy has decreased by 1, time will increase by 1 minute. It will be 3:56. Okay, so either it will be 3:55 or it will be 3:56. In any case, the answer is cannot be determined. Shilpi, it will be 3:55 and 3:56. See, girl has increased. That will increase the time. Okay. And boy has decreased. Okay. So I believe there should be a gap of 1 minute. Let me check. Check kar lete hain. So 5 girls. So 5 into 4 plus 9 boys, 9 into 3. So it is 47 instead of this 46. So the time is increased by exactly 1 minute. Okay, right? So 3:55 or 3:56, these are the two timings. Answer is cannot be determined. Option D. Question number 2. If the fourth person in the queue leaves the booking counter at 2:58, at what time will the 10th person in the queue leave the counter? Fourth person has left. Now, if between or after fourth person, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have equal number of girls and boys, then the answer will be unique. Otherwise, it will be different. Okay. So we have 2 girls in the first case and 2 girls in the second case out of these people. So the answer will be unique. So you can use any of these cases. Okay. So 2 girls, 2 into 4 plus 4 boys, 4 multiply 3. So 8 plus 12, that is 20 minutes. And a break of 12 minutes after 6 people. So that means 32 minutes. So after a total of 32 minutes, 10th person will leave the counter. So 2:58 में 32 minutes add कर लो. Answer should be 3:30 p.m. That is option B. Option B is the correct answer. Moving on to the next set of questions. All of you, now once again, answer for question number 3. If the seventh person in the queue leaves the counter at 3:21, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh person leaves the counter at 3:21. Find the number of girls in the queue. All right. Now, again, I'll take both the cases. In the first case, the total time taken will be 2 girls and 5 boys. So 8 plus 15, that is 23. And then 12 minutes of break, that is 35 minutes. Right? Clear? So 35 minutes, but they are taking starting from 2:45 when the counter opens, 15 and 21, 36 minutes. So that means 36 minutes should be the value. So first case is incorrect. Second case should give us the answer, right? Second case should give us the answer. So because in second case, there is one extra girl, so time should increase by 1 minute and it should be 36 minutes, and we require 36 minutes. So the number of girls in the queue will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the correct answer will be option A, that is 5. All right, fine, clear, simple. Now let's move on towards the last question. Question number 4. All of you, post your answer for question number 4. Which position from the start of the queue is definitely not occupied by a boy? Definitely not occupied by a boy. 2, 5, 9, 12. So 2 definitely not occupied. Oh, definitely occupied by a boy. 5 definitely occupied by a boy. 6, 7, 8, 9. I cannot say. 10, 11, 12. Again, I cannot say. So there is some mistake in the question. Right? So do you have answer for the last question? Definitely not occupied by a boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, it can be a girl or a boy. People, no, this option, this question is wrong. Please leave this question. Okay? In my opinion, I don't have any answer for this. Not a girl, but again with the given options. So there will be 2 options which will be among the answers. Right, me mama? So typo error, please leave this question. And let's quickly, without wasting any time, move on to the next question. 16, 17, 18. A set of 3 questions. Okay? All right. So all of you quickly shift your focus to the next set. Now this is more of an arrangement. I'll give you 5 minutes time to spend on this. And then after exactly 5 minutes, I'll be starting with the discussion. All of you have 5 minutes. 2 more minutes. All right, people. So I'm going to start with the discussion on this set. Now, hoping that all of you have read the directions, 6 managers of a company held a roundtable discussion about their goals of organization. There are 3 main opinions of the managers who sat opposite to each other. So, opposite to each other. So, 6 people opposite. So, we'll have 3 pairs of opposite chairs that I'm marking right now. All right. Let's number these chairs for a better understanding. Okay. Now, you are given that there are 3 main opinions, and the managers who sat opposite to each other found themselves in agreement. Okay. So, opposite managers agree with each other. Yes, yes, yes. It's too fast. I understand that this will take more than 10 to 12 minutes. So all of us are starting it together. Me, mama, all of us are starting it together. Okay. So let's work on this set together. So opposite managers will be in agreement with each other. The first names are given, the last names are given. And meanwhile, their departments, marketing, P&I, R&D, QC, these things are also given. Okay. Right. Okay, so now let's start with any of these statements. I generally start with a statement or with a person about him maximum information is given or most of the information is given. So you can start with Rohit, you can start with Chandra, Rajiv, Jayanta, or so on. I can start with Ishan. Okay, right? So all of you look at statement E. The manager who majored in marketing sat on Ishan's left. So I'll start by placing Ishan at, let's say, any of these chairs, chair number 4. Okay, so Ishan's left will be marketing. Right? I'll quickly mark all the different specializations or whatever departments. So we have production, we have marketing. Okay. Now we have P&I, we have QC, we have R&D, and do we have 6th? I think the 6th one is not given. Do we have 6th? Marketing again. Sales. Yes, we have 6 of them. Perfect. So Ishan, I'm starting by placing him at chair number 4. So according to statement E, the manager who majored in marketing sat on the left of Ishan, right? The next statement using Ishan is statement G. Okay. So statement G, the manager on Ishan's right majors in sales. So on the right hand side of Ishan, I have sales. Okay. Perfect. And the one on Jayanta's left majored in QC. Jayanta's left majored in QC. Right now, I have no information about Jayanta or QC. I can leave this part. Okay. Right. Now, next, I will go to, let's say, D. The sales major and PI major sat opposite to Jayanta and Rajiv, respectively, and both of them had distinct opinions. Okay. Now, sales major sat opposite to Jayanta. Sales opposite to Jayanta. So, Jayanta should come at number 6, right? So, I'll put Jayanta. at number 6. Sales major sit opposite to Jayanta. PI major sit opposite to Rajiv, and both of them have distinct opinion. We'll check about it. Now after D, I'll go back to C again because there was a reference of Jayanta. Okay, the one on Jayanta's left will major in QC. So the one who major in QC will be at chair number 1. All right, fine. So I think statement G is completely used, right? Now let's move on to, I have marketing. Rima majored in production and Mehta in marketing. Okay, so Mehta majored in marketing. So Mehta will sit at chair number 5, right? So Mehta, I have placed him at chair number 5, right? Okay. Now Rima majored in production. So Rima, it's the name. Wait. There is a slight error. So मैं उसको correct कर देता हूँ. I'll make a correction. So Reams, in the question it is given as Reams. It should be Rima. Okay, my bad. So Rima majored in production. Now Rima cannot come at chair number 6, cannot come at chair number 1, cannot come at chair number 5 because marketing is there. Ishan is already there at chair number 4. Sales is at chair number 3. So Rima, who has majored in production, there is only one place that is left, which is place number 2. So Rima will come at chair number 2 and the department will be production, majored in production. Done. So we are also done with entire statement B. Okay. So Rima, who is major in production, will come at chair number 2. All right. Great. Now, which one can I look for? D, again, D has a lot of information. Sales major. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 majors are done. I'm left with PI and R&D. I'm left with these two majors, PI and R&D. The sales major and PI major sat opposite to Jayanta and Rajiv respectively. Now, sales major has already sat opposite to Jayanta. Now, PI major will sit opposite to Rajiv. Now, PI major, there can be possibilities. So obviously, it will not be pair of chair number 2 and chair number 5, right? Yes. I'll do that. Ayush, I'll do that. I'll tick mark all the statements which are completely used. So it is B and G, which are completely used as of now. Okay. Now, major in PI and major in RD, or especially PI and Rajiv. Let's see where can they be fitted. They cannot come at chair number 2 and 5. No. Can they come at 6 and 3? Now, PI and sales, they have a different opinion. So PI and sales cannot sit together, right? Sales and PI have different opinion. So PI cannot come at chair number 6, right? So the only place left will be pair number 1 and 4. Okay, 1 and 4 पे ही PI and Rajiv हो सकता है, right? So PI will be given to Ishan and Rajiv will sit at chair number 1. I hope I'm clear with this. PI, this major will be Ishan and Rajiv will sit at chair number 1. All right. So now I can say that I'm also done with entire statement D. So B, D and G are completely used. Okay. Are we clear about this up till now? Yes or no? Okay. Yes, Isha. Ishan will be PI. Absolutely correct. So keep giving your inputs. Now let's go to R&D ho gaya. So R&D, fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have already marked 5 specializations, 5 majors. So one major that is left. Which one is left? R&D is left. So R&D, yes, statement E is also used, right? Now R&D is left. R&D has to be Jayanta. Absolutely right, Shreya. So R&D will be Jayanta. So now I am done with all the specializations. Okay, right? Now related to R&D, I can see statement I. Sharma found that the one who agreed with him majored in R&D. Look at the last statement, statement I. Where will Sharma sit? Which chair number Sharma will sit? Okay, Harshal, you are asking why Rajiv number 1? Because PI and Rajiv are opposite to each other. According to statement D, look at statement number D. PI and Rajiv are opposite to each other. PI cannot come at chair number 1 because QC is already there. So PI will be at chair number 4 and hence Rajiv will be opposite. Okay? Right, Michael? So Michael, I'll take the last statement. All of you focus here. So Sharma found that one of who agreed with him majored in R&D. So where will Sharma sit? Where will Sharma sit? So Sharma will sit opposite to R&D. So Sharma will sit at chair number 3. Okay. Avisha, your query is, wait. So are we assuming that they're sitting immediately left or right? Yes, 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 Avisha. Left means immediate left, right means immediate right when it comes to circular arrangement, right? Okay. So I'm done with statement I, using which I have placed Sharma as well. Okay. Now let's start from the beginning. Rajiv sat on Chandra's right and Rohit sat on Chandra's right and Rajiv on Saha's left. Okay. So which names are left? Rajiv is done. Rima is done. Ishan is done. Jayanta is done. So Kunal and Rohit, these two are left. Now Rajiv is sitting on Saha's left. So Saha will sit at chair number 6. Okay. So Saha will sit at chair number 6. That is statement A. Okay. Clear? And Rohit sits on Chandra's right. Now Rohit sits on Chandra's right. So Rohit cannot sit at chair number 5 because it will be the right of Saha, right? So Rohit के लिए सिर्फ एक ही chair बची है, that is chair number 3. Okay, right? So I'll repeat, Rohit sat on Chandra's right. Now, as far as name is concerned, I am left with only 2 chairs, which is chair number 5 and chair number 3. According to statement A, if Rohit sit on Chandra's right, so Rohit cannot sit at chair number 5. Okay, so Rohit will sit at chair number 3 only. So I'll make Rohit sit at chair number 3, which is Chandra's right. So Ishan will be Chandra. Okay, so Rohit is also done and only Kunal is left. So Kunal has to be sitting at chair number 5. So Kunal will become Mehta. Okay, now which all surnames are over? Mehta is over, Chandra is over, Sharma, Saha, these are over. I'm left with only Khatri and Bhatia. Okay, so that means Khatri and Bhatia can come at which chairs? Let's check. Chair number 1 and chair number 2 only. All other chairs are completely done. Now, neither Bhatia nor Khatri held the opinion. Okay, so Bhatia and Khatri, fine, not of use. Ishan was not the one who was favored opinion, expand the market. Okay, so statement H, Kunal sat opposite to Khatri. So Kunal and Khatri are opposite to each other. Kunal at chair number 5. So Khatri will come at chair number 2. Okay, so Khatri is done. So Bhatia will come at chair number 1. And that is over. So Rima is Khatri and Rajiv is Bhatia. Michael, you are absolutely correct. Okay. So this is the complete arrangement, and I'll quickly copy it. So all of you have a look at it. Yes, this is actually a difficult one. This type of questions are always difficult, always confusing. Okay. So let's move on and look at all the 3 questions together. Perfect. So all of you quickly answer. So question number 1, who sat opposite to the person majored in QC? Majored in QC is at chair number 1. So they are talking about chair number 4. At chair number 4, we have Ishan Chandra PI. So Ishan Chandra PI, option C is the correct answer for question number 1. Absolutely correct. Next, question number 2, can you quickly mark the answer? Who among the following had favored the opinion expand the market? For this, I'll have to go back and check expand the market. So expand the market is here. If Ishan was not the one of 2 who favored expand the opinion. So wait, Ishan is not the one. So if Ishan is not the one, then Rajiv Bhatia will also not be the one. Who among the following had favored the opinion expand the market? So expand the market, where is the opinion? Fine. Now, neither Bhatia nor Khatri held the opinion new norms should be implemented. Neither Bhatia nor Khatri. So basically, neither Bhatia nor Khatri had the opinion of new norms should be implemented. So not chair number 1, not chair number 2. That means it should be chair number 3 and 6. Okay? So chair number 3 and 6, it should be new norms should be implemented. Right? Done? Now, if Ishan is not the one who favored the opinion expand the market, so that means the remaining set 2 and 5 will favor expand the market. All right. So the people who are sitting at chair number 2 and chair number 5 will favor the opinion of expanding the market. Chair number 2, chair number 5. So Rajiv, it's not there. Rima, yes, it is. Rohit, no, absolutely not. And Jayanta, not. So option B is the correct answer. So Harshal, I have marked the opinion as well. Okay. Question number 3, which of the following statements is correct? Jayanta agreed with Rima. So are Jayanta and Rima opposite to each other? No, they are not opposite to each other. Kunal had majored in PI. Kunal had majored in marketing. Option B is incorrect. Rohit was of the opinion that new norms should be implemented. New norms should be implemented. It was chair number 6 and chair number 3. New norms should be implemented. It was chair number 6 and chair number 3. So yes, Rohit was of the opinion that new norms should be implemented. Kunal sat between Khatri and Ishan. Not at all. Kunal is not between Khatri and Ishan. Option D is eliminated. So yes, the correct answer is option C. All right. I hope I am very much clear with this question. And on this note, we are done with the first day of the bootcamp. Right? So friends, all the students who are still alive in this session, who are still present in the session, I hope, like those students who were right there from the beginning up till the end, I hope all of you must have had a wonderful experience, the maximum fun in this session, right? I did these questions with relative ease, but I'm not able to do. Okay, no problem. So just keep practicing and you will improve. All right. So people, I hope that all of you would have liked everything that we have discussed today. Okay. Now, Isha we can cover them tomorrow, whatever questions are left. Okay. Right. So tomorrow there is a session on number system and geometry. I'll cover up those questions in that session. Right. So it was a big session, probably hectic for all of you. Right. We sat together for these 8 hours, starting from 1 p.m. up till now it's almost 9 p.m. So it was a wonderful dedication that is shown by all of you. Commendable, a wonderful job done. Please, have a big round of applause for each and every one of you to be a part of this session. And we will continue this boot camp tomorrow at 1 o'clock, right? So we'll start with another session. I'll be starting that session tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So starting from 1 o'clock and up till 3 o'clock, we'll be handling geometry and number systems. All right. So friends, it was wonderful having all of you in this session live on the YouTube channel. A big thanks from my side to all of you for being such a wonderful set of students. All the very best for your examination. I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.